New update: I found tiny dungeon that can only produce metal slime 67 to 120. Enjoy. Feel free to support my Ko-fi or Patreon. Thank you. Chapter 67, Physical Strengthening Ability. Monday, the beginning of the week. Yuma and CO were currently in Aisha's research institute in Tokyo, Ota City. Since the first floor of the research institute was a factory, there was so much empty space for them. Considering that the inside had only several light bulbs for lighting, it was somewhat faint inside. There were several pieces of machinery placed inside the factory. Yuma and the president followed Aisha into the inner part of the factory while looking around restlessly. Yuma, what is this place? Aisha stopped typing on her PC and then turned around at Yuma. It's the tool for physical measurement. First, I need to measure your physical abilities. Oh. Aisha skillfully adjusted the measuring instruments, and then advanced the preparation. President, do I really have to do this? I think you're more suited for this measurement though. Well, actually, my physical abilities and physique are far above the average. That's why it's much more easier if you're the one who undergoes this measurement. Moreover, there's nothing wrong with having a bit too much physical strength. You're bound to meet a lot of monsters with strong physical strength in the future. Though the president spoke with quite an indifferent voice, Yuma had yet to be convinced. Well then, Yuma-kun, everything is ready, time to start the measurement. Seeing Aisha's expression, Yuma could only resign to his fate. Okay, now put your strength into it. Humph. Yuma gripped the hand dynamometer in his hand as strongly as he could. Okay, that's enough. The thing that he gripped right now was a digital hand dynamometer for precise measurement. Aside from that, they also measure Yuma's physical strength with digital measurement from his vertical jump. The other measurement was side jump, 20-meter shuttle run. For now, this should be enough for physical abilities measurement. Yuma sat on the nearby bench after Aisha told him to take a rest. Here, wipe your sweat with this, said the president as he gave a dry and clean towel to Yuma. Thanks, said Yuma while receiving the towel from the president. And just when he felt so dead tired, Aisha came again with a huge grin on her face. Now Yuma-kun, eat this while you're taking a break, said Aisha as she presented the metal case with a lot of magic ore inside in front of Yuma. This is iron magic ore from the dumpling insect. This one is supposed to enhance physical strength. Let's start from this. Why yes. Yuma smiled wryly as he received a pet bottle from the ever-smiling Aisha with his left hand while holding on to the magic ore with his right hand. There was around 72 of iron. Yuma heaved a sigh as he threw the ore into his mouth. I see now, said Aisha as she inputted data into her PC with a beaming smile on her face. After he ate all the iron ore and recovered enough, the examination began again, and strangely enough, even though he ate so much ore, his stomach didn't bulge. Instead, his stomach was filled to the brim with water. Since he got exhausted after the test, he thought that they would continue the test tomorrow. Well then, Yuma-kun, we're going to test lead next. Lead? We're not done yet? But of course, lead is also the magic ore that reinforce physical strength. Collective examination is more convenient after all. Are there other type aside from enhancement of physical strength? Of course, some raised eyesight, some raised agility, some raised stamina. We're going to do this for the next few days. The moment he heard that, Yuma couldn't help but look at the horizon. He felt that he might die at the end of the examination. The examination on this day had only ended after Yuma ate 54 lead magic ore, and measure his physical strength again. From the next day onward, Aisha had mercilessly forced Yuma to undergo a series of physical strength measurements. She measures his reflex with PC, kinetic vision with vision training, or eyesight. At first, Yuma was really glad that he didn't have to move around as much as yesterday until Aisha brought batch of aluminium magic ore. The examination that day had only ended after Yuma ate around 100 magic ore. Even more hellish examination was waiting for Yuma on the next day. To measure his stamina, a long-distance race or lung capacity examination was needed. He was left in a tattered and exhausted state after the morning test. Well then Yuma-kun, now eat all of this. This time, Aisha brought a total 200 of chrome and copper magic ore. Foo, eat it up since I'm going to make you run the same distance as in the morning. At this point, her smile had already turned into that of the Demon Lord's officer. The examination ended on the third day. The night of the third day, Yuma and the president both got called by Aisha to her office on the second floor. I'm popped up. Since the result of the analysis has been out, I'll tell you guys the result of the examination. Yuma looks like a certain boxer who died after losing his last legendary match, even though Aisha speaks cheerfully while holding a black file in her hands. The result is wonderful. Does that mean Yuma's physical abilities goes up? The president who sat in the pipe chair asked with a curious look on his face. Of course. It rose even more than I expected. Even Yuma raised his face in anticipation. He didn't feel like he became stronger, but there was nothing wrong with rising physical abilities. Aisha then opened her black file and read it out aloud. Listen well, Yuma-kun. Your physical strength rose by 1.2%, eyesight rose by 0.4%, kinetic vision rose by 0.7%, agility rose by 1.1%, and lastly, your stamina rose by 1.5%. Yuma fell into despair upon hearing Aisha's announcement. He felt like he just got scammed upon knowing that the improvement was so little despite the large number of magic ore that he consumed. Chapter 68, Email from IDR. That should be the error range of the measurement, right? What are you talking about? It's a fact that your physical strength has been enhanced. Aisha spoke while closing the black file with a snap. With such insignificant increase after eating 421 magic ore, meaning that muscle training was more effective in this situation. Okay, let me fix your misunderstanding, Yuma-kun. This physical enhancement is another type of magic. In short, you can't use it outside of the dungeon. Even the current data is unrelated with actual data when you're inside the dungeon. The fact that we can do these simple examination can be considered as wonderful. Yuma didn't feel delighted even the slightest after being praised like that. We're going to enter the dungeon again starting tomorrow. This time, we will aim for the 50th floor. 50th floor? Yuma's eyes opened wide in shock. The 50th floor was considered to be a fairly deep floor. Oi, that's almost impossible feat with just Yuma and me alone, you know. And it'll be your job to achieve that. I'm expecting you to do this, Kotaro. Aisha left the room after she said so. Yuma and the president heaved a deep sigh at once. President, are we really going to dive into the 50th floor? Well, it's the demand from the one who gives the commission after all. Legally speaking, we can't refuse her demand. That's why we have no choice but to do as she says. The president stood up from his chair and then looked down at Yuma, who was still sitting in his chair. Yuma, I'll give you CQC training starting from tomorrow to raise your physical strength to ED/N. CQC stands for Close Quarter Combat. CQC training? Can you do that, President? Of course. I've been training in various martial arts since a tender age. Karate, Muay Thai, boxing, Kung Fu, Judo, even wrestling. Awesome. You want to become stronger too, right? Yes. Please train me. Then the CQC training from the president started the next day. They changed into jerseys the moment they woke up and did a light stretching. First, let's start with karate style's straight punch. Yes. Open your leg until it is as wide as your shoulder and place your arms perpendicular on your flank. Let your shoulders to loose. Close your armpit tightly. Yes. Yuma followed the president's instruction to take a stance. He took a breath and loosened his shoulder. The president also took the same stance, and gave an example of a straight punch to Yuma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The president punched forward with both fists as he started to count. It was an example of a good punching form. Do the same as me. Understood? Yuma mimicked the president. He used his waist as a fulcrum and then punched forward. Put more power into your waist. You have to put more focus on your waist rotation and the shifting weight on your leg. Yes. Yuma, who had never experienced CQC training before, punched forward in high spirits since he knew that this training would boost his overall strength as an explorer. Listen, Yuma, I can't carry both you and Aisha all the way until the 50th floor by myself. We need to cooperate. For that reason, I need you to be able to at least fight as the vanguard along with me. Yes, I'll do my best. Anyhow, your first training menu is straight punch till you get the perfect form. Make sure your power transmitted properly from your leg to waist, from waist to arm. Yes. Black Dungeon, 30th floor. The president and Yuma, both of them were running away from the rock monster that was rolling on the hill. The outer appearance of that huge rock monster was akin to a ball. They would surely get crushed to death if they got run over by the monster. Yuma, use your metallization and try to punch that monster right now. That's going to kill. You're invulnerable to physical attack in your metallization state, right? Try it first. You'll be fine even if you fail. Ah, you're right. Okay. Yuma then invoked his metallization that turned the color of his skin to metallic black. He stopped and stood in front of the rolling rock monster, trying to stop it. Come at me, damn it. Yuma set his stance, clenched his fist, ready to unleash straight fist. The rolling rock then bounced up. Yuma glared at the incoming rock monster, and unleashed a straight punch. The sound of their collision reverberated inside the cave. Yuma felt a reaction, but, at that point, he was already thrown back into the air. Yuma got sent flying by the rock, tumbling on the ground, crashed against the wall behind him, and then fell like a puppet with its string cut, completely stopped moving, not even a twitch. Yuma, are you okay? The president rushed at him, grabbed his shoulders and shook him a few times. At that moment, Yuma's eyes snapped open. Huh? What a surprise. I thought I really died a while ago. Yuma stood up again as if nothing happened. Hey, are you alright? I mean, I almost thought that you got eyes KE'd by that cushion just now. Well, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, it doesn't even cause any physical damage to me. Even the president ended up getting himself dumbfounded by the toughness of Yuma's body. Aisha, who came a bit later than the president, came and checked the condition of Yuma's body immediately, and then heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that Yuma was truly unscathed. The exploration continued after that as if nothing happened, and they reached the 32nd floor by the end of the day. They'll continue the exploration tomorrow, but Yuma and the president felt that they couldn't advance any further. That night, in one of the rooms in Yokohama's business hotel, Aisha was touching her chin as she stared at the PC before her. She read the email that she received. She was grinning alone while sipping on her favorite canned coffee. The email from IDR, International Dungeon Research Organization, was sent to every single researcher in the entire world. The content was about the change in the Orpheus slate, and also asking for the information about newly appearing Black Dungeon. It was an email that she received around half a year ago. Aisha forgot about this email since she was only interested in the research about the Black Dungeon, thus she was only reading this particular email around this time, half year after she received it. But then, she recalled about this unread email again after she heard about Tiny Dungeon in the garden from Yuma. The date in which he defeated those colored slime, and then the date of him defeating the huge slime that appeared last is coincided with the date of the subjugation of the Duke, Lord, and King. On top of that, there's that abnormal metallization ability, liquid metal transformation, which made him even more abnormal, and that aberrant amount of mana index which allow him to use magic on the ground. No doubt about it. He's the seeker who subjugated the Black King. Chapter 69. Trump card for capturing Floor. The International Dungeon Research Organization IDR urged anyone who had a clue about that matter to send a report immediately, but she had zero intention to report about her finding. Like hell, I'm gonna let go of such wonderful research subject to those fools. If I use it myself, I might be able to use him to break the mystery of the Black Dungeon. Aisha then looked at the small box beside her PC, and best of all, he might be the only person who can use this magic, or I really can't help but enjoy this advantage. Foo-fa-foo. Her eerie laugh resounded in one room of the hotel. Oi, Yuma, your arm isn't bending properly. And where's your spirit? Why yes, President. Early in the morning, Yuma and the president were doing push-ups in their room. The president told him to start his training starting from today. The menu for the first day was 3 sets of 50 squats, 50 sit-ups, and 50 push-ups. He had a hard time since this was the first time he did this kind of muscle training. Okay, that's the end of push-ups. We completed the morning training. Since we're going to run to the dungeon soon, the real thing is just about to begin. Yes. Yuma's lips twitched upon recalling that the president was already over 40 years old and actually more lively than him. After wiping their sweat with a dry towel, they went to Aisha's room. Right after the president knocked on the door of the room, they heard her voice telling them to enter. Aisha's room had the same design as their room, and she was currently sitting on the sofa beside the bed. Yahoo, sorry, but I want to talk with you for a little bit. Aisha leaned back on the sofa, crossing her leg as she greeted them. She wore her usual attire of white robe, white blouse and black pants. What are you going to talk about? Aren't we going to explore the dungeon? Of course we will, but it has to wait after this. said Aisha as she saw the frown of the president's face. Kotaro, what do you think of yesterday's progress? It's very tough, right? Of course it is. I've told you since the very beginning, right? The president replied with an annoyed look on seeing Aisha asked with a huge smile on her face. Normally, we have to prepare a group of 5 to 8 explorers if we want to explore until the 80th floor. Going with just 2 explorers is plain stupid. Despite the president's outburst, Aisha's face didn't even twitch. Yeah, I know that. That's why I will tell you my plan before we start today's exploration. The heck, what kind of plan it is? If Yuma-kun becomes stronger, it'll reduce your burden, right, Kotaro? Well, that's right. But it ain't gonna that simple for sure. The president was right. Even though he gave me physical training and martial arts training, the result could only be seen 1 year later, or a few months at the fastest. Since the enhancement effect of the magic ore was insignificant, I definitely wouldn't become stronger overnight. That was what Yuma felt as he looked dumbfoundedly at Aisha. And yet, Aisha still had that fearless smile on her face. I've prepared some plans for that, of course. Now wait a minute. She stood up from the sofa as she spoke and then took the Boston bag that she placed in the corner of the room. The bag was clearly in a tattered state. She took out fist-sized white tube and a metal apparatus from inside the bag. Aisha began lining up the white tube on top of the table with a huge grin on her face. What the hell is this? The president asked Aisha in bewilderment. Fufafu, it's processed nitroglycerin. Huh? Though he doubted his ears when he heard a certain word, he was convinced that Aisha was telling the truth. So Yuma looked timidly at the president. Claw had already drained from the president's face. You showed me Yuma's pickle back then at my research facility, right? This is the apparatus that I made to match his weapon. Nitro? You mean the kind that explodes? Are you going to break the law? The president's yell was completely ignored by Aisha. Use it as you will. It's included in my research expenses after all. Yuma-kun, give me your pickle. I'll attach this to your pickle. AR. The president, who looked at that spectacle, was truly flabbergasted. Yuma had no choice but to abide Aisha and took out his pickle and gave it to Aisha. Aisha then installed a metal apparatus on the head part of Yuma's pickle with a delighted smile on her face, and inserted a white tube into that apparatus. Yuma-kun, this thing is going to give out an explosion effect when it has a strong enough impact. Make sure to use it when we encountered powerful monster. If it's exploded from close up, wouldn't that literally put me in danger? There's no problem as long as you use it during metallization. Aisha gave such advice with a nonchalant look on her face, and then turned around to pick something. This is too much. Doesn't that mean I'm gonna blow up along with the monster? How can this person give such dangerous advice with a nonchalant look on her face? When Yuma felt that kind of resentment toward Aisha, she brought out a box with a daring smile on her face. She placed that box on the table and sat back on the sofa. What is this box? Yuma asked, and he got the feeling that it was another dangerous item. As if replying to Yuma's question, Aisha opened the box and showed the contents to Yuma. It was a magic ore. Is that a magic ore? What is that red-colored blood vein-like line on its surface? This is the magic ore that was discovered 3 years ago. This magic ore is the main reason why there's extremely strict regulation on Black Dungeon, and also the reason why many researchers stopped studying about the Black Dungeon. Aisha took out the magic ore from the box and placed it on the palm of her hand, letting Yuma and the president look at it from close. Its name is Bloody Ore. Chapter 70, Forbidden Magic Ore. Bloody Ore? Even the president was bewildered since those were unfamiliar words for him too. This is something from quite a while ago, said Aisha as she sat back on the sofa, crossing her legs facing the two. The president and Yuma exchanged glances. Both were equally puzzled by Aisha's remark. Around 3 years ago, a few professional explorers entered Black Dungeon located deep in the mountain in Kyrgyzstan. It wasn't a deep dungeon, but they met a rather unusual monster in the middle layer of the dungeon. They have thick limbs and tough, steel-like skin. At glance, their appearance resembled that of a gorilla. Later on, that monster officially called as Vali. TL/Vali, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Vali_Amayana. Never heard of that. Though it's rare for monster in Black Dungeon to get official name like that, does that mean the monster is really a rare monster? Nope, They aren't that rare. Many witnessed them inhabiting most of the middle layer of the Black Dungeon. They have terrifying physical strength, but it's easy to beat them with range attack from thunder or fire magic. The heck? Does that mean the low drop rate of their magic ore made them extremely rare? Nope. The drop rate of their magic ore is the same as any Black Dungeon's monster. Their magic ore itself appear in the market every now and then. The president became even more confused hearing that fact. Ain't that even more suspicious? How can a pro explorer like me never heard that kind of monster or magic ore before? That's only natural. It's simply because IDR and the government of each countries has been concealing this fact. Conceal? The president and Yuma had no idea what Aisha was talking about. Why would the government conceal the news about the magic ore and the monster? When this magic ore was discovered, the researcher naturally tried to test its effect. They made the test subject eat the magic ore and observe the effect it caused in the test subject body. They then moved to the experiment phase. And then, the effect shown by the magic ore is truly dramatic. The physical strength of the human who ingested the magic ore literally shot through the roof both in speed and strength. They gained the strength of a Superman. Oh, awesome. The president's eyes shone in excitement. His interest got picked up as soon as he heard that it could make him stronger. Such a simpleton. The problem happened after that. The problem? When the effect of the magic ore stopped after 3 minutes, the test taker, who was moving like a fierce god until then, suddenly stopped moving, and vomited blood. He'd bleed from all of his orifices, and died. That's, after the autopsy of his corpse, the researcher found that his bones had already broken in many places, his blood vessels ruptured, his muscle and tendon torn apart. In short, his body couldn't withstand the power of the magic ore. The president and Yuma couldn't hide their shock at hearing that. Reason being, the magic gem or magic ore harvested from the dungeon was commonly known for their safety without any side effects. In short, this is the first harmful magic ore. Seeing the president asked with a frown on his face, Aisha gave him a scornful smile. Harmful, is it? Well, a test taker died after all. Why are you having such dangerous magic ore then? Easy. It's because I'm a researcher of the Black Dungeon. How can I not be interested in such interesting magic ore? Interesting? The president glared at Aisha with a rather dumbfounded look on his face, but Aisha blatantly ignored his glare and continued on. Well, properly speaking, there should be an announcement about this matter the moment they found out about it, but the dungeon-related business is just on the right track at that time. The government and the company spent a lot of money to make the dungeon-related business walk on the right track and finally succeeded back then. If there's another dangerous magic gem found in the other dungeon, it might affect the dungeon-related business. So the government had to make a choice. Is that why they concealed this fact? Yes, but thanks to that, the dungeon-related business took flight safely and became a mainstream business all over the world. You also tasted the profit from that business, right? The president could only grit his teeth, unable to retort to Aisha's remark. And then, the government strengthened the regulation to prevent anyone from learning about this fact, namely narrowing down the number of a researcher of the Black Dungeon, and regulating the traffic of the Black Dungeon. It seems there's no particular opposition from the researcher side since the Black Dungeon isn't popular to begin with. The Japanese government has also gave a strict warning to me about this regard in exchange for providing research funds for me. Don't tell us about that then, damn it. Foo. Aisha stood up slowly and walks into the inner side of the room. But I always wondered all these years about the reason that makes this magic ore so dangerous. So I performed trial and error. Stop. No matter what you think, that's way too dangerous. Yes, it's just as you say. No one is going to use magic ore which brings certain death after use. It should be a useless magic ore, even though I had already given up on this. But then, there was a strange light dwelling in Aisha's eyes as she spoke, and the direction of her gaze was none other than Yuma. What if there's a human who can turn his muscle into steel? Chapter 71, Streak of Blood Vessels. Yuma swallowed his spit the moment he heard Aisha's remark. See, could it be? Yes, Yuma-kun. I want you to use this blood ore. No. Yuma denied the suggestion right away on the spot. Why do I have to eat such a dangerous thing? No. Absolutely no. Don't worry. It's only possible since you have liquid metal transformation, that ability literally turn every single part of your body, be it muscle, bone, blood vessel, even the internal organ into metal. In short, Your body can withstand the load from this O's ability in that state. It really is a superb ability. Yuma flinched away upon witnessing another maddening side of Aisha. FCK, this ain't joking matter. I refuse to become your guinea pig, roared Yuma inside his head. It's fine, you should know how I am. I won't tell you to keep going till your body breaks down, alright? In case my initial assumption is wrong, I will tell you to stop right away. You already know from my previous explanation that the effect of this bloody ore is only 3 minutes. The interval limit of your metallization is around 5 minutes, right? Then it should be okay. No, absolutely number. This can't even be called research anymore, right? I mean, you are literally telling us to break law here. Then we'll regard this as research from this point. With you as the subject of research. Oh crap. This person is really bad news. No, I refuse. Cut the crap already, Aisha. My employee ain't your lab rat, said the president, who couldn't bear to see Aisha's madness anymore. The two of them stood up from their chairs, and just as they're about to head toward the door, Aisha's voice resounded from behind. I never told you to do it for free, Yuma-kun. I naturally have already prepared suitable bonus for you. Eh? Yuma frowned for a moment, and turned around immediately. I'll pay you 1 million for this. What do you think? Please don't joke around. This isn't a matter of money. My life is at stake here. How about 5 million yen? 5 million? Said Yuma. He stopped right before his hand touched the doorknob, turned around and walked back toward Aisha. Let's hear the details. The president was truly dumbfounded to see Yuma easily give in before the temptation of money from the mad scientist called Aisha. The three returned to Tokyo. They decided that it was safer to try consuming the bloody ore in Aisha's research institute. In the first floor of the institute that was already filled with measuring instruments, Aisha gave the magic ore to Yuma. I'll be responsible for monitoring your physical conditions. You can be at ease since I'll stop the experiment the moment I see abnormality in your condition. Aisha gave a 500 milliliters PET bottle of water to Yuma with a smile on her face. Yuma received the PET bottle while looking at the magic ore in his hand. Honestly speaking, he was unwilling to eat the jet black ore with crimson blood vessel-like pattern on its surface. Though he honestly regretted the fact that he readily bit the bait when Aisha offered money, he still hesitated a little to eat it. Aisha, who stood by her side, was akin to a devil who whispered into his ear to eat the poison. Thus, Yuma could only grit his teeth and swallow the magic ore at once and washed it down with water from the PET bottle. How do you feel? Aisha asked curiously. There was no particular change in his body, but right in that moment, Yuma felt a weird sensation running in the entire part of his body. It was different from the sensation when he ate the magic gem or magic ore. Thus he decided to take a deep breath and wait till the weird sensation was over. It's okay. Ooh, that's a relief. Aisha heaved a sigh and then made a note on the A4 paper clipped on the clipboard. Then, let's initiate the experiment. First, invoke your metallization. Understood. Yuma clenched his fists, trying to invoke metallization. He was worrying about the effect of the bloody ore for a moment, but his fear turned out to be a needless one since the color of his body was still metallic black. It seems he could still use this ability properly as long as he had the proper image. The president, who looked from a slightly separated place, couldn't help but worry about Yuma instead. Well, the next step is invoking the bloody ore's ability. Try to draw the image of enhancing your strength and speed. Yes. Yuma closed his eyes. He tried to draw the image of bloodstream in his body boiling up and raising his overall abilities. At first nothing happened, but then, steam rose slowly from Yuma's body. Thin red streaks started to appear along Yuma's limbs, head, and face. The blood vessel-like streaks that appeared on his body started to let out dim red light. Somehow, I feel that I become stronger. It's a hit. You definitely managed to invoke the ore's ability. Now let's measure your enhanced strength. Aisha quickly took the digital dynamometer. Grip it with everything you got. Why yes. Yuma clenched the hand dynamometer as strongly as he could. A moment later, an unpleasant sound resounded from the direction of his hand. When he looked at his hand, he saw the broken part of the grip. The digital dynamometer broke without even managing to show the enhanced strength of Yuma. How amazing. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Okay, moving to next, added Aisha as she happily torn off the chain part of the broken dynamometer from Yuma's hand, seeming not giving a SHT about the broken instrument. They moved to test vertical jump. and he ended up jumping to a height beyond measurement level. Wonderful. How's the condition of your body? Yeah, I think it's alright. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed as they measured Yuma's enhanced abilities, thus the red streaks also vanished. It really raises your power. I mean, this is the first time I see such drastic increase in strength. Even the president was praising Yuma while looking at the latter's condition. And yet, Aisha is filling in something on her clipboard with an anxious look on her face. There's not enough time. I need more data. Let's end today's experiment. The ability of the magic ore could only be used once, and once it ran out, it couldn't be used until the next day. Thus, Aisha had no choice but to end the current experiment. Yuma heaved a sigh of relief since there was no abnormality in his body when he released his transformation. Chapter 72, Challenge the Middle Layer. I only have that one bloody ore with me, but the data that I need is much more than that. Seeing Aisha spoke with a distressed look on her face, Yuma opened his mouth. Well, it can't be helped if you don't have it. Let's do it bit by bit, once per day and there is no need to be in such a hurry. That was what Yuma about to say, but let's go get some. This magic ore was dropped in Valley, and they can be found in the 56th floor of the Black Dungeon. Yes, all we need is to dive till that far. Wait a minute. 56th floor? Are you serious? Do we have to go that far for a single magic ore? The 56th floor was way too deep, completely different from what you say about eating a lot of strange magic ore. Yuma tried to refuse, but we still need more bloody ores. Moreover, prolonging the duration of bloody ores effect means more time to gain the data. Don't worry, you got my support. But still, worry not. Yuma-kun, you have already proven with your body that your ability is compatible with bloody ore. The next thing to do is to prolong the effect of bloody ore. Well, leave that matter to me. In the end, with the president being powerless in front of Aisha, and Yuma who couldn't refute Aisha's sound argument, they returned to Yokohama's Black Dungeon again. By the time they arrived at Yokohama, it was already 6 p.m. They decided to dive into the dungeon tomorrow and rest in the hotel in Yokohama that day. And then, right on the next day, "Are you ready, Yuma?" "Yes, I'm ready," Yuma replied to the president as he carried a huge rucksack on his back. The rucksack was stuffed to the brim with nitroglycerin bomb. Where in the world did Aisha-san manage to get this much nitroglycerin? I don't know where it originally came from, but it definitely came from an illegal route. You better not know about it. Though Yuma was really scared about carrying so many explosives in the rucksack on his back, he couldn't help but wonder whether it was really enough until they reached the 56th floor. The middle layer of Black Dungeon was filled with monsters far more terrifying than explosive after all. Yuma had no choice but to carry on. The president and Yuma met up with Aisha and left the hotel together. The three of them stood before the heavy gate that blocked the Black Dungeon. The capture of the middle layer would start from today. Doria. The transformed Yuma swung his pickle. It was then followed by a loud metallic sound and spray of rock splinter in all directions. The pickle got blocked by a thick arm, preventing the former from destroying the head. The one who stood before the three was a towering, more than 3 meters tall rock golem. The color of its rugged body was dark indigo with a pair of shining red eyes. It was the biggest golem among the ones they saw until now. Damn it all, even now, the president tried to attack it with his hexagonal staff. Alas, all he managed to do was make the golem flinch for a moment. The golem raised a thunderous roar which made the ground somewhat vibrating and then rushed at the president. It raised its thick, round arms and swung it down at the president. The president blocked the overhead blow with his staff, but he was forced to go down on his knees due to the difference between their weight. Nevertheless, he managed to force the golem to step back with his hexagonal staff. Yuma, use the explosive. We can't beat this fellow with normal attack. Oh okay. Yuma lowered his rucksack and took out the metal utensil and the tube filled with nitroglycerin from inside. The bloody ore's ability couldn't be used until they reached the 56th floor. Since the ability could only be used for 3 minutes, they saved it for when they fought against Vali. Yuma installed the metal apparatus on the pointed end of the pickle and inserted the tube in it. He used liquid metal transformation to wrap the entire part of pickle, including the apparatus, leaving only the tube in its original state. President, it's ready. Get away from that monster. I can protect myself with water magic. Don't worry about me and just blast this guy. Yuma. Why yes. Yuma rushed toward the golem, pickle raised high in the air. The president used his strength to push back the golem. Yuma saw through the opening and swung his pickle at the head of the golem. The moment his pickle hit the golem head, his vision was overflowed with light. The tip of the pickle exploded, smashed the head of the golem with the explosion, spraying rocks splinters around. The president used the water barrier, protecting himself from the splinters of rock. On the other hand, Yuma got sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion, and crashed on the rock wall behind him. Oh oof! Yuma shook his head. Though the explosion from point-blank range almost made him faint for a moment, his body was unscathed. It seems his body was really sturdy. Yuma stood as soon as he finished checking his body condition and looked at the golem. The golem that lost its head raised a smoke, and grumbled down on the ground. We did it. The golem then turned into ashes as Yuma looked at its last moment with relief. Are you okay, Yuma? The president came to Yuma's side and asked about his condition with a worried look on his face. Yes, I'm okay. What about you, President? Don't worry about me. Despite how I look, I'm still a veteran explorer. When Yuma and the president were having such a conversation, Aisha had already crouched down in front of the remains of the golem that had already become ashes. From there, she took a tiny, silvery sphere. Both of you, look. Yuma and the president turned around upon hearing Aisha's call. Aisha placed the silver sphere on her palm and showed it to both of them. This is pure silver, a rare magic ore. Yuma and his personal weapon, the hammer. Chapter 73, Advance, Retreat, and then pure silver? The president raised his brow as he asked. It's one of the rare ores. It's a magic ore that rarely drops from the golem. They're the strongest kind in regard to physical strength reinforcement. Their effect are quite significant despite their small size. Oh, that sounds like a good thing. Since that's the case, let Yuma to eat it. The heck you're talking about? I have to prepare necessary experiment and place to gain the data for this rare article before Yuma ate it. The heck you're talking about? It's just deadweight if we don't use that now when we need it the most. The president and Aisha started their quarrel in the dungeon in which they had no idea when the monster was going to attack them. Yuma was looking dumbfoundedly at the two, but then, the president put an end to their quarrel by wresting the magic ore of pure silver from Aisha's hand. Aisha, who couldn't beat the president, could only sit on the ground, hitting the ground beneath her to vent her frustration. Though Yuma was worrying about her, the president approached him with a smile on his face. "Oi Yuma, eat this. This will make our battle much more easier." Yuma took a glance at Aisha. She looks like a crybaby whose candy was just robbed by her childhood friend. Leave her alone. Raising the efficiency of dungeon capture is far more important than worrying about this selfish fella. Why yeah. Yuma received the pure silver from the president and swallowed it. He had no trouble swallowing it thanks to its small size. That moment, he felt the familiar heat in his stomach, which spread to his entire body. It was the feeling of digesting the magic ore that he was already familiar with. And yet, he felt nothing had changed than usually even after he tried to move his limbs. How do you feel, Yuma? Well, doesn't feel like I become stronger. The president then glared at Aisha, who walked with tottering steps toward them. Oi Aisha, how much is the reinforcement effect of this magic ore? Hearing that, Aisha heaved a sigh, shook her head sulkingly. If we're referring to the overseas research in the past, that magic ore should have reinforced stamina, agility, and physical strength. If that silver is big, the increase should be 10% for physical strength, 7% for agility, and 6% for stamina. The heck? Another small increase. Aisha's brow furrowed hearing the president's remark. Small you say? It's literally the same as raising those three stats by 10%. Don't you understand just how rare is such amazing magic ore? Yeah, I understand. The president went ahead while giving such a half-hearted reply. When advancing beyond the 40th floor, the resistance of the monster became more and more fierce. The president could barely fight back, and while Yuma could somehow defeat the monster with explosives, he had to protect Aisha too. Nevertheless, they managed to arrive at the 56th floor. Yuma, how many minutes left you have for your metallization? Around 10 minutes I guess. How many of the explosive we have left? Just 30. The president and Yuma had such a conversation while hiding in the shade of a rock. There was a monster resembling that of an iron monkey on top of a rock or a steep cliff. They're walking while looking at their surroundings with both their hands on the ground, just like monkeys. So that's the monster called Vali, rather than a monkey. Its behavior was similar to that of a gorilla. On top of being exhausted, their magical power was also nearing the limit. And even with their last trump card, Yuma's metallization, the activation time was nearing its end. More than 150 explosives had already been reduced to just 30. Oi, Aisha. We're almost at our limit. We've to go back and return tomorrow. What in the world are you talking about? You're telling me to return empty-handed after we arrived at this point? We have to secure 2 bloody ores at least. The president and Aisha started another bikering session. Yuma agreed with the president that they had to go back, but he was too tired to join the two. A while later, Aisha spoke again. Kotaro, it's just 2. It will make the dungeon capture become more easier later. If you really need it, you can still get it from your own channel, right? Aisha shook her head as if to answer the president's question. Bloody ore is only available for minorities among the researchers. It isn't available in the market for obvious reasons. Since there's strict regulation for transferring it to other people, the easiest way to get it is from a dungeon. That's why I leave this matter to you, Kotaro. This is our only chance. The troubled president looked at Yuma. If possible, I want to go back to the surface, but we might not be able to reach the same place even if Aisha commissioned us again. Let's try it, President. I have yet to use bloody ore either, so I think it should be doable with the 2 of us. I see, since that is your decision. Okay, let's do it, Yuma. Said the president as he was facing forward. His previous hesitation had already gone. Yuma, I'll draw their aggro. Use that chance to unleash your power at once to crush them. We will retreat as soon as we retrieved the dropped magic ore. Understood. Okay, let's go, guys, said Aisha happily upon seeing the president and Yuma reached an agreement. Metal Slime. Chapter 74, The Steel Monkey. Vali. Yuma, ready for battle? Yes. Yuma installed the white tube into the metal instrument attached to Pickle and invoked his metallization again. After his body turned into metal, he used liquid metal transformation to coat the Pickle, and turned its form into that of Hammer. Okay, I'm ready. The president was observing the situation around them from the shade of the rock. One of the Vali was loitering nearby, and another one behind the rock. Since there were so many Valis on top of the cliff, the president, who wanted to bait those 2 Valis out of their crowd, picked up a pebble around him and threw it at the pointy rock near him. Clank. The small sound resounded as the pebble hit the ground. The 2 Valis who heard the sound went toward the rock while surveying the surrounding area. Yuma and the president exchanged glances and nodded at each other. The next moment, the president went out from the rock and ran toward the 2 Valis. Over here, losers. The Valis finally noticed the president, and ran all 4 toward him. Seeing that, the president came to a stop, readied his hexagonal staff. Yuma, do it. Yuma also jumped out of his hiding place and invoked the bloody ore's ability. Yuma's hand gripped on the grip of the Pickle and swung it toward the Vali. Crimson streaks ran on the surface of his body, shining dimmily in the dim dungeon. Yuma put his entire weight on as he swung down his Pickle. The Vali couldn't react in time for Yuma's surprise attack. Take this. The tip of his Pickle hit Vali, and exploded. The sound of an explosion resounded inside the cave. The shockwave from the explosion sent Yuma's body flying to the opposite direction, but he managed to land on his feet and then looked at the Vali who took the explosion head-on. It was a direct attack right on its head. Yuma was convinced of his victory, but then, when the smoke cleared up, the said Vali was still alive, albeit losing its left arm. They looked angrily at Yuma. Did I miss it? It seems the Vali reacted fast enough to block the Pickle with their left arm. The Vali raised a war cry and rushed at Yuma with an enraged look on their face. The other Vali who noticed the commotion ran down from the rock. Damn it. I have no other choice but to fight them now. I won't make it in time to install the explosive. I guess the only option left is fighting with Pickle coated with liquid metal. Yuma raised his Pickle that had already turned into a hammer and swung it down toward the one-armed Vali. But, the Vali caught the handle of his Pickle and Yuma couldn't take it back. At that very moment, he recalled that bloody ore originally came from Vali, meaning that he wouldn't be able to defeat Vali in the contest of strength. When Vali pulled his Pickle with all their strength, Yuma's body got dragged in, and even floated in the air for a moment. And just like that, he got knocked to the ground. That attack was by no means painful for the current Yuma, but the liquid metal coating on the Pickle ended up came off. When Yuma's hand let go of his Pickle, The Vali then threw the pickle that they managed to snatch from Yuma. Yuma stood up on his feet again and raised his face. One armed Vali on the front, and another Vali rushing toward him from the side. Yuma, who lost his weapon, pickle ended up standing dumbfoundedly, having completely no idea about what to do now. That moment, the president shouted from behind the one-armed Vali. "Don't falter, Yuma. Just do the usual synchronization movement. Beating the crap of them is piece of cake." Yuma snapped out of his daze in that instant. Synchronization movement was the basis of a martial art that was beaten into him so thoroughly by the president, but the only one he could use was straight thrust. He had no idea how to properly utilize that move at this moment, but he decided to follow his instinct. The Vali had already arrived before him. Yuma opened his leg at shoulder length, raising his left hand forward, pulling his clenched right fist on his waist as he lowered his stance. He adjusted his breath, opened his eyes and took a step forward. From leg to waist, from waist to shoulder, from shoulder to arm. His power transmitted like a series of perfectly interlocking gearboxes. When his body and mind were in a complete synchronization state, the crimson lines on his skin glowed even brighter than before. Even the president, who stood in a separate place, noticed that strange phenomenon. "What the hell is that?" The Vali tried to catch Yuma's punch with his right hand, but Yuma warded it with his left arm and clenched his right fist even stronger than before. Straight thrust. It was a basic form of punch that I drilled into me again and again. TN. Straight thrust, cool version. The rotated fist landed straight on the defenseless face of Vali. Crack. The sound of cracked metal resounded in the area. The punched Vali got sent flying with its head bent back in an unnatural direction. It landed heavily on the ground and rolled once before stopping. We did it. The happiness only stayed for a moment. The other Vali had already rushed from the side. But Yuma didn't lose his cool. He warded off the Vali's hand with his stretched right arm, and took a stance with his left arm this time. Here it come. Yuma's straight thrust clashed with Vali's punch head on. The clash of their fist created a shockwave which was followed by a thunderous sound. Since both had metal fist, they should be equal in power, but Gajia, the one who got its fist smashed, was the Vali. Yuma was just standing on his original stance, pulling back his fist. That Vali fell to the ground, holding onto their right arm as if they were writhing in pain. Yuma did it. He defeated Vali with his own strength. That moment, the red lines on Yuma's skin vanished so quickly. What's happening here? 3 minutes has yet to pass. As if not caring about Yuma's question, the Vilis on top of the cliff jumped down in succession. I ran out of power. Just when Yuma worried about this matter, the president rushed at him. Yuma, retreat. Why yes. Yuma and the president are looking around to find an escape route. But they had already been surrounded by Vilis. Metal slime. And who will get more screen time? Chapter 75, The Most Sturdy Metal. Crap. With this number of monsters, the president grit his teeth. The dozens Vilis that came from 4 directions had blocked their retreat path. Yuma, can't you use that power again? I can't. I think I already used it up. The Vilis stood on their way. At this rate, everyone was going to be killed. Yuma, lead the way from that direction. I'll follow you from behind while protecting Aisha. Understood. The Vilis moved at once. Yuma and the president are moving in 2 groups. The president pulled Aisha's hand, hiding behind the rock. Yuma slipped in between 2 Vilis before him. He had to admit that Vali was an extremely powerful monster, albeit rather slow. He could run as long as he didn't get caught, was what Yuma thought, but something hit his head. He squatted unintentionally upon receiving a strong impact on the back of his head. What's now? When he looked around, he saw a splinter of the rock rolled on the ground. When he turned around, he saw the surrounding Vilis raised rock above their head. They're quite smart, huh? That was what Yuma felt as he tried to stand immediately to run again, but he felt as if his feet were rooted on the spot. His feet were caught by one of the Vali, and another one pinned his shoulders and arms. He couldn't even shake them off since they're so strong. Damn it. Let go of me. One Vali rushed forward and went all out to attack Yuma. His body bent due to the impact of the attack. He couldn't move since the Vilis were already locked on his limbs. Another Vali approached from behind, trying to bite his shoulder. Though his steel body didn't get damaged, it was only a matter of time before his ability was put on cooldown. The moment his metallization wore off, the Vilis would tear his body from limb to limb. Imagining such an end alone was enough to send chills running down into Yuma's spine. Yuma, The president, who had almost reached the entrance of the floor, returned while raising up his hexagonal staff. But he couldn't win against the villain by himself. Nevertheless, the president didn't flinch at all. His hexagonal staff glowing with blue-colored light, the sign of the invocation of water magic. "Hang in there, I'm going to save you now." The president swung his staff at Vali. No matter how tough a monster, they would still stagger back after receiving a strong hit loaded with so much magical power. That attack also unleashed water spray on the surrounding area. The president brandished his hexagonal staff again, but his second attack failed since the Vali caught his staff, and their physical strength was far above the president. Damn it! The president punched Vali right in the face. Alas, it was ineffective against monsters with a body of steel. On the other hand, the president almost broke his knuckles since he literally gave his all to punch such a steel-like skin. Seeing the president's pained face, the Vali tried to catch him this time. Oh no, at this rate, the president is going to die. I need to do something. Yuma, who saw that, was feeling desperate. He wondered if he could do something about this situation with his remaining power. He kept thinking in the seemingly prolonged time, but he really had no idea what to do in this situation. And just when he was about to reach his limit, he suddenly recalled the giant slime. I should be able to become much more powerful if I used the power of that giant metal slime. That was what he thought as the figure of that giant slime reappeared in his mind. Alright, if that's the case, I can use my whole body to attack the villain that held me back. That was what Yuma's felt as his body started to undulate, as if his whole body turned into liquid metal. Take this. It was an all-out attack using his whole body. Yuma unleashed countless long and sharp thorns from his whole body like some sort of sea urchin, pierced through the body of the villain who held him on the spot. The villain that held him raised a death throes. They released Yuma while spitting some blood from their mouth, staggered back 1 to 2 steps. Yuma pulled back his thorns, and transformed his right hand into a short sword. Since the current him could easily imagine the image of a sharp blade, the result was a sharper blade than when he tried it out for the first time. Yuma chased after the Vali, who staggered back, pushing his right hand that transformed into a short sword, and plunged the blade into Vali's chest. Yuma's body was that of metal slime, the monster with the toughest metal body. That's why the sword made from such metal could literally tear through almost all material. His sword hand pierced through Vali's steel chest, and through their heart. Seeing the monster groaning in pain, Yuma transformed his left hand. He imagined a tekka with a long sword growing from it. The thing that Yuma made is something similar with Velvet Crow's gauntlet blade. Thus, a long sword formed from the center of the tekku. Yuma used that long sword to decapitate Vali's head. Blood like liquid sprayed as the Vali lost its head, and fell on their back before they turned into sands, and vanished from this world. There was an alternate method to beat them aside from using brute strength. A magic ore falling on the place where that Vali just fell. Yuma picked that up and ran toward the president immediately. 2 villains were rushing at the president. Yuma used his right hand sword to slash on one of the Vali on their flank, and pointing the 5 fingers of his left hand to the other Vali. His fingers elongated, turned into long and thin 5 spikes, and stabbed on the back of the other Vali. The monster raised a howl and turned around to see who dared to hurt them. Yuma's fingers that had already returned to normal became tekka with a long sword growing from its center again, and he used that sword to cut the Vali's throat. That moment, the president, who gained some leeway, used his hexagonal staff to beat the second Vali. The monster staggered backward as metal splinters burst out from their body. Yuma noticed something when hearing the president's voice. When he turned around, he saw the one-armed Vali from before rushed at him. But Yuma remained calm and composed despite the fast-approaching Vali. He crouched down with his right hand on the ground to dodge Vali's attack. The moment that one-armed Vali's upper body was right above him, he unleashed hundreds of sharp thorns from his back. The Vali, whose body got stabbed by hundreds of sharp thorns, couldn't do anything but wailing in pain, and fell powerlessly on the ground when Yuma extracted his thorns. As finisher, Yuma used his right sword hand to stab into that Vali's chest, and cut its throat with his left tekka blade. That one-armed Vali shed a lot of blood before turning into sand, and vanished. "I did it." "Let's escape," said the president to remind Yuma after the former picked up the falling magic ore and ran toward the entrance. Chapter 76, Superpowers experiment. Huff, huff. That was a close call. Yuma leaned on the wall of rock behind him while adjusting his disordered breath. They managed to escape from the 56th floor, the floor in which the villas reside, and are currently resting to adjust their breath in the 55th floor. The president was also plopped on the ground, sitting cross-legged as he was as exhausted as Yuma. At this point, Aisha had literally been sprawled on the ground, and also ran out of breath. Since she was originally indoor type, it was only natural for her to be exhausted first. Yuma, did you take the magic ore? Yes. Only 2 though. Yuma replied to the president, taking out 2 magic ore drops from Vali that he kept in his pocket. Ooh, good job Yuma-kun. Aisha came closer on all fours with gleaming eyes. There are other villas that I defeated, but I'm completely focusing on escaping back then. No worries. 2 is plenty enough. Aisha was smiling happily as she took the 2 magic ore from Yuma's hands. Seeing Aisha like that, the president finally raised his voice. Oi, escaping from the dungeon as soon as possible is more important than those stones. Yuma's metallization can't be used anymore for today, and my magical power has already running out too. Save your laugh for later. Aisha just huffed her nose. Hearing that, don't worry, we're going to use the explosive on the way out of the dungeon. Aisha spoke with a confident voice. Nevertheless, Yuma couldn't help but doubt her statement. Aisha-san, despite what you say about using explosive, I have to tell you that I dropped my pickle in the 56th floor, and I can't use metallization anymore. Needless to say about blood ore. Despite hearing Yuma's worries, Aisha was unperturbed at all. Don't worry about that, Yuma-kun. Now gimme your rucksack. Why yes. Yuma's gave his explosive-filled rucksack to Aisha. Aisha then took out duct tape from her waist pouch, and stone that she could find nearby. Lastly, she took out the white tube from Yuma's rucksack, placed the stone that she picked up on the cap of the tube to act as a detonator, and taped them together with duct tape. What are you doing? We're about to be surrounded by monsters. Unable to understand the meaning behind Aisha's action, the president stood up to warn her while scanning their surroundings. In fact, there was already a rustling sound coming from the shade of the rock nearby. But Aisha didn't seem to be flustered at all. Kotaro, throw this in the opposite direction of our current position. Throw it as high as possible. The president received the handmade dynamite, furrowing his brows as he looked at the dangerous goods in his hand. What do you mean by throwing this? Just do it. You'll know the reason immediately. Okay, replied the president with a blunt voice, and then he threw the handmade dynamite. The tube spun in midair, and fell down headfirst from the stone that taped to the cap due to the stone's sheer weight. The moment the stone fell to the ground, it became the detonator that triggered the explosion. The monsters that approached Yuma and Seo turned around and ran toward the direction of the explosion. Now, run to the entrance. That moment, the president realized Aisha's intention and replied with a stuttered voice as everyone ran toward the stair to the upper floor. After that, they used more than 20 explosives on the way back. They literally slipped through the floor without having to fight the monsters inside, and when they arrived at the shallow floor, the president wielded his hexagonal staff to crush the incoming monsters. And then, as they climbed up from the first floor, they had finally returned to the area under SDF's management. Looking at the tattered state of Yuma and Seo as they climbed up from the dungeon, the SDF's personnel stationed in that place rushed in a hurry and carried them to the medical ward immediately. Yuma heaved a sigh of relief having survived such a tumultuous exploration day. The day after they returned from exploring the 56th floor of the Black Dungeon, Yuma woke up in his hotel room in Yokohama. He returned to his room yesterday night after receiving treatment from SDF's doctor in the medical ward. Though he didn't suffer from a big injury, when he discussed with the president whether they should take a break from today's exploration or not, Aisha intruded into their room. Okay, time to dive into the dungeon again. Unlike Yuma and the president, who was obviously still exhausted from yesterday's exploration, Aisha was the only one who was still as lively as before. Let us take a break, will ya? Ignoring the president's dumbfounded question, Aisha broke into the room and took Yuma out. Thus, the president and Yuma had no choice but to dive into the Black Dungeon again. Well then, let's start with ingesting the bloody ore that we acquired yesterday, Yuma-kun. Once they entered the first floor of the dungeon, Aisha gave Yuma 2 magic ore and a pet bottle. Are you sure about this? I mean, I'm starting to worry about my physical condition. I mean, that magic ore is. Don't worry, it'll be alright. You have no problem so far even after ingesting that magic ore, right? No need to worry about the side effects of the bloody ore as long as you use it in your metallization state. It's absolutely safe. Honestly speaking, Yuma felt that her persuasion was quite over the top, but Yuma also couldn't deny the fact that super strength and metallization was a match made in heaven. He knew that he could become stronger with this power. Thus, Yuma decided to eat the magic ore. He took the bloody ore, fully prepared to die, swallowed it and washed it down with water from a pet bottle. It took only a moment for him to feel the familiar heat spreading in his body. It seems I gained the ability. Okay, let's confirm immediately. Use your metallization. Oh okay. Yuma invoked his metallization. Naturally, it didn't mean that he had no worries at all, but first, let's start with the strange event that happened yesterday. The fact that the effect of bloody ore wore off in less than 3 minutes. Yuma nodded. He agreed with Aisha about that matter being so strange. The reason why Yuma and CO fell into such a predicament was that his super strength ability wore off faster than estimation. He completely forgot about that matter yesterday due to panic, but now that Aisha reminded him about that matter, it was indeed a huge, hidden problem. Indeed, it wore off faster than it was supposed to be, said the president, agreeing with Aisha too. The bloody ore basically enhanced your abilities by around 5 times. I couldn't say for sure since there is no way to measure it precisely. 5 times? That much, huh? But what we saw yesterday seems to be even stronger than that. That's why we're going to investigate that matter today. Yuma-kun, invoke your super strength and punch this rock wall. Why yes. Yuma invoked the bloody ore's ability. Thus, glowing red lines resembling that of blood veins appeared on the surface of his body. He felt that his body was overflowing with strength. Aisha took out a stopwatch from her pocket and pressed the switch. Yuma went all out and punched the rock wall. His fist sunk into the wall along with the thunderous sound of the crumbling wall. Done. Once again. Why yes. Yuma did the same punch again and again till 3 minutes had elapsed and he felt the sense of overflowing with strength left his body. Now invoke your super strength again, Yuma-kun. This time, punch the wall while focusing on increasing your strength more than before. Oh okay. Yuma invoked the bloody ore's ability again, focusing his mind as glowing blood veins red lines appeared on his skin. He recalled the time when they fought Vali yesterday. It was the moment when his concentration rose to its limit. When he tried to remember the feeling from back then, he remembered that at that moment, he put more power into his punch, more focus in his mind, a more complete body and mind unification. That moment, the glowing red lines on Yuma's skin intensified. This is it. Aisha's eyes opened wide as she raised delightful voice. At that moment, Yuma took a stance. He pulled his arms on his waist, stepped forward and transmitted his power from leg to waist, going up from waist to shoulders, from shoulder to arm, and lastly, as he felt torrent-like power in his arm, he spun his fist and nailed a punch into the wall. The impact and sound of this punch was incomparable to his previous punch. His punch literally pierced through the wall as if it was made from tofu. Cracks spread in all directions with his punching points as its starting line, and the wall finally crumbled down. The three of them could only look dumbfoundedly at such unworldly destructive power. Metal Slime, Mamizo. Chapter 77, Confirmation of the Current State. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Yuma couldn't help but mutter out such words. He was really happy to see that the power of his attack was beyond his imagination, and quite frightful at the same time. After that, they kept destroying the dungeon's wall to test his power. But then, the effect of his power ended in just 1 minute instead of 3 minutes. So that's really the case. What do you mean by that's really the case? Asked the president, who happened to overhear Aisha's mumbling. Aisha instructed Yuma to repeat the same thing as before, completely ignoring the president's question. Thus start the third vandalizing act of Yuma to the dungeon by destroying its wall with his enhanced super strength. In this test, Yuma's ability ceased after 1 minute too. What's the meaning of this, Aisha? Hearing the president's question, Aisha pondered for a while before a grin appeared on her face. It might be possible to regulate the output of the power. Output of what? Asked the president with a frown. When invoking the bloody ore, Yuma's base abilities increased by 5 times. That goes for his reaction speed too. But, when he increased the output even further, which showed by the brilliance of the red lines on his body, his abilities were enhanced even further. Considering the fact that the activation time got shortened to a third of the normal, let's say that his abilities are enhanced by 3 times in addition to the 5 times. Since there's no accurate measurement, his abilities should be increased by 15 times of his base abilities in his second stage of enhancement. 15 times? The president was really shocked, since that kind of enhancement was simply crossing the limit of humanity. Surely, no normal human body can handle that kind of output. Well then, we've already used up the activation time of Bloody Ore for today. Let's move on to the next test, Yuma-kun. Why yes. If my memories serve me right, you're using some sort of thorn to attack the Villas from yesterday, right? Tell me more about it. That's actually. Yuma explained to the president and Aisha about the combat tactic of the giant metal slime that he met a long time ago. I see. So its body created countless thorns and became something like a sea urchin when its defense mechanism activated. Or should I say, porcupine. Aisha was smiling delightfully as she spoke. It's truly interesting, Yuma-kun. Can you to show me that again? Sure. Yuma crouched on the ground and imagined a sea urchin or porcupine in his head, and then opened his eyes. That moment, countless thorns grew at once from his shoulder, back, and head. Aisha raised a voice of admiration as she looked at that spectacle. Wonderful. With the conjuring speed of these thorns, you can actually skewer any kind of monster that is charging at you. This is truly a killing move like counter skill. Yeah, maybe. The thorn's thin increased its penetration power even further. But it might not be enough to give a fatal wound to a bigger monster, or humongous monster. In that situation, Aisha was walking in a circle while muttering something on her own. She was already lost in her own world. Excuse me. Sorry, Yuma-kun. Let's set a goal for you after this. A goal? Yuma anxiously asked Aisha, who said such thing with ease. Let's dive into the 56th floor again to harvest another batch of Bloody Ore. The number we need this time should be 20. 20? What in the hell was that for? And just as expected, even the president was pissed off after hearing Aisha's remark. To capture an even deeper floor, of course. We can defeat normal monster much easily if we have that much Bloody Ore, right? Don't screw with me. Have you already forgotten what happened to us yesterday? Pipe down already, Kotaro. I understand more than you two, as I'm the weakest one among us. Then why did you suddenly tell us to get another 20 of that magic ore in that god-forsaken floor that almost killed all of us? That's why we need proper preparation this time. We won't do such reckless driving anymore. We will return in peace this time. What are you going to do then? Aisha ignored the enraged president and patted Yuma's shoulder with an impish smile on her face. First, let's understand our current situation. We ran out of explosives, and Yuma-kun dropped his pickle too. In exchange, we got 2 additional Bloody Ore and another way to utilize Yuma-kun's abilities. That's why I ask you, what are we going to do? The president asked with a rather irritated voice. I mean, the rest is depending on your skill, Kotaro. Me? Why is my name coming out of nowhere? I need you to train Yuma-kun in the next 1 week. Train him to the point that he can beat the Villas in the 56th floor with ease. Just 1 week? Yes. My contract with D-Minor is only for 1 month after all, and it ended exactly 1 week later. That's why I want to let him to show a result before that. That ain't gonna be that easy. Like hell he can become that strong in just 1 week. He can. Aisha was smiling fearlessly as she spoke. Think carefully. The Bloody Ore's ability is literally a physical reinforcement magic that raised his base strength, meaning that Yuma can become even more powerful simply by raising his physical strength. Not to mention that we're currently in the Black Dungeon. That's why I asked you why me? Seriously, you can't even understand such simple matter, said Aisha, heaved a deep sigh of amazement upon seeing the president asked with a sour look on his face. This place is a little haven to get the magic ore that enhances physical abilities. Even if the effects of each of them are insignificant, by consuming a lot of them, and combining with Yuma-kun's physical abilities, the result is simply unfathomable. And I don't have to worry about his combat prowess either, since there's a muscle brain like you who can teach him martial arts while looking out for him as his senior. Whose muscle brain? Foo-fa-foo. Well, if I see that the improvement after 1 week is below my expectation, I won't force you to do the impossible either. That's pretty good condition, right? Well, That's a good condition indeed, Boo. Then it's deal. Though he got the feeling that he had been dancing around on Aisha's palm, the schedule for the next week had already been decided. It'll be Hell's training with the president. Chapter 78, the beginning of Hell training. So that's the gist. Yuma, be prepared since the training starting from today going to be even tougher than before. Why yeah, I'm prepared, but where are we going to start from? Let's get out of the dungeon and return to our hotel first. We're leaving the dungeon? The president walked toward the entrance of the dungeon. When Yuma looked at Aisha, he saw her giggling behind them. Thus he concluded that the matter of his training was truly entrusted to the president. Thus Yuma chased after the president, and just like that, they left the dungeon. Once they returned to their hotel room, Yuma saw the president write something on the paper. Okay, done. What's that? Your training menu. We have no choice. We received the commission from Aisha and her next order is Hell training. Yuma received the paper from the president and read the content. The content as follow. 1 set of 100 push-up, 100 sit-up, 100 squat, 3 times a day. 2 morning and evening jogging, 5 kilos each. 3 2 hours of martial arts training every day. 4 daily combat training against monster from 20th until 30th floor. E-H. Are we really going to do all this in one day? When Yuma asked anxiously, the president nodded with an expression that said it was natural. Well, there's more depending on your condition, but this is enough for now. Be prepared. The training will get harder and harder though. Hearing that, color drained from Yuma's face. He started to wonder if he could survive until the end of the contract with Aisha. Thus began the Hell training. When Yuma was trying to adjust his disordered breathing after finishing 1 set of the Hell menu, the president brought something like punching mitt for martial arts from somewhere. Well then, let's go to the dungeon, Yuma. They left the dungeon immediately. Seeing the president's figure, Yuma had been wondering if it's just his imagination that the president seems to be enjoying this situation. Upon arriving on the first floor of the dungeon, the president's martial arts training began. Let's start with 1-2 punches. Punch this mitt. The president wore the punching mitts on his hands, ready to accept Yuma's punch. Thus Yuma had no choice but to punch the mitts like a boxer. But what the heck with that weak-ass punch? Come on, give me your best. That day, Yuma was forced to undergo more than 4 hours of martial arts training instead of the planned 2 hours, while enduring the shouting from the president which reminded him of a certain sergeant from Hell. In the end, when he was completely exhausted, he was dragged by the president. By the time they're on the way back to the hotel, Yuma, we shall return to the hotel after 5 kilometers of jogging to end the day. I'll run along with you. Hell was still looming over him. The next day was also another Hell training day. Once he was done with the muscle training and jogging, they moved on to martial arts training. Yuma raises his leg to step forward and delivers a right punch at the same time. Yes, that's one punch in Kempo. It's different from boxing or karate 2-punch. Is this something like the Kempo version of straight thrust? That's right. It has minimum pre-motion since its main goal is to strike faster than your enemy. After that, the president had also instructed Yuma to use a middle kick and low kick. In the afternoon, they went into the dungeon to hunt some monsters for Yuma's live combat training. Though his hunting efficiency dropped without the reliable pickle in his hands, he used the chance to use variety of weapons by using his liquid metal transformation. Yuma, let's go. In the 22nd floor of the dungeon, they fought an agile monster walking on 4 limbs. The monster's back was covered in a hard shell like that of an armadillo. Yuma in his metallization state stood before the monster, hoisting his left arm forward. Thus, his left arm wobbled like a jelly, changed its shape and then covered in another layer of liquid metal. His left arm that transformed into a gigantic axe had already been waiting above the monster. Thus, Yuma swung down the axe as the monster entered its range. It was a one-shot kill. His axe cleaved the hard shell of the monster as if it were made of tofu, almost without resistance. Red blood spilled from the cross-section of the dissected monster. Yeah, I'm starting to get used to this. Yuma, let's keep this pace. Yes, President. Thus, Yuma keeps defeating the incoming monster along with the president, finishing up with jogging on the way back to the hotel. By the time Yuma had arrived at the hotel, they were already running for more than 10 kilometers, thus completely exhausted. The next day, they did the usual muscle training and martial arts training under the president's coaching, and then called Aisha, asking her to give them her opinion about Yuma's metallization. The limit of liquid metal transformation ability, is it? Try a simple transformation for now. Understood. Yuma took his clothes into his body as the surface of his body became smooth. Such minute transformation is also possible, huh? Well, it's possible for minute transformation in accordance to image. I see. Maybe you can add armor for slight advantage. Armor, is it? Yuma followed Aisha's advice and imagined samurai's armor and western knight's armor. He imagined himself wearing armor on his limbs, and rugged armor on his chest. Lastly, he added a horned helmet on his head. Good job, that's quite intimidating for sure. Yeah, it looked like something geared for combat, said the president, apparently agreeing with Aisha. The elated Yuma transformed his armor even further. He added a spike on his fist to raise the destructive power of his punch, twisted the horns on his helmet and changed its angle to acute one. With that, his headbutt could literally kill his opponent. Naturally, he added a spike on his shoulder's armor. He also added a mask to cover his face. His current form was the very definition of metal armor form. When he looked at his own appearance in the reflection of the mirror in the room, he saw the figure of a grim warrior clad in black armor. He looks like the intimidating last boss from the Sentai series. Yes, not the Sentai side. It's the last boss of Sentai series, the big bad guy. And then, the sword on the back of his hands was also ready to be deployed at any moment. The silver lining of his current transformation was those swords. It looks very much like the extremely cool-looking hero weapon in the anime. Yuma was diving into the black dungeon again while thinking about such thing. Chapter 79. Silver Magic Aura and Growth. Yuma. Alright, I'm coming. After dodging the attack of the rock golem that came from above and closing in, Yuma, who had already transformed into his metal armor form, punched the golem right on its face. Thanks to the additional spike on his fist, he literally smashed the golem's head. Even the body of more than 2 meters of golem shook with his punch. But it refused to fall. Both of its hands gripped on Yuma's arms with vice grip. Yuma crouched down and pulled his arms. He stiffened his body. That moment, hundreds of long and sharp thorns grew from his back and his head, pierced through the golem's body. At that moment, the inorganic monster head looked like they're groaning in pain. Yuma retracted his thorns and returned his body to normal. The golem looked like it was trying to use one last all-out attack to ram their body on Yuma. But then, its body crumbled down in the middle, raising a cloud of dust. After the cloud of dust had settled, when they tried to go back on their feet, Yuma had already ridden on its back, raising his right arm and transforming it into a sword. He pushed his sword into the golem's throat, and used his weight to push it even further down. The golem's hands that tried to pull Yuma stopped moving. The next moment, the golem's body started to crumble, turning into black ashes. You did it, Yuma. The president rushed to Yuma. They were currently on the 36th floor. It was the place that gave them a hard time before and they could only pass by using Aisha's explosive. But now, the two of them could literally breeze through the floor without using explosives or super strength, and defeating the golem that gave them a hard time before with ease. The president was also really delighted seeing this result. Yuma, look, it dropped a magic ore. The same silver magic ore as before. This will raise physical strength. Not bad result, I think. Let's bring it back and show it to Aisha. She must be itching to examine this one. Yeah, the ashen golem that dropped silver is quite rare monster after all. Not to mention that the previous one got taken forcibly by you, President. Thus, they ended today's training and left the dungeon together. Naturally, by jogging. Another silver magic ore. That means you defeated that golem again, eh? After they returned to the hotel and showed the magic ore, Aisha took it from the president's hand with a beaming smile on her face. Well then, try to confirm the enhancement trait of this thing. Aisha left the room immediately to take the necessary measurement tool. Yuma and the president were smiling wryly upon seeing that fella always acting like a kid whenever it comes to the black dungeon. I've no idea what's so fun about it though. Agreed. 10 minutes later, Aisha had finally returned to the room along with measurement tools and some sort of mysterious machine. There's 3 measurements: physical strength, agility, and stamina. We can only perform simple examination since we're inside the room, but still much better than no data at all. The things she brought with her were hand dynamometer, back muscle strength measuring tool, and a huge running machine with PC installed on it. Let's start with physical strength. Try this. Yuma-kun understood. He put his strength into the grip of hand dynamometers as it is. Let's see. 48.5 ha. Next is back muscle strength. Yes. Yuma followed Aisha's instruction in using the back muscle strength measuring tool. Meanwhile, Aisha jotted down the result in her notebook. Next she booted the PC and started the measurement with a running machine. Please press this when the color of the circle has changed. Yuma frowned after seeing that game-like examination. Can we understand agility with this? It's to measure the speed of the transmission of electric signals from eyes to brain, and then brain to finger. Your impulse, or should I call it agility, can be measured by looking at the electric signal. But then, there's no way to measure it properly with equipment in this place. The examination for Yuma's impulse ended 5 minutes later. Aisha jotted down the result in her notebook. Lastly, stamina. Wear this device. What kind of device is this? He was standing before a measuring machine placed on the rack and running machine. It had an oxygen mask along with an oxygen tube attached on the side. This is for what they call gas exhalation analysis. Humans used oxygen to produce kinetic energy. The reason why our body takes oxygen is related to the stamina of our whole body, namely the length of time which we can use for exercise. This machine is an instrument to measure that. Yuma, who couldn't say anything since the instruments before him sounded like a big deal, then started to wear the necessary apparatus for the measurement. Before he started, he wore the oxygen mask and started running on top of the running machine. Forcing himself to keep running at full speed was the hardest exercise he did so far. The load gradually built up in his body. Only when it reached to a certain degree did the greatest amount of oxygen intake could be measured. Okay, that's enough. Yuma took off the oxygen mask as soon as he got Aisha's permission. He was holding on to the handlebar of the running machine, breathing heavily. Let's take a 1-hour break. Yuma-kun, eat silver magic ore during that time. Why yes, will do. Yuma did as instructed. He swallowed the silver magic ore, and then laid down on the bed to get some rest. Meanwhile, the president was smoking by the window while looking at Yuma, who was sprawled on the bed. That silver magic ore seems to be bigger than the one we got from before. Are you sure it'll have the same effect? Aisha, who happily recorded the measurement result while tinkering with the machine on the rack, nodded lightly. Well, maybe. Basically, the effect should be the same as long as they're the same mineral and have the same weight. That should be common sense. Foo-fa-foo. The president heaved the cigarette smoke outside the window while looking at Aisha, ghastly laughing. Chapter 80, Additional Weight. Well, the break is over. Let's start the examination again. Thus, Yuma repeated the same physical strength measurement again. In accordance with Aisha's instruction, the measurement ended around 30 minutes later as she got all the data she needed. How's the result? Aisha replied to the president's question with a satisfied smirk on her face. Physical strength rose by 8%, agility by 6%, and stamina by 5%. The heck, it's even less than I expected. The silver magic cow from before raising his ability by around 10%, right? Nope, this is already good enough, Kotaro. This result had proven my previous hypothesis. What hypothesis? The president frowned as he asked. It's well known that magic ore strengthens physical strength, but there's no details about how much it strengthens one's body. There's two controversy in this regard, one insisting on multiplication, the other insisting on addition. Addition? Multiplication? Hearing Yuma unintentionally mutter those questions, Aisha then started to explain with a beaming smile on her face. Just as I've told you before, this physical strength reinforcement is another type of magic. That ability will be invoked passively inside the dungeon. Oops, Yuma-kun has invoked it even above the ground. Aisha continued on as she let out a chuckle. Now it comes to the calculation method of physical reinforcement. It's been a debate among many researchers whether the increase is by percentage or by plus dot. No one know the answer of this problem yet. I see now. But Yuma-kun, thanks to you I might just get the data I need to know to find the answer. Me? Yuma was quite bewildered when the topic suddenly shifted to him. I knew from the current measurement that there's a chance for the effect of the magic ore to be weakened after the first use. Do you know why that happened, Yuma-kun? Even if you ask me that question. Yuma was racking his brain trying to find the answer. Alas, it was futile. It's actually a simple addition problem when consuming the same type of magic ore. For example, Supposing that your base strength is 100, the increase of 10% will raise your base strength to 110. If you consume the same Magikarp for the second time, the result will be 121, but this is the result of using 110 as the base for the second one. Now if we're using addition, it should be 10% plus 10%, meaning 20% added together to base strength of 100, resulting in 120. In short, the difference came out when there's two different results, 120 and 121. Now we come to my conclusion. I think the increased rate for base strength in case it's the same type of Magikarp is multiplication of base strength added up. First case, for the different type of Magikarp, it's multiplication for each second case. Do you understand now? Nope, it's too hard for me. Yuma replied that while looking at the day after tomorrow, the president on the other hand was looking at the scenery outside of the window, clearly not interested in this topic. In short, thanks to you that I can finally get the data to prove my thesis, and publish it. I'm happy to be able to contribute. Yuma, who felt his brain was about to be fried due to the stream of unknown jargon, gave such a perfunctory reply. Well, enough about difficult topics. Yuma-kun, there's something that I've been wondering about. What is it? Please wait a minute. Aisha ignored the bewildered Yuma and brought a weight scale from inside his room. A smile bloomed on her face as she placed the weight scale right in front of Yuma. Can I measure your weight? Yes, sure. Yuma stepped on the weight scale. The result came out immediately on the screen. 61.2 kilograms. Aisha recorded the result in her notebook. Next, use your metallization. Oh, okay. Though Yuma had no idea what Aisha trying to do, he invoked his metallization, and used liquid metal transformation to transform even further. Aisha letting out a voice of admiration upon seeing his grim-looking transformed figure. As expected, I can feel the pressure when looking at you from this distance. Then try to measure your weight again in that form. Yes. Yuma stepped on the scale in his metal armor state. I see, 83 kilograms. The president almost couldn't believe his ears hearing Aisha's remark. 83 kilograms. Are you telling me that his weight is increasing? Yes. Yuma-kun's body after he equipped his metal armor looked one size bigger after all. That's why I'm wondering if it's affecting his weight too. What's the meaning of this? Are you telling me that Magikarp can do something like that? The president asked Aisha while looking at Yuma. No, it's normally impossible. Yes, normally, that's it. After saying such a profound remark, Aisha nodded on her own while muttering, I see now, so that's the case. Well then, Aisha looked at the president. There was a sharp glint in her eyes. Today is the promised week. Kotaro, let me hear the result of your training. Can Yuma-kun dive until the 56th floor and secure around 20 Magikarp? Hearing that question, the president extinguished the cigarettes in his hand with his portable ashtray, and puffed the smoke outside of the window. Well, the 1 week training period is too short for a seeker to get that much abilities, even considering the option of refusing your request. But turned out the result is outside of your expectation, right? Aisha asked with a huge grin on her face. I can guarantee that the current Yuma-kun can easily accomplish that request. It's decided. Aisha looked at Yuma. Tomorrow, we're going to dive into the 56th floor to get 20 blood ore. Let's set an additional goal to dive even further down if we have leeway to do so. Is that fine with you? Understood. Ain't have any other choice but to do that, eh? Aisha nodded in satisfaction hearing Yuma and the president's reply. And then come the next day. The three of Yuma, the president, and Aisha stood in the 56th floor of the Black Dungeon. Chapter 81. Steel Iron Monster vs Steel Warrior. Yuma was hiding in the shade of a rock amidst the loitering Villis, a monster with a steel-like body. We somehow managed to go this far, the president muttered while looking at the monsters around the area, tapping the shaft of his hexagonal staff on his shoulder. Yuma nodded in agreement hearing the president's remark. Right. Furthermore, I still have 40 minutes left for my metallization, and since I have yet to use the power of blood ore, we still have some leeway. Yuma, it's time to go all out. Go and defeat those monkeys. Leave the retrieval of the dropped Magikarp to me. Remember, your only duty is to defeat all of those monsters, so leave the rest to me. Understood? Seeing Yuma readied himself, Aisha also opened her lips. Use your super strength if you feel the need for it. Don't worry, We can prolong the activation time with the newly retrieved magic ore. Our goal is to get 20 of them now. Yes. Yuma leapt from their hiding place. He invoked his metallization as he ran toward the monsters, turning his body into metal armor. By the time he did that, the several nearby Vilis finally noticed Yuma's presence. The monsters then rushed toward the direction of the uninvited invader. Come and take this strike. Yuma took a stance. He invoked the ability of Blood Yor, making glowing, red-colored blood vessel-like lines appear on his skin, and unleashed a straight thrust right on the face of the incoming Vali. His fist nailed straight on Vali's steel-like body, sending the latter flying back before it fell on the ground, rolling a few times, and finally stopped unconscious. Another two Valis who were behind the first didn't stop their advance as they kept rushing at him. Seeing that, Yuma crouches down with his hands on the ground. When his muscle tensed, countless long and sharp thorns unleashed from his head, shoulder, arms, and back. The two Valis couldn't dodge the thorns that came in a flash, and got skewered by dozens of them. When Yuma relaxed his muscle, the thorns pulled out from the Valis and returned his body to black armor figure. The Valis who just got skewered was staggering. But Yuma didn't waste such an opening. He nailed a kick on the frontmost Vali. That kick sent the said Vali flying, only stopping after it was planted into the rock wall. Yuma adjusted his stance again, pulling his fist on his waist. The monster who stood before him was already drenched in their own blood. He stepped forward, transmitting his force from leg to waist, from waist to shoulder, shoulder to arm. It was the reproduction of a basic martial arts move that he learnt from the president. It was a perfect straight thrust that utilized the muscle in his body, but the Vali managed to raise their arm to block the punch. Nevertheless, Yuma's punch broke through Vali's guard, and sent the latter flying behind in a straight line. The poor Vali landed on the ground while raising a roar. He managed to incapacitate three Valis in less than 10 seconds. Good, it's connected. My power, it feels like I can wield it as I imagined. Yuma, don't let your guard down. Those guys are still alive. Sure enough, the Valis had yet to become sand. Yuma approached the closest fallen Vali to finish them off while marveling about the other party's toughness. The Vali with a broken right hand barely managed to stand on its own. It raised a bestial roar and rushed toward Yuma again. Yuma parried the incoming left fist, stepping into Vali's bosom, and unleashed a storm of punches. Face, chest, flank. He could feel that his punches caused a lot of damage. Those punches caused the Vali to stagger. Yuma didn't let go of the chance and pursued the staggered Vali. He transformed his right hand into a sword and pointed the tip on the monster. The red, glowing lines on his body shine even brighter. His all-out stabbing attack pierced through the steel monster. The Vali had finally raised a death wail as the sword pierced its chest. The monster hung their head down as their body turned into sand. I did it. Yuma came to the point where he could freely adjust the output of Blood Yor. Yuma felt that this power could become his trump card during the critical moment to turn the table against powerful monsters. First one down. There's two left. After finishing off the first Vali, he approached the other Vali, still with the transformed sword hand. But then, the other Valis inside the cave had already come down from the cliff due to the previous commotion. He was soon surrounded by more than 10 Valis. Damn it, he had no time to defeat each one of them. Yuma clicked his tongue, wondering if there was a way for him to defeat Vali in a single strike. He was looking for an opening to launch a counter while dodging the incoming attacks from the Valis. Damn it, there are too many of the moment Yuma frowned. Something at the edge of his field of vision caught his attention. It was the pickle that he dropped under the cliff. That sight Yuma slipped through from beneath Vali's arms. He ran until below the cliff and picked his reliable partner, the pickle. He turned around facing the incoming Valis as he felt the comfortable handle of his Olay partner. At this point, his mastery of liquid metal transformation was much better than before. That's why he held the pickle aloof in front of him. The liquid metal was flowing from his hand, enveloping the pickle, gathered on its tip. It then transformed into a giant hammer. The pick part's angle became steeper. The blade part transformed into surface area that could be used to smash his foes. It's a hammer, commercial one. Yuma swung down the transformed head of his pickle to smash the head of the incoming Vali. The pick easily pierced through the metal head of Vali, killing them in one strike. He used the head part of the hammer to hit the flank of the two incoming Valis. The two Valis sent flying, only stopped after crashing into the rock wall. He raised his pickle overhead, swinging its blade down to the head of another Vali who managed to barely dodge the blow with backstep. Yuma's blow smashed the Vali's head along with their body. Another one-turn kill. Hell yeah. Yuma revealed a smile as his reliable partner returned in his hand. Chapter 82, War God. Fighting against the Valis from four sides, Yuma swung his pickle to the side, spinning around like a tornado by using the centrifugal force of the pickle with him as the center. When he reached the maximum turning speed, he released his hands from the pickle. The giant hammer flew at terrifying speed, striking the Vali right on their face. The poor Vali raised a death throes before turning into black sand. There was a string formed from liquid metal clung on the handle of the pickle. When Yuma pulled that string, the pickle returned to his hand. He then turned around and brandished the pickle to the side, toward the Vali that came from behind. The sharp pick pierced Vali's metal abdomen as if it were made from tofu. The monster turned into black sand as it raised a death throes. When he was about to unleash another deathly blow, one of the Valis grabbed the handle of his pickle. The pickle refused to move since its handle was grabbed by a strong arm. The other Valis rushed at once when he was still trying to release his pickle from the hand of the Vali that grabbed its handle. Fuckoff. Yuma unleashed the maximum power of Blood Yor, making the skin of his body covered by numerous brilliant, red lines. He unleashed a left hook on that Vali's face. The monster was blown backward as it vomited blood, yet the hand wouldn't let go of his pickle. Yuma then released his hands from the pickle, and then unleashed his transformed sword hand. He didn't waste any second and pierced that Vali's chest with his sword. Though that Vali had already been vomiting blood like crazy, stabbing a sword into their chest alone was far from enough to kill them. Another Vali was about to grab him from behind. Yuma pulled his sword out and shook the Vali's hand with a backhand chop. He raised his right-hand sword overhead, and swung it down toward the Vali. The Vali raised their arm, trying to block his sword. Alas, Yuma's sword was thrust into their arms with ease. But then, it resulted in his sword locked into the Vali's arms. While Yuma was trying to pull his sword in hurry, the other Valis around him was rushing one after another. Yuma went all out and pushed his sword. The moment he managed to slice off the Vali's arms, he nailed a powerful kick on the abdomen of the monster that was wailing in pain. The Vali fell to the ground as it turned into black sand. When he turned around, his pickle had already dropped beneath the feet of the incoming Valis. Yuma stretched his 3 fingers like a thorn, and intertwined it around the pickle. Thus the pickle returned with a snap of his wrist. He grabbed the handle of his pickle, and swung its hammerhead toward the incoming Valis. The feeling of crushing Vali's steel-like body, bones, and internal organs were transmitted to his hands. The monster fell to the ground in prostrated position, and turned into black sand. The moment he thought "I did it," the bright red glow on his skin vanished. It was a timeout. He had used up the entire 3 minutes of Blood Yor's ability. Yuma's face frowned seeing that there was a lot of Valis left, but, Yuma, over here. The president, whose job was to retrieve the fallen Magicow from the place where the Vali died, then called out to Yuma. Yuma ran toward the president while trying to hinder the incoming Valis. "I'll try to buy some time. Use those moments to digest these Magicow." After Yuma received 7 Blood Yors from the president, the latter then ran toward the Valis who came after Yuma while raising his hexagonal staff. "Come here, ye oversized monkeys. Your opponent is me." 4 Valis stretched their hand toward the president. The president parried their incoming hands, and then poured his water element magical power into his hexagonal staff. He wields his glowing blue-colored staff to land swift strikes on Vali's hand and abdomen. His strikes send a spray of water. Thanks to the president's showy display of skill, the Valis finally moved their attention from Yuma. Now Yuma opened his mouth, which had already transformed into an alien-like creature due to metallization, and swallowed the 7 Blood Yors in one go. It was something that he realized a while ago, the fact that he could even transform his original body during metallization thanks to liquid metal transformation. They had already done the experiment before to see if he could digest Magicow in his metallization state, and the result was positive. After he swallowed the ores, he felt his abdomen become increasingly hot, meaning that his body could take in the additional bloody ores. He snapped out immediately, and when he looked around, he saw the president had already been surrounded by Vilis. Yuma clenched his fist. Red lines started to appear on his skin again. Then he ran off with his all to save the president. Damn it. These Fukas are too damn tough. President Kanzaki swung his hexagonal staff to keep the Vilis at bay. Even though his weapon was an enchanted weapon which allowed him to use water magic, it couldn't even leave a scratch on Vilis' skin. Kanzaki was sweating profusely from his face and forehead since his foes were simply too tough. Yuma had actually fought against this kind of monster in close combat. These guys are definitely not the type that should be fought in close combat. As the president was getting more and more cornered, something suddenly approached from behind the Vilis at breakneck speed. In the dim cave, it looks like a flash of red lightning. President Yuma didn't waste his time and brought down his hammer of judgment to strike the back of the Vali. It is then followed by a deafening sound. The Vali crushed under the hammer and turned into black sand. Yuma twisted his body immediately and swung his hammer toward another Vali. The monster blasted into the rock wall, and turned into black sand. When another Vali rushed in, he swung up his pickle from below. The sharp edge of the pickle pierced right into the Vali's jaw, sent their body flying in midair before it crash-landed again due to gravity. This strike was another instant kill. Everything happens in the span of 5 seconds. When Kanzaki was looking at those spectacles dumbfoundedly, "President, leave them to me." "You immediately retreat first to a safe place." "You understood." Kanzaki passed by Yuma's side, and returned to where Aisha was hiding. The Yuma that he saw in the following battle was the very definition of a war god. He knew that Yuma didn't need his assistance anymore. Reason being the current Yuma was too overpowered. Chapter 83, Limiter. Yuma kept fighting the crowd of the list till he defeated 20 of them. "Anyhow, we defeated 20 of them. What are we going to do next?" "I can defeat more of them if you want to get more bloody ores from them." Aisha shook her head hearing Yuma's question. "No, that'll be enough." "With this, we got a total of 23 bloody ores. We don't need more than this." "Why though?" "It'll be much better if we have more of it, right?" The president returned with the retrieved magic ores. Aisha was smiling lightly as she heard the president's question. "Think carefully. Bloody ores ability can't be used without metallization. The duration of Yuma-kun's metallization is 5 minutes, for grand total of 1 hour and 10 minutes per day. In this regard, the bloody ore gave power up and shortened his metallization ability to a total of 3 minutes in normal state. Eating 23 of them would prolong the effect of bloody ore for 1 hour and 9 minutes. It's barely reached the limit time for metallization. You're right. Though the time for bloody ore's effect got shortened when he increased the output, this is just to be on the safe side. Yuma-kun's safety is our absolute priority after all. Hearing that, Yuma couldn't help but nod in understanding too. Surely, most of his opponents would die if he could use his super strength almost the entire time he transformed. Their party decided to descend even further down. Black Dungeon, 78th floor. Oi, are you kidding me? That thing really did exist. Standing before them was a giant rock golem that they had never seen before. Yuma and Seo could only look at them from the shade of rock with a dumbfounded look on their face. "Yup. Like hell I can fight that thing." Yuma grumbled and the president nodded in agreement. But, it was only huge in size, its movement itself was really slow. Slipping right under its feet to go to the lower floor was possible. Maybe because they had already dived into such a deep floor, and facing such a huge obstacle they had the choice to go back to the surface. In the end, the final decision was left to Aisha. Aisha crossed her arms, her eyes shut close as she pondered about the option, and then, she opened her eyes a while later after making a decision. "Okay, beat that golem." "Huh?" Her answer was the non-existent third choice. Both Yuma and the president went frigid after hearing such an unexpected decision. "This is the first time I saw such a splendid rock golem." And ash brown one on top of that. It might have dropped silver magic ore, bigger than previous one on top of that. Hearing that, Yuma started to ask himself if the woman before him was good in the head. The opponent this time was a rock giant around 10 meters tall after all. He wouldn't be able to win against such a foe even with bloody ore. "That's asking too much, Aisha-san." "A monster of that class can only be defeated by the explorer with powerful magic." "Indeed." "What if something happened to Yuma?" "We either ignored it and went down to the lower floor, or goes back to the surface. Despite the duo's opposition, Aisha waited for a while before giving her opinion. It'll be alright. You have what it takes to beat that kind of monster. Eh? Do I really have that kind of power? Aisha tapped Yuma's shoulder as she smiled. Listen to me, Yuma-kun. Humans have this so-called physical limiter. Physical limiter? Yes, as the saying goes, a great power during dangerous situation. Hearing that, the president suddenly cut in. Hey, don't screw with me. Do you think I'm going to allow Yuma to fight such a monster? I'm not joking here. In the first place, a great power during dangerous situation has already been proved by science. When humans unleash their full potential, they can unleash 5 to 10 times their average strength. 10 times? Yeah, but unleashing such power will break their body, similar to how the bloody ore works. That's why our brain put limit on our physical body. Aisha smiled as she continued on. But the same can't be said for your body, Yuma-kun. Your metal body can withstand the effect of bloody ore. In short, there's no problem even if you release the physical limiter of your body in your transformed form. Yuma gasped upon hearing that. It was true that his body wouldn't break during metallization. Yuma-kun, you in the future can tap into a power closer to bloody ore without having to rely on them. That's just how awesome your metallization ability is. But still, what should I do to remove my limiter? The problem lies in your mind. All you need to do is trust your abilities. And the other main problem is related to our living environment. Our living environment? Yes. Humans can exhibit a power beyond their limit once they're backed into the corner. That's why, Yuma-kun, try to defeat them without relying on your pickle. Eh? Oi, that's going too far. The president tried to stop her with worrying look on his face, but then can you think of the other way to remove his limiter, Kotaro? Like hell I can think of something like that. I mean, fighting against a golem with hands is suicidal. Aisha turned her face away from the president, apparently sulking. Let me ask you then, Yuma-kun, are you willing to try this method? You can escape if the situation gets dangerous. No need to worry since the opponent is a slow-moving golem. Personally, I think you can become even stronger by doing this, but then Yuma was pondering for a while. He might become even stronger if he could remove his limiter, and strength was an absolute requirement for a successful seeker. Aisha simply wants to do research, but getting myself involved in her seemingly crazy research doesn't seem too bad either, thought Yuma as he looked at Aisha. I understand. Let's try then. Yoshua. Chapter 84, Break the Limit. Yuma transformed into his metal armor form, came out from the hiding place and walked until he arrived right below the golem. Are you really sure about this, Yuma? I'll escape directly if I think it's beyond my ability, said Yuma before he turned around and walked toward the golem again. Yuma stopped his feet as he entered the floor. Standing before him was a giant golem whose entire body was made of rock. It had thick limbs and a human-like face. Its presence alone was sending a pricking sensation on his steel-like skin. It might be the most powerful monster he fought until now. Yuma adjusted his breathing, glaring at the powerful monster before him. The golem had also noticed Yuma's presence, its giant body moving ever slowly toward the tiny opponent. Its every single step was accompanied by tremendous tremor. The golem raised its arm as if trying to flatten Yuma. I can dodge such slow attacks, but doing that won't help me to unlock my limiter. Since that's the case, the only way is a frontal clash. Seeing the megaton punch coming from above, Yuma had already been waiting on the ground with his bloody ore ability activated. If he could release his limiter here, his punch should be able to overpower the golem's punch. Yuma, who believed in that, used straight thrusts without a shred of hesitation. It was his current, most powerful attack. Yuma's maximum straight thrust versus golem's punch. The collision between the two fists shook the entire floor. Did he do it? The president looked at the front where the collision happened with his eyes wide open. That place was rising a cloud of dust mixed with rock splinters. The one who got blown away was Yuma. His entire body sunk into the rock wall, and seemingly passed out due to shock. Yuma. The president came out from the rock and rushed toward Yuma. Or Yuma, hang in there all right? The president shook Yuma's body hard, and that jolt apparently woke the latter. Ha! That's a shock. Did I lost? This idiot. Don't do something suicidal like that. Though Yuma could stand on his own immediately since he was literally unscathed, it didn't change the fact that he still couldn't withstand the punch from the golem. So I really can't overpower it, huh? The moment he felt that way, Aisha, who came with the president, pointed at the golem. Take a look, Yuma-kun. That golem right hand. Upon a closer look, the golem's right fist was cracked, and the fragment crumbled down. Does that mean my straight thrust working? Yes, Yuma-kun. Your power is working. You can beat that golem as long as you tap even more strength. Yuma then looked at his hands. Despite saying unlocking a physical limiter, it isn't always a good thing. Nevertheless, he felt like he finally grasped the key. Yuma ultimately decided to try one more time. Yuma, that's enough. A bit more, President. Let me try for a bit more. Yuma waved his hand to stop the president, and walked toward the golem again. The rock golem, who saw Yuma again, raised the thick arm again. It took a step with its left foot, and swung down its left hand. Yuma didn't try to dodge this attack either. He took another straight thrust stance, and unleashed another punch. Their clash shook the entire floor again. It created another cloud of dust, sending splinters of rock. Yuma got blown back again, crashed against the wall, and fell down. The golem was standing still as if Yuma's punch was nothing more than a mosquito's bite. Not in Og. I'm still no match for that guy. But I grasped something from that. Just a bit more. Yuma walked toward the golem again, and readied his stance for the third time. The golem eye sockets were glowing even brighter. Their glowing red eyes were locked on Yuma before raising its arms. The puny creature kept coming no matter how many times he got beaten down. The golem's intention was transmitted to him. Yuma adjusted his stance again, the straight thrust stance. He felt his blood rise into his head along with some sort of mysterious heat. He felt something like billowing rage came up from the depth of his body. This time for sure. What a nice feeling. Aisha, who saw the battle from afar, muttered so. The president sent a dubious look on her upon hearing her remark. The hell you're talking about? Stop saying random stuff like that. Yuma-kun entered an excited state. It's much easier to release physical limiter when human brain excreted a lot of adrenaline. Seriously? What happens next depends on him. If my guess is right, we're going to see something really interesting once he released all of his physical limiter. Aisha was grinning happily as she spoke. The huge fist that cut the air and caused a shockwave was fast approaching me. I kept thinking about smashing that fist as I readied my stance. My left feet stepped forward. My step crushed the ground beneath me, dug my feet into the ground. The red lines on my whole body are glowing even brighter than before. Thus, the golem's right strike clashed with Yuma's right straight thrust. Hot steam released from Yuma's body. Fist versus fist. The clash between the two fists shook the entire floor again. Its shockwave caused a storm. Both Aisha and the president, who were watching from afar, were dumbfounded. The reason being Yuma, who got sent flying in the previous clashes, now remained standing with his right fist punched forward. Upon a closer look, the golem had also stood still with its fist punched down. Not enough, eh? That was what Yuma thought before his ears caught a loud cracking sound. The crack running from the golem's fist to its body. The crack ran from the fist all the way until its shoulder. And then, the golem arm was smashed apart along with the sound of rock breaking. Chapter 85, Giant Killing. Seeing that his attack did affect the golem, Yuma didn't stop with just that attack. He ran straight toward the golem's left foot, and since Yuma was moving so fast, the golem couldn't react in time. This time, his left straight thrust nailed into the golem's pillar-like left leg. An earth-shattering sound resounded. Cracks then formed on the leg of the golem. Seeing the monster staggered backward, Yuma was crouching down and ran to chase the golem. The ground beneath his feet exploded as Yuma jumped with his all, turning into a steel bullet chasing after the golem. The next moment, the golem's chin exploded. The horns of his helmet smashed into the golem's chin, and the golem, who couldn't withstand the kinetic force of Yuma's headbutt, staggered even further. Yuma, who just connected 3 combo attacks in one breath, then fell to the ground, glaring at his foe. Man, that looks badass for sure. That stupidly huge golem doesn't even hold a candle against him. The president, who looked at the fight from afar, said so to Aisha. Aisha nodded in agreement with a daring smile on her face. Surely, he seems to be really powerful, but he has yet to fully release his limiter. The result of him unleashing 100% of his full potential isn't just like this. Are you kidding me? He has yet to unleash his full potential? The president looked at Yuma with a dumbfounded look on his face. Yuma then ran toward the opposite direction of the staggered golem, taking a distance from the golem. "What are you doing?" "That's a golden chance to take down that monster." Different from the bewildered president, Aisha was grinning happily. "You seem to be pleased by that." After taking enough distance, Yuma sprinted toward the golem again at breakneck speed and then jumped into the abdomen of the golem. He curled his body in midair and struck as his curled-up body spun at high speed. Due to liquid metal transformation melting, he changed his body into a metal ball with numerous long and sharp thorns. The next moment, the metal ball collided with the golem, which was then followed by an earth-shaking sound. That collision broke the golem's solar plexus, sending rock splinters scattered in the surrounding area. The giant golem lost its balance and fell to its back. It sent clouds of dust in the air along with a tremor that shook the entire floor. The metal ball that struck the golem's chest melted again and then turned back to a humanoid figure clad in armor. Yuma landed on the ground, still spinning as he did. "Udidit, Yuma. That's really badass." Even the president was dumbfounded seeing how Yuma transformed his body for the last attack. Aisha also nodded in admiration. "Fufu, he is finally starting to utilize his abilities to their full potential." To think such a method exists. Yuma then ran again toward the body of the fallen golem. He unleashed his transformed sword hand and pierced the golem's broken chest. The sword stabbed so effortlessly into the golem's broken chest, causing the cracks on the chest to spread even further. The golem then stopped moving after its core had been destroyed. According to his experience, the golem's core is located in the chest, or head. That's why this time, he tried to destroy both of those points with his all but. Yuma's body suddenly got caught by the golem's left hand. The golem's left hand grabbed Yuma in vice grip, as if it didn't wish to let him go. Yuma's metallic body made a creaking sound. Yuma then clenched his fists. The next moment, he raised a war cry and unleashed countless black sharp objects from his body. He didn't unleash Thorn this time. He unleashed sword which held more destructive power than Thorn. The moment that sword stabbed into the golem's hand, the grip on Yuma finally got loosened. Yuma's body transformed into a gelatinous substance again with liquid metal transformation and escaped from the golem's hand. After he returned to his humanoid form, he ran straight toward the golem's face. Since the core isn't in the chest, it must be in the head. Yuma combined his hands together and raised his arm. His hands then turned into a single, huge metal ball. The metal ball transformed again into a giant axe. He brandished the axe into the golem's head, splitting the golem's head in half. The giant axe went down until below the neck of the golem. That last attack caused the cracks to run all over the golem's body. Nevertheless, the golem didn't die. The golem still tried to grab Yuma with its left hand. Yuma swung his axe again without even turning around to see the incoming hand. The golem's hand got sliced off from the wrist, spun in midair, and fell to the ground. Yuma focused his attention on the golem again and raised his axe overhead. The bloody ore's red, blood vessel-like line on his body glowed even brighter. Yuma felt his body was overflowing with power along with his temperature. "Now, this is my maximum power." The giant axe sliced the golem's chest as if it was nothing more than tofu. The power behind his attack shook the entire floor. Maybe because the golem's core was located around the chest, or maybe because the damage had already surpassed critical level, the golem had finally stopped moving. Its huge body crumbled down one by one, turning into black sand. Huff, huff. "I did it." Yuma, whose arms returned to normal, stood on top of the pile of sand, looking silently at the scattered sand. He was spent, and it was just the right time to cancel metallization as it was on cooldown. Yuma, the president and Aisha, who was hiding behind the rock, rushed at him. "You did it." "How's your body?" Yuma started to look at his body after hearing the president's remark, but, apart from exhaustion, he found no abnormalities in his body. "I'm all right." Aisha was smiling happily upon hearing that. "You managed to utilize your abilities at your will. I have nothing but admiration for that." "Aisha-san, did I manage to fully release my limiter?" "Not yet. You have yet to tap your full potential. You managed to unleash a greater power than usual, but it's still a far cry from your full potential." "I see. That sounds tough for sure." Yuma scratched his cheek as he revealed a wry smile. "But then, you've been training to increase the basic strength of your body. Not to mention that you consumed the iron, copper, and silver magic ore which increase your basic stats. There's also a 15 times increase in physical strength with blood ore, the super strength. The time it twice if we include your strength after cancelling the limiter of your physical strength. In total, you might have shown a power akin to 30 times normal. In short, you're a Superman. So it's working in that way. Well, adjusting the output is the main problem, but it shouldn't be a big deal as long as you keep your training. That's why it's for the best for you to continue your daily training with Kotaro. Yes, I understand. Okay, leave it to me. That's a relief, said the president as he patted Yuma's head. Aisha then looked at the black sands left by the golem. That's. Aisha squatted down and took out something buried inside the sand with great care. It was magic ore of silver, which size was incomparably bigger than before. Chapter 86, Final Day of Contract. Yuma-kun, Kotaro, take a look at this magic ore. Aisha happily showed the magic ore in her hands to Yuma and the president. Wow, that's huge. Several times bigger than the one I ate before. Both the president and Yuma was marveled at the size of the silver magic ore. Though there was no way to measure its exact size, it should be around 5 times bigger than the last one. The effect should be 5 times of the last one too. The president shook his head, smiling wryly as he saw Aisha speaking merrily like that. Anyhow, that should be enough for today. Time to go back. You're right. This is great harvest indeed. Since Aisha agreed with his proposal, they decided to go back. That night, in the room used by Yuma and the president. I'm so tired. Yuma, are you sure that there's nothing wrong with your body? The president, who was sprawled face up on his bed, asked that question to Yuma, who was already burying himself into the pillow in the bed next to his. Yes, I'm really exhausted though. Reggie. Properly speaking, they should be training around this time before taking a bath, but both of them were too exhausted to even think about doing that. What are we going to do for the next day, President? Are we going to dive into the dungeon again? Tomorrow is the last day of our contract. I don't think we're going to dive again tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule should be the detailed examination of that silver magic ore, right? That would be the last of our job. I see. We've been working like slaves. That's why I want her to spare us from more work tomorrow. Thus, both Yuma and the president fell asleep. Both of the exhausted men slept like a rock. They even forgot to turn off the light. That time, they had yet to realize a certain fact, namely the abnormality of the mad scientist called Aisha Kisaragi. Well then, Yuma-kun, try to eat the silver magic cow from yesterday. Okay. Are you sure that we only did such simple examination? When Aisha came the first thing in the morning, she told Yuma to eat the magic ore after extremely simple physical strength measurement. Thus, Yuma and the president were looking at each other with a dubious look on their faces. I thought we're going to visit research laboratory for detailed measurement though. Aisha smiled lightly as she heard Yuma's question and the president's remark. Well, we have no time for that. My contract with D-Minor ended by tomorrow after all. That's why I'm in hurry. In hurry? Both Yuma and the president became even more bewildered upon hearing such unexpected remarks. That matter aside, you should eat the silver magic ore. There you go. Aisha gave a cup of water and the magic ore to Yuma. Why yes, said Yuma as he took the magic ore, taking a glance curiously at Aisha at the same time. The latter was obviously looking at the former with glowing eyes, like that of a child when they saw their favorite hero appear in a Sunday morning program for the kids. Are you sure I can handle this with my mana index? My meager mana index of 200 might be gone for good once I ate this. It'll be okay. Yuma-kun, your mana index should have been raised to another 300 after all those diving sessions. I can tell you that you've been growing. Really? We never measure my mana index in the last month. Never once did they measure Yuma's mana index with a mana measuring tool after they started diving into the Black Dungeon. That's why Yuma himself had no idea about the growth of his mana index. No need for that. Even without a mana measuring tool, I've memorized all the mana indexes of magic ore and monster. In short, all record of your growth, how much you've been dying your mana, and how much you have left. Aisha said so while tapping her finger on her head. The silver magic ore of this size only has 200 mana index, and the sum of mana index of all magic ore consumed by you until now is around 200. Since the total amount of your mana index is around 500, you still have 100 mana index left after consuming this silver. I see, but still, I want to use magic too, so I won't dye my mana anymore for now. Seeing a begrudging look Yuma's expression, Aisha shook her head in disappointment. Yuma-kun, you have to become strong first before you can raise your mana index. To become a top explorer, you can't be stingy in dyeing your mana index. In your case, the shortcut to become stronger is by strengthening your physical abilities with magic ore. That's why you have to become stronger first. In this way, the rest can wait for later. Aisha urged Yuma to swallow the magic ore with a smile on her face. Yuma then realized that what Aisha said did make sense. In fact, Yuma wanted to consume a magic gem, but he had no choice but to endure it for now. Thus, Yuma swallowed the magic ore. Oi, Aisha, are you serious about what you said just now? Is that silver magic ore's mana index only 200? Are you sure that the total mana index of all the magic ore he ate in the last 1 month, only 200? Kanzaki whispered to Aisha while Yuma was in the middle of swallowing the magic ore. Huh? The hell you are talking about? It's a big fat lie, of course. All of them? The mana index of each bloody ore alone is 700, and he ate 23 of them. That alone amounted to 16,100 mana index. That much? Kanzaki muffled his voice to prevent Yuma from hearing his surprised voice. He couldn't hide his shock from hearing so many mana died at once. As for that silver magic ore, under assumption of the gram of the silver, its mana index should be no less than 1,200. 1,200. Then how much mana index he died in this 1 month? According to my estimation, it should be around 20,000. 20,000. And you said that it's only 400, eh? You're playing dirty, you know. Humphrey, I see no problem even if my lies are discovered by him. Why, you shitty mad scientist? Even Kanzaki was really dumbfounded to see Aisha's unabashed attitude. Chapter 87, Reckless Challenge. After he ate the magic ore, Yuma felt a familiar heat spreading from his abdomen. He knew from his experience that it was the sign of magic ore's power taken into his body. Aisha-san, I've already eaten the magic ore. Yeah. Let's measure your physical strength again. Yuma measured his physical strength using a back muscle strength measuring tool and a hand dynamometer again. Yuma couldn't help but be anxious as he looked at Aisha filling the notebook with the measured data. She said that we're going to get busy, right? So we really are going to enter the dungeon. Aisha nodded with a satisfied look while looking at her note, and then looking at Yuma. The result is out. The silver magic ore raise your base stamina by 37%. Agility by 41%, and physical strength by 55%. How did you know the rate for stamina and agility despite not measuring it? Aisha revealed a smug smile upon hearing Yuma's question. It's estimated value though. As long as I know the increased rate of physical strength, I can guess the increased rate of stamina and agility. It's just a simple calculation after all. I see now. But then, raising my physical strength by 55%. Isn't that quite awesome? Seeing Yuma clenched his fists to feel his strength, Aisha sat in the chair, crossing her leg. If we include all the magic ore that you consumed after we come to this black dungeon, your stamina rose by 1.7 times, agility by 1.8 times, physical strength by 2 times. Awesome tilde. Even the president who was looking from the side let out a voice of admiration. Aisha was smiling as if it was natural. Your physical strength doubled due to the effect of magic ore strengthened even further by Kotaro's training. It will increase even further to 15 times when you invoke Bloody Ore's super strength. And even further once Yuma-kun learned how to release his muscle limiter. The monster from mid-floor can't hope to match Yuma's power anymore. Right at this very moment, Yuma and the president felt something was amiss in Aisha's remark. That's why this time, we will aim for the deep floor. No, we will aim for the bottom floor of the black dungeon. Eh? The president's face cramped upon hearing that. Don't screw with US. Bottom floor? Like hell we can reach that place with just the two of us. Despite facing the enraged president, Aisha kept her calm and composed face. Hear me first, Kotaro. I'm not saying this to force you to if I know that it's impossible. Different from the other dungeon, the black dungeon's peculiar features can be seen the deeper we goes in it. Peculiar feature? The monster of black dungeon becomes bigger as we go down deeper into the floor. On the other hand, their strength has also increased proportionally. Ain't that fucking dangerous? The president was glaring angrily at Aisha. Let me finish first. It's exactly due to their huge size that their movement is really slow. They can't afford to chase after small creatures. In short, we just have to go through them without having to fight them. Seriously? The president looked doubtful at Aisha. The latter nodded with a serious look on her face. I'm serious. This method has already been used by foreign seeker team to dive into the bottom floor of the Black Dungeon. That ain't going to guarantee absolute safety. And like hell we can go back and forth such distance in one day. The floor size of this Black Dungeon isn't that big. It's not even half the size of Ibaraki's Red Dungeon. So one-day journey is possible. Don't be unreasonable. Are you going to make us traveling for 24 hours straight? Despite the president's protest, Aisha stayed calm and composed. This time, we don't have to fight. We just need to pass them quietly till we reach our goal. If you really think it's impossible, I'll leave the decision to retreat to you, Kotaro. But still, seeing the president's hesitation, Aisha went even further and whispered to him. You know that there's still one day left until my contract with D-Miner Limited expires tomorrow. In short, refusing my request today is equal to breach of contract. In that situation, I can claim reparations money, you know. Are you sure that you want to refuse this request? The president grimaced upon hearing such a threat. He knew from his experience that Aisha was the kind of woman who would do that. Thus, the president could only chew his lips. Aisha was looking at the president who couldn't say anything, and then moving her eyes to Yuma. There you go, Yuma-kun. We're going to dive into the dungeon again. I said. Don't worry about it. We will avoid the battle as much as possible, even if we have no other choice but to fight. The current you can easily overpower them. Well, that might be correct. Aisha spoke cheerfully as if they're going to go on a picnic. Yuma even wondered if Aisha was right in the head for using such carefree tone. The worried Yuma looked at the president, but the latter could only let out a groan with the usual frown on his face. Thus, Yuma could only heave a sigh as it was decided that they would dive into the dungeon for the last time. Black Dungeon 42nd floor. Yuma. Your turn. Yes. Leave it to me. The rock monster slipped through under the president's armpit, rolling toward Yuma and Aisha. Yuma stood before Aisha as if to protect her, raising his pickle above his head. A huge sphere with a diameter close to 1 meter came toward him. The old Yuma wouldn't be able to defeat this monster without blood yaw. But now, Yuma brandished his pickle with his awl. The rolling rock smashed to pieces, thrown high in the sky, and turned into black sand. His physical strength had been doubled by the effect of magic ore. When he cancelled his physical limiter, those numbers were doubled again. In total, his physical strength rose to 4 times. It was enough to defeat your average monster. Moreover, this ability was also, Yuma held his pickle aloft, and let the liquid metal to flow into its head part. He transformed the pickle into a giant hammer and swung it down toward another rock monster that was rolling toward him. His hammer smashed the rock monster, killing it in one hit. In that way, he kept pulverizing the incoming monster with his hammer. No problem, it's just as I imagined. And just when Yuma gained some confidence, he heard the president's voice. Damn it all. 6 rock monsters slipped through the president, 2 of them heading toward Yuma. At glance, their figure resembled that of Black Panther. They were running full speed ahead. Yuma swung his hammer toward them, but they dodged his attack with their agility. They just won't stop. He tried to swing his hammer to the side toward the 2 leopards who were charging at him again after circling behind him. But that attack was also dodged so easily. And yet, Yuma kept his composure. Hundreds of thorns shot out from his hammerhead. Those thorns pierced the body of the Black Panther. The thorns that pierced the body of the Black Panther branched again inside their body. The Black Panther raised a death throes before they turned into black sand. The current Yuma could already handle liquid metal at will. Chapter 88. The spectacle of the bottom floor. The trio kept advancing. Yuma tried his best to preserve both his metallization and blood yaw. They chose the route where they wouldn't meet any monster along the way on the floor that they cleared before, and cooperated with the president in case they met a monster. As a result, they reached the 80th floor at record-breaking speed. Well then, the 80th floor is the deepest floor that JSDF managed to reach years ago. After passing this floor, we will become the records holder of the deepest dungeon diving in Yokohama's dungeon. Now let's go, said Aisha as she walked in front of the 2. The president and Yuma who were walking behind her were heaving a sigh. She's the actual baggage of this party, but it's not like we can do anything about that part. She's our client after all. The president agreed with a displeased look on his face after hearing Yuma's remark. But President, Can we really reach the bottom floor in one day? Well, the dungeons aren't that wide after all. It's possible to reach the bottom floor in one day. If we're not fighting against monsters, that's it. I see now. But Yuma, if you can already use liquid metal with such ease, you shouldn't need pickle anymore, right? The president asked Yuma curiously. No, actually there's a limit on how much the amount of liquid metal I can use. That's why it'll be easier for me if I have some sort of weapon to act as the basic shape. I see now. If possible, I wish the pickle has a longer handle, and it'll be easier to handle if the angle of the head changed. Suddenly, Aisha cuts into the two after hearing their conversation. Yuma-kun, I can prepare a suitable weapon for you. Really? My research institute was originally a metalworking factory after all. There's tools and machinery left on the first floor. And since I'm quite dexterous as well, I can make you a weapon using those machineries. Ah, thank you. I should be the one who thanked you. It's thanks to your help that I might be able to uncover the mystery around the Black Dungeon. Mystery around the Black Dungeon? Yes, properly speaking, the Black Dungeon is clearly different from the other dungeons. Many people still regard it as a useless dungeon, but I do think that this dungeon has its own role. What do you mean by role? Finding that is the theme of my research. And you're the keyman for that. That's why I wish for your cooperation in the future too, Yuma-kun. Yuma and Co hastened their pace while feeling uncomfortable to see such kind Aisha. The number of monsters really decreased. Yuma muttered to the president while looking at his surroundings. They had already crossed the 100th floor and just entered the 101st floor. Aisha was right. The deeper they dive into the Black Dungeon, the easier for them to go down. But, be quiet. The president's gate came to a halt and he hid behind the rock immediately. Yuma held his breath and followed immediately. Yuma, take a look. Yuma looked timidly at the direction pointed by the president. In the innermost part of the cave was a huge lizard-like monster with its limbs sprawled around, and cliff-like rock on its back. With its eyes shut tight, it looks no different from any other huge and realistic giant stone statue. Is that a monster? Yes, maybe much bigger than the Golem you defeated back then. Much is an understatement. Its head might reach the ceiling if it stood on its feet. Like hell, I can fight something like that. It looks dead at a glance, but its body moves lightly. It must be breathing. Yuma and Co left that place very quietly, trying their best to kill their footsteps so that they wouldn't rouse the sleeping monster by accident. Upon descending even further down, the trio saw many unforgettable spectacles along the way. Once, they felt there was an earthquake, but the moment they raised their faces, they realized that the tremor came from 30 meters high black buffalo-like monsters' footsteps. They kept hiding behind the rock, walking very carefully, and slowly to prevent the buffalo from detecting them. On another floor, they saw a giant Hercules beetle-like monster with a splendid horn. Their entire body was wrapped in iridescent carapace. Even Yuma couldn't help but marvel upon seeing such splendid Hercules beetles. On another floor, they saw hundreds of black bats literally hanging upside down on the ceiling, painting the ceiling in black. Each bat was around 3 meters tall. The trio was smart enough to proceed even more carefully than before, as a small mishap might cost their life, namely lynched to death by numerous bats. Anyhow, they tried to avoid combat and went down straight to the lower floor. And then, the proof was, guys, look at that. Aisha pointed with her finger to a certain direction with a thrilled look on her face. When Yuma and the president turned around following the direction of her finger while wondering what she saw, they saw a black-winged monster, the Black Dragon. Martin, it's rare to see a dragon. We're lucky. Aisha took a snapshot with her smartphone. Though she didn't use the flash function of her smartphone, both Yuma and the president were breaking cold sweat imagining what would happen if the Black Dragon reacted to the snapped sound of the smartphone. The picture is blurry. Shall we come closer? The president grabbed Aisha, who tried to approach the Black Dragon by the nape of her neck, and pulled her away. Let me go, Kotaro. I want to observe the ecology of the Black Dragon from a close-up. Shut up. Are you trying to get all of us killed? The president kept his vice grip on Aisha's neck until they arrived on the next floor. Aisha was extremely dejected when he finally let her go. Someone said that the Black Dragon might be the only one who dropped Black Diamond magic ore, but no one can confirm that fact since no human can defeat that Black Dragon. Think about it, Don't you two want to see the black diamond? Both Yuma and the president were left dumbfounded by her remark. Both of them thought silently that Aisha might be the only human who wanted to observe that kind of monster from close up. Even just looking at the silhouette from over the rock was enough to convince them that the black dragon was an extremely terrifying monster. Even a rookie like Yuma knew just how dangerous a dragon was. The president pulled Aisha, who was still grumbling, in front of the stairs. Black Dungeon 147th floor. It took Yuma and CO a whole 14 hours of diving while sneaking in after the middle layer to reach the bottom floor of the dungeon. That place was a vast open space seemingly made of several floors combined together. There was stalactite hung down from the ceiling, some even long and big enough to reach the floor and be mistaken as a stone pillar. The floor was far brighter than the other floor, albeit with white mist covering the entire floor. That mist covered the entire floor, dyeing the floor with ominous, pale red color. Yuma and CO went down a steep slope attached to the wall and went further into the bottom floor. What an ominous place. Is this the bottom of the dungeon? Yuma asked curiously as he walked. When he looked around, he saw that the red and white mist was covering the entire floor. No doubt about it. Speaking about the number of floors, this should be a 148th floor, but this place was vast enough to fit 3-4 floors in it. So properly speaking, the depth of the entire dungeon rivaled that of 151st floor. Aisha spoke happily as soon as they arrived on this floor. We should be able to find them on this floor. The guardian who protects the last floor of this dungeon. At that moment, a chill ran down both the president's and Yuma's spines. Yes, I literally forgot about that guy. The last boss on the bottom floor of the dungeon. Yuma gripped his pickle, ready for any ambush. Let's try to look at the said monster first and come back as soon as you take the photograph of that monster. In the worst situation, if we try to fight that monster and are defeated by it, we're really in big trouble. Contrary to Aisha, who spoke with great delight, Yuma and the president kept looking around so as to not miss a single sign of the enemy's presence. Let me take the lead. The president walked in the front, followed by Yuma and Aisha. They were looking at the road ahead, while hiding behind the shade of the rock. There, on the other side of the red and white mist, something was wriggling. Chapter 89, Guardian of the Labyrinth. I saw something, the president muttered as he peeked out from behind the rock. Yuma had also tried to take a peek, but he saw nothing. It seems to vanish behind the mist. We won't be able to see it from this place. Let's get a bit closer, Aisha complained from behind. The president heaved a sigh and then advanced a bit more carefully behind the stone pillar. Everyone held their breath, raising their vigilance to the maximum. Given that the monster on this floor was the strongest monster in this dungeon, if it suddenly decided to ambush them, their life would simply be a goner. Yuma looked around while considering that situation. They couldn't see the figure of the monster because of the mist, but something had already been confirmed. Yuma felt the presence of a giant creature. Let's go to another stone pillar. Yuma, be prepared to use your metallization at any time. Yes. The trio moved until the next stone pillar while minding their footsteps, and then, they could finally see the silhouette of the said guardian from the other side of the mist. It had a jet black color, an extremely huge figure, and a tough shell. There was a thorn-like protrusion all over its body. But then, the silhouette vanished again due to mist. Aisha, who was about to take the picture with her smartphone, clicked her tongue. Still can't see it. Let's get closer. Aisha's face peeked out from behind the rock to get a glimpse of the monster. At that moment, her feet accidentally kicked a small pebble. Clack. It was an extremely small sound, but it resounded in this huge and quiet cave. The moving giant shadow twitched and stopped. The air tensed. Yuma and CO stopped moving at once. The giant black figure slowly turned around. The mist had also swayed along with the movement of the black monster. The red and white mist veil which hid the figure of the monster got cleared away, exposing the giant figure on its other side. Its figure was akin to a giant serpent. Its total length from head to tail was around 40 meters. It raised its head like a king cobra, its centipede-like leg growing along its long body. Yuma and the president gasped seeing such a repulsive figure. But Aisha was in fact even more surprised of the three. The color drained from Aisha's face. Leave this place now. Her sudden shout confused both the president and Yuma. Since Aisha had already run first, She had already run toward the slope that connected to the upper floor. Yuma turned his face slowly. The monster didn't even flinch from its original place. Is it really because it couldn't notice small creatures like them? They managed to take some distance and arrived at the slope. And then, the president and Aisha, who ran in front, suddenly stopped. Seeing both of them standing dumbfoundedly, Yuma started to wonder what happened, and realized immediately that the slope which should be in that place had already gone. Eh? The clueless Yuma then looked at the president and Aisha. Both of them stared dumbfoundedly at the place that should be a slope with a pale face. Oi, don't tell me. No, I guess it's pretty much convinced at this point. Yeah, definitely. And look up. The president raised his face following Aisha's suggestion. Since the red and white mist that covered the entire floor had already vanished, they should be able to get a clear view of the slope. And yet, it's freaking gone. Where in the hell is that slope? The president raised a shout. Yuma had also looked up, but he couldn't see the spiral-shaped slope they used to descend. What in the hell is happening here, Aisha? We can't f***ing return. Like hell I know. I've never heard about this kind of floor where you can enter but cannot come out. Not to mention that reaching the bottom floor of the depth dungeon is an extremely rare case. I'm lacking the actual data. The president turned around and he asked Aisha with an extremely enraged look on his face. Yuma also turned around to see the situation behind them. The monster that stopped moving a while ago finally crawled closer toward them. Though the monster's figure couldn't be seen again due to the mist that had just returned, Yuma could feel that the monster was heading in their direction. Hey, we're in deep SHT. The president grabbed Aisha's arm and ran from that place along with Yuma. They used the nearby stone pillar as their hiding place to see the other party's condition. The cave was really quiet. There was only the sound of the footsteps of the giant monster resounding inside the cave. Hey, what's the meaning of this? At this rate, we're toast. The president could barely maintain his composure as he asked Aisha. And yet, Aisha just leaned on the stone pillar and plopped down on the ground. She covered her face with both hands, burying her face on her knees. Aisha-san. Yuma and the president stood still, shocked looking at Aisha's reaction. This was the first time they saw the intelligent woman before they broke down like this. We might be able to get out of this place if we beat that monster. Oh really? Aisha ignored the president's question and continued. This place might be a trap that won't let the prey escape. It's something like a monster house. But, if we defeat the monster in the bottom floor, the dungeon will vanish in less than 24 hours. Doing that will undoubtedly cause a commotion. Then let's beat that guy. Despite Yuma's reassurance, Aisha shook her head weakly. That's impossible. You can't defeat that monster. Are you familiar with that monster? Aisha nodded in answer to the president's question. I know all confirmed monsters found in the Black Dungeon. And that monster is definitely the very same monster found in Tartarus, the deepest black dungeon in the world in Australia. What kind of monster is that? The president frowned as he asked that question. Aisha replied with a downcast look on her face. At that time, the investigation into the Black Dungeon was at its peak. 50 top-rank explorers from Australia formed a large-scale clan and managed to arrive at the 171st floor. And, they met this monster. Yuma gulped his spit looking at Aisha, who spoke in an extremely serious manner. Chapter 90. The Seeker's Natural Enemy. It has a huge, black body, king cobra-like head, and numerous centipede-like legs. Though those explorers felt scared of those ominous appearances, they also didn't forget the fact that they were powerful explorers. And since their number are superior, they surround the monster and tried to subjugate it. The air became rather eerie when Aisha paused. So what happened to them? Asked Yuma timidly. Aisha took a breath and continued her story. Only one explorer survived in the end, and the only reason why that person was able to survive was because the explorer was responsible for logistical support. The other 49 seekers' fates are confirmed death from the record of battle against that monster. Is this monster really that powerful? According to the testimony of the survivor, none of the fire, water, thunder, or wind elements worked on that guy. Its outer carapace repelled physical attack too. It has terrifying strength. A single hit from it killed almost everyone. Ain't that guy like super dangerous one? The president spat out those words. That's not all. This monster seems to be able to change its body to mimic its opponent. They can transform into various creatures. In short, the form that can easily kill their opponent. Both Yuma and the president were at a loss for words. It was because they had never heard about such a terrifying monster. The IDR put this guy among the strongest monsters, AAA rank. There's a warning to avoid this monster since they're more dangerous than dragons. Seriously? More dangerous than a dragon? The president frowned. Because there was a silent agreement among most explorers that dragons were the most powerful kind of opponent. Seeing that there's only one survivor, nothing else is known about the said monster. But among the researcher who knows about this matter, they give a name to that transforming monster. A name? Aisha raised her line of sight upon hearing Yuma's question. Its name is Chimera, the monster that appears in Greek mythology. Chimera. Yuma repeated that name over and over again in his mind. When he looked into the interior of the floor from behind the stone pillar, he saw the silhouette of a monster gradually approaching. At this rate, we're going to be killed. Aisha-san, I'll fight this guy. We just need to defeat this guy to get out of this place, right? Yuma stepped forward. Now that their retreat path had been cut off, they had no choice but to fight. The only way to survive was to fight the dangerous monster under the category of AAA before them. But, Aisha shook her head dejectedly. We can't defeat that monster, it's too strong. But this is the only way to survive. Aisha-san, do you think I have the chance to defeat that monster? Hearing that, Aisha looks rather surprised and then ponders for a while. Shan then looked at Yuma. We might be able to do that with your liquid metal transformation ability. My liquid metal transformation is the key. Remember, Yuma-kun. Your weight increased when you're using your metal armor back in the hotel. Why yeah, my weight did increase that time. My weight did rise by 20 kilograms, but why is that matter related to this? The ability of the giant slime that you defeated isn't as simple as changing the shape of your body. It might have the ability to transform the mana in your body into mass. Transform mana into mass? If it's just as simple as changing the shape of your body, your weight shouldn't be affected. Since your weight did increase, the question is where that excess weight come from. You mean that excess weight come from mana? The president unintentionally asked that question. Aisha nodded. She looked dead serious. That's actually a godly skill. We might be able to defeat the Chimera if you can fully utilize that ability. Let me do it. It's better to die while trying rather than dying without doing anything. Yuma then recalled his battle all the way until this point. His mastery over liquid metal transformation had already reached a whole nother level compared to 1 month ago. Yuma looked at his arms. The power of liquid metal transformation turned out to be an extremely convenient power, but he had to unleash its full potential to defeat the Chimera. Though he had no idea about how to draw his full potential, he had no choice but to try. He became stronger to the point that he had yet to use up his metallization or blood ore. He still has quite a lot of remaining time for his metallization. Yuma then grasped his pickle and walked out from the stone pillar. Then he saw the shadow of a giant monster come out from the mist. Let's do this. Yuma heaved a deep sigh in front of the giant monster, and then he clenched his fist. His body then turned into a metallic black color. Moreover, he used liquid metal transformation to form metal armor. He added sharp spikes on his arms, legs, fists, elbows, and knees. He also added spikes on his rugged shoulder armor. His head transformed into a helmet with a protruding horn that resembled a sword. He also didn't forget to equip himself with a long retractable sword in his gauntlets, resulting in his body doubling in size. He also poured liquid metal on the pickle in his hand, and transformed his weapon into a giant hammer with a cute angle on its pick part. I will be at a disadvantage in a prolonged battle, so let's go all out from the very start to kill this guy as fast as possible. The monster before Yuma raised its head, glaring vigilantly at the prey before them. Yuma held pickle with both hands. The head part was facing below. The air was calm as if it told about the calm before a storm. Giant Cobra versus metallized Yuma. It felt like a spark flying between the two as they measured each other. Chapter 91, Clash. Aisha, do you really think that Yuma can defeat that monster? It'll be a tough fight. Even with liquid metal transformation, he would reach his limit. Why do you think so? We're talking about Yuma. He has a great amount of magical power, ain't ya? With such vast reserve, he should be able to use liquid metal like drinking water, right? Aisha squinted her gaze and shook her head. It isn't that simple. In the first place, Transforming mana into mass itself is already an outrageous ability. The 1 kilogram addition to his weight itself must have consumed an outrageous amount of mana. As for how much mana Yuma has to consume in order to increase his weight, the amount is still unknown. No way. But, there should be mana in the air. If he used that mana, it's not like he can become stronger just because there's mana. You should have known about that. Kanzaki was at a loss for words hearing Aisha's rebuttal. He knew that having mana wasn't equal to being specialized in battle. In terms of the mana index alone, Yuma should be much higher than the Chimera. But, the strength between monster and human couldn't merely be compared with the mana index alone. Mana is just one side of strength after all. Aisha was right. A monster whose flesh was far tougher than human was an existence from another dimension. There was a huge difference between the two sides' basic stats. But, if it's Yuma, he can pull it off. I have faith in him. Kanzaki and Aisha stared at the front. The red and white mist now enveloped the tense atmosphere, a sign that a great battle was about to begin. In that eerie silence, the mist started fading. As if it became a sign of the battle, Yuma made the first move. Bright glowing red lines running on his skin as he invoked his Bloody Oars super strength. Let's go all out from the beginning. Then the glow becomes brighter and brighter. Consciously releasing his muscle limiter could increase the strength of his super strength up to 15 times, and double that due to the effect of the enhancement type magic ore. He skipped past the ground between him and arrived nearby the Chimera in an instant, leaving a brilliant red streak akin to red lightning behind, and stopped below the Chimera's leg. He then put all his momentum into a jump, leaping more than 10 meters toward the monster's head. Yuma raised his pickle, but the Chimera seemed to sense him and responded by moving a bit. One of the Chimera's legs moved so fast and pierced into Yuma's abdomen. That leg failed to pierce Yuma's metallic body, but it kept pushing him and sent Yuma flying till he crashed against the rock wall. The cloud of dust rose along with a thunderous sound. Kanzaki's face paled seeing the attack that betrayed common sense. When the Chimera returned its leg back to its previous size, Yuma, who was buried inside the rock wall, fell down slowly. Damn it! Aisha quickly grabbed Kanzaki's sleeve when the latter tried to run toward Yuma. Stop it, you idiot. You're just going to become a burden for Yuma. You think I can just watch him fighting on his own? Just wait, and look carefully. When Kanzaki turned around following Aisha's pointed finger, he saw the fallen Yuma had already stood on his feet and picked up his pickle again. Belief in Yuma, aren't you the one who said those words? Damn it. Kanzaki grabbed the hexagonal staff in his hand. He felt really angry and frustrated since he couldn't do anything to help his employee. Wow, never expected that guy could use that kind of attack. Alas, it won't work on me anymore. Yuma rushed into another sprint. As if predicting that, the Chimera had also used its stretching leg to attack Yuma. It wasn't just one leg this time, dozens of them came at once. It came down like the rain of a spear from above. The tip of the legs was akin to an extremely sharp spear, and it came down at Yuma with a speed surpassing 300 kilometers per hour, and dozens of them came down at once. Normally, it would be a hopeless situation for a normal explorer, but he's not in that category, and the current Yuma was really calm and composed. The heck, why are they moving so slowly? He slipped through the rain of spears with ease and sliced off a few of them with his gauntlet sword. His sword easily sliced off the leg of the Chimera. So my body really is harder. Then I could win this fight. He pulverized several legs that pierced the ground with the pickle in his right hand. He ran along the ground at breakneck speed and arrived instantly before the Chimera. He swung his pickle upward, aiming for the giant monster's belly. That blow tore the monster's abdomen along with a thunderous sound. He then swung his pickle again. The snake's body was covered by a hard scale, but it was akin to a piece of paper for Yuma. Perhaps because it finally felt the pain, the Chimera changed its tactic. It unleashed the thorns that were growing from the body to stab at Yuma. Ooh, that is kinda similar to a liquid metal transformation's thorn strike. Does it have the same ability? The Chimera could use its thorns and legs to attack, and the total number was around a few hundred. Nevertheless, it won't work on me. He parried the attacks with his left gauntlet sword thanks to his increased reaction speed. Some of the thorns managed to breach Yuma's defense. Alas, they got repelled by his steel armor. No matter how powerful the attack was, It couldn't penetrate Yuma's metallized body. The red-colored lines on Yuma's body shone even brighter. And then, the ground beneath his feet exploded as he jumped upward. He poured even more liquid metal on his pickle, creating an even bigger hammer. The steel hammer swung downward, and crushed Chimera's head. A loud sound reverberated in the floor. Yuma kept hitting the Chimera's head dozens of times from above its head. The Chimera fell down slowly as Yuma raised a roar, and then a lot of clouds of dust rose in the air. Chapter 92, A-class monster. I feel my body is overflowing with power. Yuma started running as soon as he landed on the ground. He raised his pickle, and swung it down at the fallen Chimera with all his might. The giant hammer landed right on the abdomen of the fallen monster, blowing away the mist with its shockwave. The Chimera, whose body got torn apart by Yuma's violent blow, raised its cobra-like head, glaring angrily at Yuma, and then rushed at him as if wanting to swallow him whole. Yuma dodged the rush by jumping to the side. The Chimera, whose attack missed, crashed on the ground. Yuma gasped as he saw the gouged rock. As expected, there's still so much difference between our powers. Nevertheless, Yuma closed in quickly and arrived right in front of the monster, and then unleashed a deadly blow to its head. His blow created a huge dent on the steel-like surface. The scrapped scales were scattered around in the air. The Chimera counterattacked with its countless javelin-like legs while raising agonizing roars. But Yuma dodged every single one of the incoming javelin and cut off a few that were stuck on the ground with the gauntlet sword on his left arm. As if that wasn't enough, he raised his left hand, pointing all the fingers of his left hand to the Chimera. His 5 fingers then stretched, turned into a long needle, and lodged into the Chimera's body. Gotcha. He turned his fingers into thorns with a barbed tip and then returned the length of his finger to normal after the tip lodged into the Chimera's body. Yuma's body automatically pulled in toward the Chimera once he returned the length of his fingers to normal. Once he held onto Chimera's body, he pulled his fingers, and turned the sole of his feet, growing countless spikes that drilled into the Chimera's body. And just like that, he ran up along the Chimera's body. He stretched the length of the sword's blade on his left arm and pierced into the giant monster's body, and ran all the way up to the Chimera's head. The steel-like surface that got cut up by his sword scattered countless sparks. The Chimera raised a wail and then glared at its opponent, who was climbing up its body. It had never expected to be beaten black and blue by mere humans. As Yuma reached the head of the Chimera, he deactivated his hand-transformed sword and gripped his pickle with both hands. Eat this SHT. The red lines on his whole body were glowing even brighter. Yuma swung down his pickle with all his might. A loud explosion sound resounded in the entire floor as the head of his hammer nailed right on the head of the Chimera. That strike smashed its skin and broke its bone. The recoil caused Yuma to stagger for a few seconds. The Chimera's body arched backward and then sank slowly on the floor. It fell on the ground like a sack of potatoes, raising a tremor and cloud of dust. And then, silence dominates the floor. Look, Yuma just did it. He beat that freaking monster. Kanzaki, who looked at the situation from a separate place, shouted happily while looking at Aisha. And yet, Aisha's expression was the exact opposite of Kanzaki's. What's the matter? Aren't you going to celebrate Yuma's victory? What a naive man. Look again carefully. When Kanzaki looked back at the battlefield, a truly unbelievable spectacle spread before him. What the hell is that? The broken body of the Chimera started melting, turning into something like black liquid. That liquid then started moving as if it had its own life, and returned to the form of the Chimera. The Chimera's body that took in that liquid was then restored in the blink of an eye. Are you telling me that is what I think right now? Yes. It's said that the physical attack didn't work on the monster on the deep floor. Naturally, you also know the reason for that, right? I'm talking about that. After all the liquid that returned back, the Chimera raised its head again. There, the monster was back in perfect condition without even a single scratch on its skin. Something that all monster from the deep floor has, the super recovery, and the only way to disturb that is by using magic. But this is the damn Black Dungeon. Aisha nodded at Kanzaki. Yes, many monsters in Black Dungeons have tough outer shells. It is said that monsters with self-recovery are rare even in the deep floor. Unfortunately, that guy is among that rare one. No way. Kanzaki's expression turned 180 degrees. If such a powerful monster had self-recovery ability, then Yuma wouldn't be able to defeat that monster. And yet, the moment Kanzaki thought so, he noticed something else. Wait a minute. That monster's body was restored like liquid metal. Isn't that the same ability as Yuma's liquid metal? It might be a different ability, or something closer to liquid metal. If that's the case, Yuma should be able to use super recovery too, ain't it? Kanzaki spoke as if trying to find hope, but Aisha just shook her head weakly. That's impossible. I've never heard the story about the metal slime recovered from Yuma-kun. It might have different characteristics. Different characteristic? The metal slime has an extremely hard shell, but it has no ability to restore itself. Contrary to that, the chimera might be less tough than metal slime, but it has super recovery ability. This is a special trait of this monster. Does that mean Yuma won't be able to recover once he got injured? Yeah. He is unscathed right now since he uses metallization, but that's only a matter of time. Once his ability is on cooldown, the chimera can kill him in one hit. The heck? That's absurd. Moreover, if a chimera's true body is of liquid metal, they can adjust their form in accordance with their enemy. This is the most terrifying thing about this monster. How can you still say those words with a calm face? Yuma's life is in danger. Kanzaki looked at Yuma with a desperate expression. Yuma, clad in metal armor, heaved a deep sigh as he readied his giant hammer and put on his metal armor, standing still in front of the giant monster. Chapter 93, Transformation Ability. What the hell is this guy? Yuma was dumbfounded. The head and the body of the chimera, which should have been pulverized by him, returned to normal, including the number of the feet that he cut off. Even the long gash along its body was closing in rapidly. I've never heard about it having regeneration ability. Yuma retreated while glaring at the head of the chimera. The red and white mist which was permeating the floor covered the figure of the chimera again. Finally, once its body was completely hidden behind the mist, silence descended on the floor. Since he couldn't sweat in his metallized state, he only felt a chill running down his spine upon facing such an enemy. In that tingling sensation, the mist started moving again. That moment, a giant pincer suddenly swung down from within the mist. Yuma jumped in a hurry to dodge that, but another giant pincer appeared from within the mist. Yuma couldn't dodge that surprise attack and was thrown into the air. His whole body was assaulted by unbearable shock. Yuma's body tumbled around to the side like a ping-pong ball and stopped after crashing on the stone pillar. The stone pillar smashed, grumbling down as it raised a cloud of dust. Damn it! Yuma tried to free his body, which was sunk into the stone pillar, and then fell down from more than 10 meters height. What in the hell is that? Yuma raised his body and looked at the figure of the chimera behind the mist. The silhouette wasn't the same as the cobra-like figure that he saw until now. It had 2 giant pincers and 8 legs. Its entire body was covered by a bulky shell, and a special kind of shell on its back. Its appearance was resembling a crab, the king crab. It's transformed. This must be the chimera's ability. Yuma clasped his pickle again, and ran toward the crab. He invoked his bloody oars ability again. The blood vessels running along his body were glowing in red color again. Then I'm going to crush you again. He jumped upward and rose above the crab. He raised his pickle up ahead and struck down with all his might onto the crab's shell. The impact of his attack caused a blast and exploding sound, but his pickle was repelled. Yuma's body retreated back and landed on the ground. He looked at his hands, and realized that his hands were trembling due to the recoil of his own attack. The body of the chimera that he crushed just now became much tougher than before. Did its defensive power going up? Yuma glared at his foe, and ran toward the chimera again to unleash another strike. He dodged the pincer that struck down from above, and struck at the pincer with his pickle. A high-pitched sound resounded in the entire floor, and yet the pincer was unscathed. Yuma ignored his failed attempt and ran again. He jumped upward above the chimera's head, raised his pickle upward, and swung down with all his might. The mist around them blasted away due to the shockwave of his attack. Yuma went all out, but the attack only caused a crack as fine as a hair. Yuma's attack failed to breach the chimera's defense. The chimera then swept Yuma's body to the side with its other pincer. That horrifying attack created a lot of spark and blew Yuma till he crashed against the wall. Yuma's body slowly fell to the ground. The attack didn't cause any damage to him. But Yuma was unable to stand up again for a while. He fell on his knees upon facing a predicament in which his attack couldn't work against his opponent. The Chimera was inching closer as if enjoying their superiority over Yuma. Yuma managed to prop his body, but his steps were unsteady, too strong. This is the triple_A class monster, huh? Yuma looked at his foe with a desperate face. What the heck is that crab? Kanzaki was completely dumbfounded upon seeing the new transformation of the Chimera. Even though he had heard some rumors about this transformation ability, only after seeing them firsthand did he realize just how troublesome that ability was. Ain't that playing dirty? That's why I say he cannot win. Kanzaki became more irritated hearing Aisha's composed remark. Ain't you want Yuma to win? I've never said that I don't want him to win. I'm just telling you the realistic situation. Realistic situation? That armor parried all Yuma-kun's attacks. Even if his attack can go through, his opponent is super recovery. That monster has overwhelming power and unlimited fighting time. Compared to that, Yuma, who can only fight at full strength in a limited time, won't be able to win. No way. Yuma's defeat means our death. Can't you think of some sort of special plan, Aisha? Aisha looked at Yuma and Chimera at a separate place and heaved a sigh. It's going to be useless. No matter what kind of plan I come with, the Chimera can instantly come up with countermeasures. The fundamental of their strength is just that different. Kanzaki was desperate upon hearing those words. No one would come all the way down to the bottom of the Black Dungeon to save them, meaning that once Yuma was defeated, all of them would die. Kanzaki clenched his fists, slowly casting a downcast gaze. If only I had more power, I would definitely help Yuma. But then, a second-rate explorer like me can't do anything to help him. When Kanzaki grit his teeth, he heard a chuckle. When he turned around, he saw Aisha's shoulders trembling as she tried to hold back from laughing. What's the matter? Are you going to be crazy after realizing the facts? Yeah, I have never expected that I will die in the bottom of Black Dungeon. Don't screw with me. Like hell I want to die in this kind of place with you. I'll escape from this place along with Yuma. Hearing that, Aisha closed her eyes and shook her head. The danger level of triple_A class published by the International Dungeon Research Organization IDR isn't that simple. AAA is equal to impossible. Literally, the IDR announced that it was impossible to subjugate the Chimera. Like hell, the scholar who was only working on the desk know about such a thing. It's just impossible. Even a scholar like me understands that fact. Even the top 100 explorers in this world can't beat that monster. That's just how strong that monster called Chimera is. Kanzaki's frown went deeper hearing Aisha's despaired remark. The thing he saw when he raised his face was the lonely figure of Yuma fighting against the Chimera. Chapter 94, The Mystery of the Tiny Dungeon. Damn it! Yuma grasped the handle of the pickle and ran toward the giant crab again. No matter how reckless it seems to be, everything would end once he gave up. Yuma jumped up, raising his pickle overhead, but the crab, who had already predicted that, swung its pincer and blasted Yuma away. Yuma, who got blasted away, was nailed into the stone pillar. He crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. Yuma shook his head, trying to stand up using his pickle. He had yet to give up. Since both of us can't inflict damage to each other, all I need is to keep bashing at that guy. But then, when Yuma stepped forward, his field of vision shook. His hand suddenly felt too heavy, and the pickle dropped from his hands. The liquid metal was released and the pickle got back to normal. What happened? When he looked at his hands were trembling. His leg trembling weakly. He couldn't stand properly. Yuma fell on his knees and fell forward. He felt that he did not receive any damage. But, maybe because he received too many impacts, it ended up affecting his brain. Yuma's body refused to move. He had no idea what happened to him, and what he had to do in this situation. His consciousness became distant. Suddenly, he felt everything around him stopped and his consciousness was drawn into the darkness. It was as if he entered a bottomless swamp, as if he was sunk into the sea. Lower and lower, his body became heavier and heavier. What's going on? Amidst the deepest darkness in the bottom of his consciousness, something reflected in his dimmed field of vision. He saw a huge shadow that he was familiar with. That shadow was, isn't that the giant slime in my garden? Yuma's body, which fell to the ground, suddenly expanded. His legs, arms, chest, and head became bigger and bigger. Yuma's body melted like mud and then transformed into a giant metal sphere. The giant metal sphere expanded in size. It then transformed into a lump of metal as big as the Chimera. It was a real, giant metal slime. What the heck is that? Yuma is being swallowed by the giant sphere, Kanzaki asked Aisha in panic, but, even though Aisha was frozen on the spot, she also had no idea what just happened to Yuma. That's what's going on with Yuma? He's not kicking the bucket, right? No way. That's what? Do you know what's happening here? Contrary to the flustered Kanzaki, Aisha gradually regained her composure. I might have a huge misunderstanding all this time. Misunderstanding about what? Something happens in that metal sphere. Yuma seems to be taking in mana in the air. What in the hell is that mean? The liquid metal transformation ability of the giant slime is not as simple as transforming mana into a mass as I thought. In fact, I'm only half right. The truth is, it's the ability to absorb mana both inside and outside the body and convert it into mass. Wait a minute. Explain it in human terms, please. Aisha heaved a sigh and then looked at Kanzaki. Do you remember Yuma's story about dungeon in the garden? Well, yeah, pretty much all of it. Seeing Kanzaki's bewildered face as he replied, Aisha continued on. That tiny dungeon in the garden is undoubtedly an elevator-type dungeon. Elevator-type? So it's real? Yeah. That's the only explanation for his abnormal amount of mana index and his other abilities. But still, don't you think it's kinda strange? If it really is an elevator-type dungeon, that dungeon must be really deep. Kanzaki frowned as he spoke to Aisha. Exactly. Properly speaking, Yuma, who wasn't even an explorer back then, shouldn't be able to defeat the monster in that tiny dungeon. Ain't that a contradiction? Elevator-type dungeon is supposed to be an urban legend among the Seeker, you know. No, it's real, and there's a reason why he managed to beat the powerful monster in there. And the reason is the shape of the dungeon itself. Its shape, Aisha nodded as she looked at the inflated metal sphere. Think about it. The monsters need mana in their activity, just like how we need air. And when it comes to powerful monsters, the amount needed inflates even further. That's why there are many powerful monsters on the deep floor. That's it. A common sense though. But, the dungeon in the garden of Yuma-kun's house has only one floor and is minimalistic in size, meaning that there's close to no mana in there. Kanzaki was at a loss for words. He realized that Aisha's explanation did make sense. The tiny dungeon shouldn't have that much mana. Aisha continued on with her explanation. Yuma-kun's tiny dungeon is an incomplete dungeon formed due to irregular situations. The monster in this dungeon can't fully utilize their ability, especially the giant slime which appeared in the end. Even with their out-of-standard ability to change their mass, there was not enough mana for that. Is that the reason why Yuma managed to beat the crap out of it? Yes. But if that giant slime is in the proper deep floor of the dungeon with a whole heap of mana, there might be close to invincible. Invincible. Kanzaki gasped upon hearing such a horrifying conclusion. And that ability is currently owned by Yuma, meaning that he can not only use his own mana, he can also absorb mana from the air. And on this deep floor, there's abundant mana in the air. Calculating the size of this floor, the atmospheric mana index on this floor might be more than 12 million. Dozens? Millions? Aisha let out an eerie chuckle, and then turned to look at the inflated sphere which looked like a balloon that was about to burst. This is the power of King. The surface of the metal sphere was shaking, and then, when it stopped shaking, silence descended over the entire floor. Both Kanzaki and Aisha felt something was amiss. Suddenly, the air on the entire floor shook. Splash! And a giant black arm stretched out from the sphere. Chapter 95. The Power of the King. The surface of the sphere shook again like the stormy sea. The liquid metal then formed a vortex around the protruding arm and formed into a humanoid figure. It became as big as Chimera. At first glance it looked like Yuma. When he equipped his metal armor, his figure became much bigger, and the same goes for his limbs. It became bigger and thicker. The humanoid figure wore a helmet with atrocious-looking horns and huge fangs peeking out from his jaw. It was as if Yuma turned into an otherworldly humanoid monster. That was what Kanzaki and Aisha felt as they saw Yuma's figure from afar, and the creature before the giant felt primal fear for the first time in their life. Ha ha ha, awesome. Look at him, Kotaro. My hands have been trembling non-stop since a while ago. Aisha showed her arm at Kanzaki, but Kanzaki was also trembling non-stop. "Oi, what's happened? Why is the temperature inside the cave going down?" As if the entire area was being squashed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Both of them felt anxiety that they never felt before. The thing that they couldn't feel was what the Chimera felt right now: fear. As for the Chimera, the giant clad in steel armor opened his mouth, and exhaled a mouthful of white steam. His muscular shoulders were rising up and down rhythmically, glaring at the enemy before him. The Chimera readied its pincers, retreating back. Humans weren't the only ones who could feel fear. Chimera instinctively refused to fight the giant before it. But the Chimera instinctively knew that it had to fight the giant before it. Both of them were strong creatures who reigned at the top of their species, and two such creatures mustn't exist in the same place. The moment the Chimera stopped retreating and decided to fight back, the steel giant raised his languid arms and opened his mouth. "Yawu." And unleashed a war cry that shook the air in the entire room. The floor was also shaking non-stop due to that roar, and the mist got dispersed. Both the president and Aisha plugged their ears as they closed their eyes. The next moment, the steel giant broke into a run. The Chimera couldn't react to the sudden movement. The giant raised his left hand and swung it down toward the crab-shaped Chimera. That attack crushed the crab's shell as if it were nothing more than an eggshell. Black, gooey liquid splashed from inside the crushed shell of the crab. The crab lifted its pincer and tried to fight back, but the steel giant grabbed the pincer with one of his hands, stepped on the crab's body, and forcefully tore off the pincer. Seeing the crab writhing in agony, the giant threw the pincer in his hand and kicked the crab before him. The crab's body drew a parabola in the air and crashed against the wall. The giant walked toward the crab and tried to prop itself, which was buried under the collapsed rock along the 8 legs. Every single one of the giant's steps caused a heavy tremor in the ground. The giant stepped into the range of the crab with his left foot and raised his right fist. His megaton punch easily pulverized the thick shell of the crab. The entire body of the crab was pulverized, nothing spared from the giant wrath. But then, another change happened. The broken body of the crab, including the torn-off pincer, melted and turned into black liquid metal again. And then, those liquid metals were moving in one direction. The liquid metal transformed into the figure of a giant cobra. The Chimera opened their jaws and rushed at the giant. The cobra's snake-like body was coiling around the body of the giant, their head biting into his arm and trying to tear his arm just like when he tore their pincer. But the giant's body didn't even flinch. He repelled the bit with a twist of his arms, caught the cobra, and smashed it into the ground. Unable to endure pain, the cobra opened their mouth, and right at that moment, the giant's hands caught right at the jaw. The giant then tried to pull apart the cobra's jaw. The cobra's tail rampaged around, trying to escape from the giant's vice grip, but the giant wouldn't give his opponent an easy time. The cobra's jaw made a rattling sound as it reached its limit. The upper jaw and the lower jaw of the cobra were torn mercilessly along with the war cry of the giant. The giant threw the lower jaw and slammed the upper jaw of the cobra, which had most of its body, into the ground before beating it mercilessly. And then, the giant jumped and stepped on the twitching head of the cobra, applying an attack with his entire weight. The head of the cobra was crushed into minced meat beneath the giant's feet. The entire floor shook due to that trampling. The cobra's crushed head twitched for a moment and then stopped moving for good. Aisha and Kanzaki, who saw the fight from behind the pillar, were left in awe upon seeing such one-sided trampling by Yuma. "Is that Yuma's true power? Ain't that too strong?" Kanzaki asked while trying to suppress his trembling hand. Aisha, who had yet to recover from her shock, nodded to him. "Yeah, but seeing that brutal way of combat, he might have lost his consciousness." "What? And that is already enough to curb stomp the Chimera. I mean, are you telling me that he goes out of control?" "No, the Chimera wouldn't die that easily. My guess is, it might transform into another form to deal with the giant." "What? The Chimera hasn't died yet?" "Yeah, but having Yuma go berserk might give him an advantage in this battle. What do you mean by advantage? Kanzaki asked Aisha with a troubled face. Humans unconsciously placed a restriction on their bodies, but once they lost consciousness, they would be able to release those restraints due to over-excreted adrenaline. That means that giant has his physical limit completely removed. His current strength has surpassed the Chimera by miles. Hearing that, Kanzaki gulped his spit and looked at the battlefield again. The steel giant was looking at the smashed head of his foe while exhaling white steam from his mouth. Chapter 96, Combat Form. The Chimera's body, which stopped twitching as if it died, then turned into black liquid again. And once again, it gathered in one place. The liquid metal gathered and ascended higher. It then started to form a giant living being with 4 limbs. It was the monster they saw back in the 120th floor. The water buffalo. The creature with the exact same appearance stood before the steel giant. They glared angrily as their hoof dug into the ground. Both monsters were glaring angrily at each other. The one who made the first move was the water buffalo. The buffalo rushed toward the giant, raising a cloud of dust behind them. As both their sharp horns were about to hit its target, the steel giant caught both of its horns and stopped the rush with sheer strength. The water buffalo tried to push even further, and yet they failed to take another step forward. The giant raised a war cry, twisted the hands that held the horns, and flung the water buffalo to the side. The body of the water buffalo was thrown to the side and crashed against the wall, and fell as it was. That crash left a huge crack along the wall, burying the water buffalo under the rubble. And though the rubble also hit the giant, it wasn't enough to stop him from approaching the water buffalo. The water buffalo tried to stand up, alas, it failed. The steel giant unleashed the long sword in his left gauntlet, and brandished it relentlessly on the head of the water buffalo. That terrifyingly sharp sword easily decapitated the buffalo's head. The giant raised the decapitated head of the buffalo and threw it away. The head crashed against the stone pillar more than 20 meters in front of him, and fell to the ground with a loud crashing sound. The remaining body of the water buffalo convulsed. The giant stabbed his sword into the heart of the convulsed body of the buffalo. Moreover, he twisted his sword and then pulled it out. Black liquid overflowed from the stab wound. The convulsed body of the buffalo then stopped moving at once, and then melted and returned to its liquid state. The head of the buffalo which he threw away was also turned into black liquid metal again. The liquid metal gathered together, and this time they were winding together, swelled up until they finally became the figure of 4-armed Rockagolem. Oi! The same thing keep repeating over and over again, no matter how many times Yuma defeating that monster. Kanzaki, who witnessed the Chimera revived again and again, couldn't help but to spit those words. No. That might be not the case. Kanzaki raised his face upon hearing Aisha's muttering. What does that mean? Recovery ability of the monster consumes the mana in their body. As long as the cycle of recovery and destruction keep going on, it will consume the mana in their body. You mean he can beat that monster? The current Yuma might be able to pull it off. During such conversation, the steel giant rushed toward the 4-armed golem. When the steel giant tried to attack with his right punch, the golem blocked that punch with both of their left hands. Moreover, his other arm was grabbed by the golem's 2 right hands. Both parties glared at each other as their hands locked to each other. How clever. Seeing that they can't match his attack, they tried to enter into defense. Kanzaki couldn't hide his shock upon hearing Aisha's remark. Wait a minute. You mean that Chimera is a monster with wisdom? Even monsters can develop intelligence. In Chimera's case, it might be closer to instinct though, said Aisha as she looked at the giant who transformed during the battle. His back and shoulders swelled up, becoming bigger and bigger until it reached a certain size. And then, 4 steel arms popped out from there. In addition to his original pair of arms, the current steel giant had 6 arms. He created more arms than the golem. What in the hell is that? Kanzaki was at a loss for words. Aisha was pondering for a while. So the Chimera isn't the only one who can transform during the battle. Aisha was squinting her eyes, looking at the giant. The giant's war cry resounded inside the cave. He then unleashed the sword from his 3 left arms, and sliced the golem's wrist. The golem who lost their wrist stumbled backward. The giant didn't let go of such an opening, and unleashed 3 right jabs with his right hands. Each of his fists were donned with spikes to raise his destructive force. The golem who broke their chest, shoulder and head raised a loud wail. The giant's pursuit was relentless. He readied his 3 left swords, and stabbed into the Gollem's chest, head, and leg. That attack broke the Gollem's balance, and the steel giant drove in a kick right at that very moment. That kick blew the Gollem backward, and fell on their back. The falling of the giant caused tremor, raising clouds of dust, which then followed by a few seconds of silence. The Gollem's body melted into liquid again, and though it was winding around quite consciously, the giant didn't seem to care about it. He just stood still like a king. It was as if he didn't care about what the other party was trying to do. His 6 arms were just hanging down listlessly, looking at the approaching liquid. And then, countless snakes leapt from the black liquid. It wasn't a cobra head, it was a 7-long snake. The snakes were coiling around the giant's body, trying to seal his movement. Few heads of the snake bared their fangs at him, and yet, their biting attack didn't cause any particular damage to the steel giant's body. But the binding force was strangely powerful. Even when the steel giant tried to tear off the snakes, they persisted. The giant movement was completely stopped. Oh, things are looking bad for Yuma, isn't it? He can't move at all. Surely, Yuma-kun's only weakness is his time limit. He might lost in war of attrition. How can you say that? During such banter between Kanzaki and Aisha, the giant's jaw opened up. Gaewa! He raised a war cry that shook the entire floor, and unleashed a few swords from his body. The sword pierced the snakes' bodies. With ease, as if that wasn't enough, more and more swords sprung from the giant's body. Those countless swords literally turned the snake into mincemeat, forcing the snake to let go of the giant's body. The giant then retracted the protruding swords back into his body, glaring at the snake's head under his feet, and mercilessly crushed it under his foot. Chapter 97, Collapse and Escape. The tattered body of the snake turned back into liquid again, and gathered at one place again. It rose slowly and turned into a block of metal. The form it took this time was the 4-armed Gollem again. This form again. That was what Kanzaki and Aisha thought for a moment, but then, another transformation occurred. Numerous red lines ran along the surface of the steel giant. Steam rose from the body of the steel giant as the red lines glowing brighter. Bloody ore? Behind Kanzaki, who raised a shocked voice, Aisha was at a loss for words. It was thanks to the superpower ability of the bloody ore that Yuma could overturn the difference between their physics in his first bout against the Chimera. Oh, don't tell me. Hearing Kanzaki muttered with pale face, Aisha could only gulp her spite. Yes, he will become 15 times stronger. The red plasma along the steel giant's body let out numerous red, electric sparks. The air inside the entire floor stagnated as both giants were facing each other again. The 3 arms of the steel giant melted down, combining into a pair of long and bulky arms. The steel giant then looked at their completed arms by clenching his fist. He readied his stance and closed in the distance between him and the Gollem in a flash. His speed betrayed his giant size. The ground exploded with each of his step. The way he put his weight was just as Kanzaki taught him how to unleash the straight thrust. The rotating fist pierced the Gollem's body as if they were made of tofu, completely obliterating the Gollem's right side. The obliterated part didn't get scattered as solid objects. They instantly turned into liquid metal. As if he didn't care about the staggered Gollem's state, the steel giant pulled his fist again. This time, he fired a barrage of punches too fast to be seen with naked eyes. This boxing rush was also taught to him by Kanzaki. Even after he lost his ego, his fighting style had already been engraved into his muscle. He punched the Gollem till there was nothing left of it. Every part of the Chimera became liquid and scattered all over the place. Nevertheless, the scattered liquid gathered in one place again. But, the form they took this time was all over the place. The head of the snake, body of the Gollem, arms of the crab pincer, and lower half of the ox. They barely kept their form together. Their current form was truly the embodiment of their name, Chimera Composite Beast. It got destroyed too many times to the point that their recovery ability cannot catching up with the damage. Kanzaki was at a loss for words hearing Aisha's remark. Then the giant stepped forward, held aloft his thick and bulky right arm. The glowing red lines running along his body became brighter and deeper. The moment his left foot stepped on the ground exploded. He unleashed his straight thrust again. His fist pierced the sound barrier, and nailed right into the body of the Chimera, who barely holding together. That attack turned Chimera into black sand, killing it once for all. A lot of sand fell to the ground. The sand danced in the air, and vanished for good. He did it. He did Yuma-kun did the impossible. Behind Kanzaki, who celebrated Yuma's victory, Aisha plopped down on her knees. He really did it. Kanzaki went out from behind the rock and ran toward the steel giant. The steel giant was standing still with the undaunting pose of a king, but his body then melted down a while later, turning him back into a metal sphere. Kanzaki arrived in front of the giant metal sphere, tilting his head as he had no idea what he had to do. And when he tried to touch the metal sphere, it felt like a metal, not liquid metal. When Kanzaki just stood still, unable to do anything, the metal sphere's size became smaller and smaller, and when it reached the height of a human, it returned to human shape, leaving behind an unconscious Yuma who fell prostrate. Yuma! Kanzaki rushed in hurry and checking Yuma's carotid artery. He only heaved a sigh of relief after he felt that Yuma's pulse was normal. His junior just passed out. "Yuma, wake up," said Kanzaki as he tried to wake up Yuma. Alas, the latter stayed unconscious. That moment, Aisha had finally caught up with Kanzaki. "How's his condition?" "Don't worry, he's still breathing, and his pulse is normal." The moment Aisha patted her chest in relief upon hearing that remark, the ground beneath their feet shook. Literally, the entire floor shook. "What the hell is happening now?" Seeing Kanzaki's confusion, Aisha looked around and pointed overhead. "Look at that!" A hill road that did not exist before appeared out of nowhere along with the rumbling sound. Kanzaki didn't waste his time carrying Yuma on his shoulder. He ran toward the helix-shaped slope which appeared along the wall. The ground started to crumble down bit by bit. Numerous cracks had also appeared along the wall. "Kotaro, the monster on the lowest floor has already died. The dungeon will collapse in 24 hours. The collapse will start from the lowest floor." "I know. Let's get the hell out of this place." Kanzaki ran along the slope while carrying Yuma on his shoulder. Aisha followed after him. When they arrived on the previous floor, the monster in that floor had already gone. "The monster has vanished." "Is this the influence of dungeon collapse?" Kanzaki looked around and was surprised to see the change. "I don't know. I've never captured a dungeon after all." Aisha was looking at the dungeon with a melancholic face, and then at the road from where they came from. "What's the matter?" Kanzaki suddenly stood up and called out to Aisha. "This dungeon is something akin to home for me. Even though it's such a great research place, it's going to collapse in less than 24 hours. Oi, stop spouting nonsense. What should I do then? This is matter of life and death for me." Kanzaki was utterly dumbfounded to hear those remarks. His ex is still worrying about her research even at this kind of time. But he knew that they couldn't dilly-dallying in this place. "Just come with me already," said Kanzaki as he grabbed Aisha's wrist and pulled her with him. Despite her grumbling, Aisha followed obediently. Thus, Kanzaki ran through the crumbling cave while pulling Aisha's hand and carrying Yuma on his shoulder. He had to brace his legs since running up was much harder than running down. Finally, he carried Aisha under his armpit and ran in a mad dash, and managed to get out of the dungeon a bit over 22 hours. The SDF personnel who were stationed outside of the dungeon approached the haggard Kanzaki and then hurriedly carried the three of them to the medical office. That day, following the long trauma in Yokohama, it then confirmed that the Black Dungeon had collapsed. This news shook Japan. It goes without saying that the news about Japan's first dungeon capture circulating around the world. Act 4, Raid of Red Duke. Chapter 98, State of Emergency. Ibaraki Prefecture, Ishioka City, the Red Dungeon. Though the sun had set, there were numerous explorers and officials gathered inside the dome where the entrance of the dungeon was located. Several notebooks were lined up on top of a long table in the white room made from inorganic materials. 5 people were facing those laptops. The mana really did leak out, and the leaking rate has been increasing exponentially. "Why did the rate suddenly increase like this?" said Ishikawa, who stood beside the man who muttered those remarks. "I heard the news that the Black Dungeon in Yokohama just got captured this morning." "Is this related to that?" "I don't know about that, but we can't just exclude those possibilities. I don't know who captured that dungeon, but they're doing unnecessary things." As the supervisor from ELCID, Ishikawa couldn't help but worry about the current situation. A few days had elapsed since mana started leaking out from the Red Dungeon. Since they received the information that the leaking rate of the mana in the dungeons in foreign countries had also risen, they expected that the same phenomenon had happened in the dungeons in Japan. But when they realized that the discharge level had literally risen up exponentially, Ishikawa started to discuss a countermeasure with the supervisor of Kasumigura Garrison, the SDF who was responsible for suppressing the Red Dungeon. They're currently in the room located right beside the hole leading up to the dungeon. The ceiling, floor, and wall color was uniformly white. Inside such a tasteless room were 4 explorers from Elcid Company and Ishikawa, and from Kasumigura Garrison were 6 troops and General Kakadani. Ishikawa-san, at this rate we have no idea what is going to happen. I think we need to seek aid from the Minister of Defense for their counter-plan. The General Kakadani who spoke to Ishikawa was a 50-years-old man with a crop cut. The figure of him clad in military uniform with his subordinates standing on his sides was truly awe-inspiring. Ishikawa nodded as he opened his mouth. I will also send a request to dispatch more explorers to the main HQ of Elcid Company. They should have arrived by tomorrow afternoon. My apologies. Dealing with such a dangerous situation should be our main duty. I'm truly ashamed of myself for involving civilians like you guys in this kind of trouble. Don't mind it. We're experts when it comes to dealing with monsters and dungeons after all. We will give you our utmost cooperation. Thank you very much. Now back to the topic. Our problem is... Yes. Both of them then looked at the gate in front of them. It was a huge bulkhead made from a thick slab of metal. It was the wall that separated the fantasy-like dungeon and the real world where the human was living. But still, are you sure that monsters are really going out from the dungeon? Kakadani asked Ishikawa with an uneasy look on his face. That possibility did exist since the mana had already been leaking out to the surface. There's no particular problem if the one who came out is a monster from the shallow floor. But it will turn into a huge problem if the monster from the deep floor is the one who coming out. Is there any example of such a case in a foreign country? We have confirmed the credibility of the news about the monster from the shallow floor coming out of the dungeon, but there's no formal announcement about the appearance of the monster from the deep floor. Formal announcement? Kakadani's eyebrows frowned upon hearing such unsettling phrases. Each country might suppress such news. Dungeon business is the main income for a few small countries after all. Even a major country will do everything to cover the news that can potentially disturb their country's economy. Is that why they're hiding the real situation? Ishikawa nodded upon hearing that question. No country wants their country to be the only one who suffers from such a situation. Thus they shut the mouth of the dungeon-related company in their own country and try to settle their problem on their own. I think they're in the stage of waiting and seeing the reaction of the other country for now. Ishikawa spoke with conviction. Even in Japan, the change happened so rapidly, it means that the same case most probably happened in other countries too. Thus, he couldn't say that Japan was the first country where such an incident happened. We received a report that the mana density inside the dungeon keeps rising, meaning that powerful monsters can potentially be going up. I see now. Kakadani then started a discussion with his subordinates with an extremely serious look on his face. Ishikawa was also looking at the monitor of the PC. The situation in the first floor of the dungeon was displayed in real time on the monitor of the PC. The situation is still normal for the time being. Yeah, that seems to be the case, said Ishikawa to his subordinate, and then looked back at the monitor again. Due to the influence of mana, electromagnetic-based communication could only be used on the first floor. Since they had no idea what happened on the floor below that, Ishikawa deployed 6 explorers who came with him to see the situation on the second floor. 5 explorers were stationed on the first floor, 10 around the hole which became the entrance of the dungeon. There were also 8 soldiers of SDF carrying small firearms to support the 10 explorers stationed around the entrance of the dungeon. Ishikawa, who was monitoring the situation from the tent, was acting as their command tower along with 4 other explorers. Kakadani and CO were also monitoring the situation. Since the area outside of the dome was akin to a city, it meant that this place was the final line of defense to prevent the monster from coming outside to the civilian area. During such nerve-wracking moments, Ishikawa's subordinate's voice could be heard from the monitor. What's the matter? We received a report from the team on the second floor. They say that a huge monster is heading toward the entrance to the first floor. What kind of monster is that? About that, the communication got interrupted before they could tell me about the monster. Since long-distance communication was impossible within the dungeon, the communication between the second floor team and the first floor team was done with a transceiver. Since the situation was unclear, Ishikawa smacked his lips. If the monster is coming up, Kill them on the first floor. We must not let them out to the ground. Understood. How's the situation? Asked Kakadani with a strained face. And though Ishikawa reassured Kakadani with "Don't worry, they're pro," he couldn't help but feel anxious about the situation. The communication with the 2nd floor team has stopped. Does that mean they're in the middle of combat? I don't want to think that they're already been defeated, but all the explorer who was currently standing by in the dungeon were the user of water magic. The monsters from mid-layer and low-layer wouldn't be able to defeat them, was what Ishikawa had expected. Alas, Suddenly, a loud scream came from the PC monitor. Hey, what's matter? The image in the monitor vanished and then replaced with darkness. No way. They got defeated? Ishikawa-san, what's the meaning of this? Ignoring Kakadani, Ishikawa took out his smartphone and contacted the group stationed right beside the dungeon hole. We've emergency. The monster might have gone up. You have to stop them at all cost. You understood? Ishikawa spoke in a loud voice while glaring at the monitor which displayed black color. Shall we open the bulwark, Ishikawa-san? With our help, I think we must not. There's a possibility of the monster running out of the dungeon if we open the gate now. We must not open the door at all costs. If the explorer team inside the dungeon was defeated, it only meant that the one who came up was the monster from the deep layer. If that was truly the case, then they must not open the door even if it means abandoning the explorer inside the dungeon. When Ishikawa was pondering about that, he heard the sound of a firearm from beside the dungeon hole. The members of the SDF were using their guns. He also heard a scream and the sound of a roar and something hitting the gate. The hole turned into pandemonium. But, the sound stopped a while later, followed by an ominous silence. Ishikawa's forehead drenched in a cold sweat. He looked at the bulwark as an unpleasant premonition hit him. No way. Everyone has already been defeated. Seeing that mana was overflowing to the surface, they should be able to use magic. And yet, they still lost? Is that mean? Amidst the silence, there was a small sound on the other side of the bulkhead. They're heading toward the door. Chapter 99, Unleashed Calamity. Everyone, prepare your enchanted armament. Ishikawa's subordinates raised their weapons in a hurry. Ishikawa had also grabbed his personal weapon that was leaning on the wall, a huge axe. Enchanted armament Water Vein Battle Axe Mk2, Ishikawa held the hilt of the battle axe with both hands, glared at the gate bulkhead as he took a combat stance. Meanwhile, the heavy sound of something pounding onto the gate kept repeating. Ishikawa-san, stay alert. This gate couldn't be destroyed that easily. It will buy us some time until our reinforcement is coming to this place. Why yes. The 4 Ishikawa's subordinates were also focusing their gaze on the gate as they raised their weapons. Seeing the member of SDF raising the gun, Ishikawa told them to step back for now. The reason being the monster on the other side of the gate wasn't the kind of monster that could be defeated by mere firearm. On the other hand, the stray bullet from the firearm might become a hindrance for the explorer. After making sure that everyone did as he said, Ishikawa grasped the hilt of his battle axe again. Even if the monster managed to tear the gate, it wasn't a bad thing. Rather, the gate has fulfilled its purpose to buy some time for us. It wasn't being positive, it was a reality. Alas, Ishikawa realized soon after that he was still too naive. A change happened to the bulkhead gate. One part of the gate suddenly glowed red and started radiating high heat. The red glow became bigger and bigger at breakneck speed and started to raise white steam. Ishikawa started to doubt what he saw. How can it be? The gate should be fireproof. The bulkhead gate melted like candy. And then, something stepped out slowly from the hole around 2 meters in diameter. Its skin was dark, its eyes were glowing with sinister light, sharp claws on its leg, and then, coming out along with the drool that dripped out from its maw was small flame and white smoke. It was a huge beast walking with 4 limbs. This guy is... Ishikawa couldn't hide his shock. The reason being he knew the name of the monster before them. Helgram. It was the monster that first confirmed in the Red Dungeon of St. Petersburg in Russia. It was found on the 150th floor or deeper. Why did a monster from deep layer appeared in shallow layer? The monster leaned forward and rushed straight at Ishikawa. Ishikawa let his magical power flow into his weapon. Countless blue lines appeared on the surface of his battle axe, making it look like the blood vessel of the battle axe. Against the incoming Helgam, Ishikawa took a deep breath, and brandished his battle axe to the side. Helgam jumped upward to dodge the incoming battle axe. Damn it! When Ishikawa turned around, Two of his subordinates had already come to attack the Helgam, swinging their club and longsword respectively. But the Helgam wasn't confused by it. They took a deep breath, glaring at the human before them. "Crap, you lots, Ru." The Helgam spit their fire breath right before Ishikawa finished speaking. Though both members were protected by the water barrier, the flame easily broke the barrier, turning both people inside into human torches. Jaya. Ishikawa quickly ordered his two remaining subordinates to use water magic to save their comrades as he chased after the Helgam. Just as he tried to hit the monster with his battle axe, he saw the SDF member had already been aiming their firearm at the monster. No, firearm doesn't work on this guy. Alas, it was too late. The SDF members had already fired their firearms. Dozens of bullets raining upon the monster. Alas, all of them got repelled the moment it was about to hit the monster. The reason was because the body of Helgam was being protected by flame barrier. Even if the bullet managed to penetrate the barrier, the monster's wound would be healed right in the next moment. The monster can use super recovery even outside of the dungeon. Kakadani-san, stop the attack. The bullet isn't working on this guy. It'll only attract their attention to you. But the enraged Helgam then turned at Kakadani, whose face was pale due to fear, and then rushed at him. Ishikawa rushed at the same time and butting in between the Helgam and Kakadani. The monster took a deep breath and was about to unleash another fire breath. "Don't mess with me, you dumb mutt." A lot of water appeared around Ishikawa, who glared at his enemy. The water then started moving as if they had their own will, then coiling around Ishikawa's body and battle axe. When the hellfire spat out by Helgam came into contact with the water, it exploded at once, creating a lot of mist. Ishikawa's battle axe cut through the white mist in front of him. The brandished battle axe struck right on Helgam's neck. And just as the axe's blade, clad in magical power of water, was about to dig deeper into the neck, the Helgam suddenly jumped back, seemingly feeling the danger of Ishikawa's attack. Seeing the sizzling wound on the monster's neck, Ishikawa smacked his lips. Ishikawa was one of the most prominent water magic users in Japan with a mana index of 2500. In addition, fire and water had good affinity. It was enough to kill Helgam but failed to cut off their head. "My mana isn't enough, huh?" The monster's wound sizzled as if healed. A wound inflicted by an enchanted weapon shouldn't be healed easily. But then, despite the mana flowing outside of the dungeon, the healing efficiency dropped considerably because there wasn't that much mana. Ishikawa glared at the monster. "But, the same as this guy. They aren't going all out." Ishikawa readied his axe and then thrust the tip of his battle axe at the Helgam. But then, the monster suddenly turned around and escaped with a tail between their legs. Instead of fighting Ishikawa, they rammed their body into the gate and ran outside after smashing the gate. "Oh no, don't let them to escape." The monster left the building just like that. They used the confusion to escape. Ishikawa and CO chased after them. Alas, they were no match for Helgam in the contest of speed. What should we do, Ishikawa-san?" The monster broke our barricade. His subordinate was looking at the outside scenery as the color drained from his face. A few seconds later, Kakadani and CO were catching up from behind. "Has that monster escaped outside?" asked Kakadani with a pale face. Ishikawa opened his mouth, trying his best to calm his own turmoil. "Kakadani-san, please mobilize the SDF to blockade the vicinity. That guy won't be able to escape that far." "Really?" "Yes, the leaked mana is only available around the dungeon. That dog won't be able to hold on for too long outside." I understand. I'll contact every ministry and official immediately." After Kakadani left in a hurry, Ishikawa spoke to his two remaining subordinates. "Contact the headquarters. Tell them that we have an emergency situation. This matter can't wait until tomorrow." "Why yes." Both of them then run in a hurry. Ishikawa then looked at the outside scenery. The seemingly never-ending jet black darkness had hidden a terrifying monster. Ishikawa's train of thought had finally calmed down. The monster who managed to escape ran to the nearby building. It climbed up the building all the way to the roof and then oversaw the scenery below. They instinctively realized that the mana only existed until their current location. They knew that they should never leave this vicinity. But then, they felt it. A gigantic amount of mana far away from their current location. They had no idea what that was. Nevertheless, the Helgam was driven by their strong instinct. They started running again on top of the roof of the building and then jumped off from it. They landed quietly despite falling from more than 50 meters tall building, rushed toward the direction of the powerful mana, and vanished with the cover of the night. Chapter 100, Cross-Examination. Japan Dungeon Association, Kanto Branch. Located in the Chiyoda Ward of Tokyo was the headquarters of Japan's Dungeon Management of Operation. It was a joint venture composed of government and business sectors formed to cooperate with the Ministry of Defense. A man was walking on the main floor of the Japan Dungeon Association, widely known as JDA. The man wore a navy blue shirt and his hairdo was separated in two. His rimless glasses made him look like a serious man. The man was the official investigator from JDA, Kazuka Hideki. The man was truly perplexed by the current situation. The man suddenly got a phone call very early in this morning. The person who contacted him said that the Black Dungeon in Yokohama had already been captured. Just when he thought it was a prank call, the dungeon collapse began. This was the first dungeon capture in Japan. Moreover, it was done by a three-person party. One was a researcher, and the other two were explorers. Properly speaking, it should be impossible for a party with only that number of people to go all the way down to the bottom of the Black Dungeon. Even the dungeon expert said that they need at least 100 people to reach the bottom. Kazuka then moved from the open office of JDA to the glass-sided conference room. A tall and muscular man was in the middle of talking with one member of JDA in that room. Kazuka opened the black file in his hand. The man's name was Kanzaki Kotaro. The president of a company goes by the name of D Minor, and one of three-men party who dived into the Black Dungeon. His company was by no means a major company, let alone a mid-sized company. It was a micro-company. The president himself was a B-rank explorer. I doubt that person is the one who captured the Black Dungeon. When Kazuka looked to his side, he saw a petite woman peeking into the room. The brown-haired woman with a bob cut wearing a charcoal gray-colored suit was looking at Kanzaki with sparkling eyes. "What are you doing here, Kurumishita? Are you goofing around? I mean, how can you keep such an interesting event from me, senior?" "Interesting, miss? This is a troublesome matter." Kazuka heaved a sigh as he replied to Kurumishita, who spoke in high spirits, and then looked back at the conference room again. Kanzaki suddenly stood up and yelled something. The staff on the other hand was overwhelmed. "It really couldn't be helped. I'll go and ask directly." "Senior will go in person, then take me along with you too." "Have it your way. I've told you how many times again now." The stairways to the floor above suddenly vanished once we arrived on the bottom floor. A monster suddenly appeared and we escaped from the said monster. "I know. That's why I'm asking you to tell the details of the story." Kazuka calmly observed the man before him. Though the man was transported straight to the hospital as soon as he came out from the dungeon, the female researcher and Kanzaki, who only suffered from minor injury, brought straight to questioning by the police. They're still wearing the same attire they used when diving into the dungeon. The attire was worn out. And yet, Kanzaki was unscathed. Tired aside, he even looked really energetic for someone who just got back from the bottom of the dungeon on his own feet. "You're not the one who defeated the monster at the bottom of the dungeon, right?" "Huh? Like hell I can beat something like that. I mean, we were running away from a golem when all of us suddenly fell into a mysterious hole beneath the golem's feet. The moment we entered the hole, the bottom suddenly turned into a slope and we fell straight into the bottom floor of the dungeon. After that, there was this earthquake and another upward slope appeared which we used to get out of the dungeon." "I see now. The story did match. But, reaching the bottom floor with only a three-man party sounds like a stretch, but the problem is, how did the three of you manage to achieve such a feat?" "Aisha is the one who suggested that diving plan for us. Me and the other explorer refused such a reckless plan at first, but we ended up agreeing since Aisha suggested the most optimum diving plan." "Aisha? You're referring to Dr. Aisha Kisaragi, right? Is she your acquaintance, Kazuka-san?" Kurumishita, who heard the interview silently from behind until then, suddenly cut in. "She's a famous scholar who is researching the Black Dungeon. She's a famous troublemaker though." "I agree with you," Kanzaki added so while laughing heartily. "I think you're already aware of this, but the capture of the bottom floor of the dungeon is prohibited by law. If you are found guilty in this incident, you're going to be charged with a crime." "Like hell I know. We ain't the one who captures the dungeon. Or, are you telling us to just wait for our death in the bottom floor of the dungeon?" "I won't go as far as that." "Naturally, You won't be charged with a crime as long as you have a plausible reason. Kotaro calmly looked at Kanzaki. Kanzaki on the other hand glared at Kotaro like a wild beast. Anyhow, more investigation will be conducted later. We will also perform hearings many times later. I wish for your cooperation for that. KKI, understood, said Kanzaki listlessly. Chapter 101, something else? Chapter 101, something else? Kazuka was looking disgruntled at Kanzaki, who walked out of JDA's office building. Senior, your face is scary. What are you thinking about? Kaoru Shita, who stood beside him, asked with an upturned gaze. That man doesn't seem to be telling the truth. As if he is hiding something from us. Hide? What in the world does he hide from us? I don't know. Alas, that's our job to investigate this matter. How's the result of the investigation for the other two? About that, the young explorer called Mitaka Yuma is unconscious and brought to the hospital. Though he wakes up right after that, he isn't being summoned for questioning due to his condition. What about Aisha Kisaragi? She called for questioning since she isn't injured, but she seems to be lost in her own world. But after further questioning, her story is pretty much the same as Kanzaki's. In the end, the only one who can talk properly is Kanzaki. Thus we have no choice but to call them again for questioning later. Kazuka grumbled with a sullen face. But still, the Black Dungeon has been captured. Are you sure that we can set that matter aside? It was a fact that the inorganic Black Dungeon was the least popular dungeon. Kaoru Shita had the same opinion in that regard, but, even though it's the Black Dungeon, it's still an important property of the country for mining resources or research. Moreover, being unable to leave after entering the bottom floor is akin to an unprecedented case. We need to dig even deeper into this case. Roja, after sending a sidelong glance at Kaoru Shita, who didn't seem to understand what he said, Kazuka returned to finish his own job. Yokohama, St. Maria University Hospital, General Ward. Yuma. Howdy, President. When Kanzaki opened the door of the hospital, Yuma was in the middle of doing a light stretching in his hospital bed. How's your condition? No problem. Yuma went down from his bed as he spoke. There were 4 beds in the room, and the bed in the innermost part of the room was for the elderly. The doctor says that I have to stay in the hospital for 1 more day, just to be sure. Well, that's harsh. It should be okay for you to leave now. Yuma approached Kanzaki and then spoke in a small voice. I mean seriously, I have to speak with those grandpas over the 4 hours about things like their grandchild, or Shogai. Yuma turned out to be complaining about his time in the hospital. Kanzaki let out a wry smile as he looked at Yuma. Okay, wait a minute. I'll complete your discharge procedure now. Kanzaki and Yuma walk into the parking lot of the hospital. Though the day was the first day of May, the lightly dressed Yuma felt the chilly wind since it was already 8 p.m. We're finally back. The interview took quite a while. What's about Aisha-san? Aisha has also been questioned. Don't worry about her. Both of us have already prepared to match our answer beforehand. Yuma couldn't help but feel anxious upon looking at Kanzaki, who replied with a gloomy face. What's the matter? It's nothing. She is just feeling really dejected right now. She said that she didn't want to see my face for now, and then returned to Tokyo immediately. She's shocked due to the disappearance of the Black Dungeon. She should be glad that we managed to return alive from that situation. Kanzaki took the key from his pocket and unlocked the door of the Wrangler. Both of them then entered the car and fixed their seatbelt. I'm going to be called for questioning too, right? Yuma, who sat in the passenger seat, asked with an anxious face. Yeah, they're going to call you too, but, no matter what they ask, just tell them that you know nothing about the situation back then since you were passed out that time. I understand. But, I mean, I don't even remember what happened back then. What actually happened after I passed out? Kanzaki turned the key and started the engine with a rather sober look on his face. I'll tell you about that matter later. Now I'll send you back home first. No, President. Just send me off until the station. I'll be back by train. Why though? It's faster with the car, right? I mean, Meiko-san called me just a while ago. From the sound of it, she seems to be really worrying about you, so you should go back quickly. Meiko. Kanzaki took out his smartphone and checked the incoming message. Only then did he realize that Meiko had been sending dozens of messages. She seemed to send me a message as soon as we came out from the dungeon, but I have to switch off my phone during the questioning. I made her worry so much. My home is in the opposite direction, That's why going to my house first will delay your return. But still, you're just waking up, right? Don't worry, my body is in perfect condition. There's no problem at all. Despite Kanzaki's worries, Yuma kept reassuring him that he was alright. I understand. But, don't force yourself. Call me as soon as your body feels uncomfortable. Yes, I will. Kanzaki then took out the car from the parking lot and went straight to Yokohama Station. Yuma came down from the car after they arrived at the station and then thanked Kanzaki. Yuma, I'll give you a paid break from work until next Monday. Make sure you rest properly until then. I understand. You have to go back home too, President. Make sure that you are not wandering outside for drinking. Mako-san seems to be really worrying about you after all. I know already. Be careful on the way. Yes, thank you very much. Yuma closed the door of the Wrangler and saw off the car before he went into the station. He didn't waste any time entering the station and bought a return ticket to go back home. It's already so late at night. Yuma, who got off the train at the nearest station from his home, was walking on the way back home. By the time he arrived, it was already 9 p.m. Since Yuma's house is located on the outskirts of Tokyo, the area was quite deserted around this time. After he walked past the station, leaving the town area, the scenery was replaced with rice paddies and small hills. He put his hands into his pocket to endure cold night air as he quickened his walking pace. His house was already close by. It was just 20 minutes walking distance. When he raised his face as he thought about that matter, he saw a red light from afar. What's that? The light approached him quickly, crossing the paddies between them. Wait a minute, it looks like the silhouette of an animal. But, which animal glows like that? When Yuma pondered about the identity of the silhouette, he finally could take a good look at the silhouette of the approaching animal. It was a huge dog. Its figure resembled that of a Doberman, and it had dark skin. But then, there were numerous cracks all over their body, and those cracks were glowing red like magma. And the strangest part about the dog was their size. The fact that they grew taller than humans itself was already abnormal. After reaching a certain distance, the dog stopped in their place. Yuma had also stopped at his place and looked at the dog, but then, he walked again since he didn't want to get involved with that strange dog. Thereupon, the dog was moving closer to Yuma. Seeing that, Yuma stopped walking and then walked in the opposite direction this time. The dog had also followed him. Yuma's gait came to a stop. Am I this fella's prey? Chapter 102, Blazing Wannabe Dog. Chapter 102, Blazing Wannabe Dog. Yuma was bewildered. A mysterious dog appeared out of nowhere blocking his path. The heck? Is this dog a monster? This place should be outside of the dungeon though. The dog raised a low growl while facing toward Yuma. Its mouth spewed white smoke and tiny flame and then rushed straight at Yuma. Fudgy. Yuma invoked his metallization ability, jumped back and somehow managed to dodge the dog's rush. With some distance opened between them, both sides were glaring at each other. Why in the hell is this dog attacking me out of nowhere? Was I the enemy of their parents or something? The dog growled again while glaring at Yuma, and then rushed again. Seeing that, Yuma turned around and escaped at full speed. You must be kidding me. Why should I fight against this guy? Alas, the dog's running speed was faster than Yuma's. Being chased around by a glowing dog in the night was exactly like a horror experience for Yuma. Yuma invoked his bloody aura as he escaped. He zigzagged to confuse the dog and finally managed to outrun the dog. He took a long detour to the residential district with the dog tailing after him. Huff, huff. That's scary, man. What the heck with that dog? My Mamizo is much more adorable. A while later, the glowing crimson lines of the bloody ore had finally vanished, but he had yet to cancel his metallization. Yuma adjusted his breath for a while before he started walking again. Man, that game of tag forced me to walk even farther. When he walked in the dim street while letting out such grumbling, he noticed immediately that something was amiss. He heard a kicking sound from the quiet corner of the residential area, and when he approached the source of that sound, the glowing red dog whose body looked like it was on fire appeared again from the shadow of the building. Are you kidding me? This guy again. The dog rushed straight toward Yuma. Is this dog can detect my position? Despite managing to shake off the dog a while ago, the dog still managed to tail him. And he couldn't outrun the dog unless he used bloody ore. Damn it. Honestly, I don't want to fight this dog, but he dodged the dog's fangs with a sidestep and then raised his speed with bloody ore again, taking some distance from the dog. After getting beaten black and blue yesterday, the Chimera seems to have fallen into the hole and died, but, honestly, I won't be surprised if I got killed back then. I had no idea just how powerful this dog was, thus I had to be very careful. Yuma looked around as he ran. Then he found a gutter by the side of the road. It was covered with a concrete lid and seems to be connected with the irrigation channel ahead, so only clean water flows in the gutter. That's it. Yuma used his liquid metal transformation ability to turn his body into round metal slime to get into the gutter. He jumped up and down and went under the concrete lid. Foo. That's that. You have no idea that my body can shrink. Your huge body won't be able to go into this place, wannabe dog. And just as he followed along the ditch with a triumphant feeling, he heard a loud sound right above him. What the heck is that? The concrete around him then raised white smoke and then turned red. Upon looking up, he saw the dog tear the concrete with their blazing fangs. Though Yuma fell into a panic, he jumped up with his round body and tried to escape. Right at that very moment, thump! Yuma's body was held inside the dog's mouth. The dog's fangs held his metallic body and swallowed it whole. Yuma's body passed through the dog's esophagus, straight into their stomach. Their stomach was filled with magma-like liquid. Is this their stomach? Yuma was completely dumbfounded upon seeing the unreal spectacle before him. The Hellgarm was fully satisfied after they ate the round metal ball was about to turn around to leave the place. They had no idea what they just ate, but they knew that they could stay active for a while after taking in the thing that released a continuous amount of mana. And just when they're about to head to the next place, they noticed an uncomfortable feeling in their stomach. The demonic dog stopped walking as they felt searing hot pain in their stomach. Gone? Suddenly, a few hundred thorns sprout from their stomach. The thorns had literally turned the Hellgram into porcupine and made them feel due to the pain. They had no idea what just happened. They tried to stand on their feet. Alas, blood was overflowing from their entire body. They were walking randomly with unsteady steps toward the nearest parking lot. The parking lot was located by the side of the building where the light had switched off. There were only a few cars and no light to illuminate the parking lot. After dragging their feet to the parking lot, the thorns had finally shrunk in size. Only then did the Hellgarm feel relaxed. They knew that their body would recover once the thorns were gone. The moment they thought so, another 100 thorns pierced their body again. Gudja! The Hellgarm was fainting in agony. They couldn't protect themselves from the attack that came from inside their body. When they rolled in pain, the thorns shrunk back again and then replaced with a long sword. The sword opened a huge wound, spraying a huge amount of blood. The Hellgarm looked at the sword that came out from their stomach while suffering an agonizing pain. The sword then melted down and turned into a puddle of black liquid. Once the puddle gathered, it changed its shape again, into that of a human. A rugged and black humanoid figure. The humanoid figure stood with his back facing Hellgarm and sword from the gauntlets on his hands. The Hellgarm's ruptured stomach was recovered with super recovery, and the bleeding had stopped too. The human slowly turned around to face the Hellgarm. The Hellgarm felt it, the repulsive black magical power overflowing from the human before them. Chapter 103, Trace of Combat. Chapter 103, Trace of Combat. The heck? Now I'm drenched with blood. Yuma in his metal armor state grumbled while looking at his body and limbs. When he turned around, the dog had already staggered on their feet. You must be kidding me, right? I've literally torn this fella's stomach from the inside. Since their wounds have recovered, they must have the same recovery ability as the Chimera. Can I beat this guy? The dog glared angrily at Yuma, and spared no time to rush at him. Have no choice but to fight then. Yuma invoked his Bloody Ore ability. Though today was the first time he invoked this ability, he could still use it 20 more times. Bloody, crimson lines appeared on the surface of his body. First, Yuma decided to test the water with 5 times the power in his limiter release state. He stepped forward and welcomed the rushing dog with a telegraphed punch of his left hand. The dog couldn't react fast enough to Yuma's punch, which resulted in the latter's left straight breaking the former's skull. His punch crushed the dog's head, making it sink into the latter's body. Yuma pulled back his fist, and let the dog's body roll on the ground. Having seen his punch being more effective, Yuma couldn't help but look dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What the heck? Their body is weaker than the monster of Black Dungeon. Even that simple punch showed outstanding results. Though he felt relieved since his effort during the last month bore fruit, he couldn't help but shudder to see the dog standing on their feet again. The dog's crushed head was also recovered along with loud crackling sounds. The scene before him resembled the scene from the zombie movie. Gimme a break. Doing something like this outside of the dungeon is cheating, right? Once their head was back to normal, the dog rushed at him again. Yuma clicked his tongue and released the gauntlet sword in his left hand again. He had no problem coping with the dog's speed as long as he used his blood yaw. He spun to the right to dodge the bite attack of the dog while unleashing a slash that cut the dog's foreleg. His attack didn't stop at that. He nailed a right kick into the dog's chest. The force of his kick, enhanced by blood yaw, smashed the dog's ribcage, sending them flying like ragdolls. The dog's body had only stopped after they crashed into the telephone pole. The telephone pole dented inward and fell as it scattered electric spark from its torn wires. Fudge. Is this count as vandalizing public property? Yuma tried to catch the falling pole, alas, it was too late. The telephone pole fell and broke. Yuma was at his wit's end. Is this my fault? Will this count as property damage? If I'm fined, how much I have to pay for this? Yuma, who got flustered by the incident, failed to realize that the dog had already recovered. By the time Yuma turned around, the dog had already taken a breath and released a blazing red breath. Yawa! He reflexively used his arms to protect his face. The flame baked him alive, turning the concrete below his feet into a sea of magma. Damn, it's not hot. Despite being literally baked alive, Yuma didn't feel the heat at all. Oh right, I forgot that I have heat resistance. The moment he heaved a sigh of relief, the dog had stopped spewing their flame, facing him with a weak flame mixed with drool dripping from their mouth. The moment they rushed at Yuma, he brushed them off with a backhand blow. The blow that got enhanced by bloody or easily crushed the dog's head again, popping out one of their eyes. The dog managed to land safely, but it was bleeding profusely from their head and mouth. Nevertheless, they recovered again, glaring at Yuma. This guy might be able to recover, but they're not that strong. Yuma swung his right arm to the side to get rid of the blood and grime from the dog. Despite his vigilance, his opponent turned out to be much weaker than the Chimera. And yet, his attack ended up destroying a public facility. Yuma ended up getting really pissed off since the dog had caused a lot of trouble for him. The police might arrest me because of you. You damn mutt. The dog rushed again after their wound recovered. Since Yuma didn't want to destroy another public facility, he decided to kill the dog immediately. Blood yaw, full throttle. He closes in the distance between them and unleashes a deadly rush to the dog's head and body. The dog that took Yuma's unleashed strength without any kind of protection from head-on turned into a tenderized slab of meat and got kicked up by Yuma. At the end of his combo, their bodies were blown up more than 20 meters above the ground, and falling down along with bloody rain. Right below them, Yuma had already been waiting with a gauntlet sword in both of his hands. Can you handle this too? The sword was brandished by Yuma at a speed that couldn't be followed by naked eyes and sliced off the dog's body. He sliced off the dog's limbs without beheading their head. The sliced off parts of their limbs were scattered around the dog. The dog's head rolled right under his feet. Yuma returned his sword and trampled on the dog's head. This is the end. He put more power into his leg and squashed the dog's head along with the concrete below. The next moment, the dog's head along with scattered parts of their limbs including blood, and their body crumbled into sand. It was complete destruction to the point they couldn't recover anymore. After the effect of blood yaw and metallization wore off, Yuma was in his normal state looking at his surroundings. Their fight in the parking lot had ended up messing up the place. See crap. I hope no one found out it was caused by me. Thus, Yuma left the place in a hurry. And just as Yuma had expected, his battle against the dog caused a lot of stir. The next day, the quiet residential area had been surrounded by a solemn atmosphere since the morning. The parking lot of the construction company was blocked by the police, and guarded by SDF members and the police to prevent anyone from entering the place. They made their move as soon as they received the report from the local policeman. Yes, I did hear a really loud sound, but when did that happen? The housewife who got asked about what happened last night couldn't hide her shock. The investigator tried to get the information from those who lived around the area. In addition, Two people who weren't police or members of SDF were having a conversation in the middle of the blocked area. The slender man with short cut squatting down, traced the scorched part of the concrete. The man with a solid build touched his chin before asking the slender man, "What do you think, Tenuji? Is that Helgam died in this place?" "The possibility is almost 100%. The ones who came were two ELSID members, the Thunder Beast Tenuji and the supervisor of the Red Dungeon, Ishikawa." Tenuji was supposed to be on a long expedition in the White Dungeon in Hokkaido. Alas, he returned in a hurry once he received the emergency call. Tenuji rubbed his fingers while pondering about something and then looked around as he stood up. Why did that Helgam come to this kind of place? We are also curious about this. We followed their trace from the security camera and yet, we never expected that they would leave Ibaraki and go all the way to the outskirts of Tokyo. Did that guy die after using up their power? Tenuji was pondering for a while upon hearing Ishikawa's remark. And then, he opened his mouth. "No, these are traces of battle. It seems to be fighting against something, or someone." "Battle? With whom? Did they just happen to stumble upon an explorer?" Tenuji shook his head. "Explorers shouldn't be able to use their magic outside of the dungeon, thus not even an explorer might be able to defeat that Helgam." "Is it the police?" "I don't think so. Firearms don't work on Helgam. And there is no report from the police department either." "Who are they fighting then?" "Tenuji, you should be able to feel something with your mana fluctuation, right?" Just as Ishikawa had said, high-ranking explorers like Tenuji could feel the trace of mana. Thus Tenuji was looking at the parking lot again. The asphalt melted due to heat, the broken telephone pole, and the cracks in the parking lot. There were numerous traces of red mana. And yet, Tenuji felt a different trace of strange mana too. "I can't say for sure, but it's definitely something with mana." Chapter 104, Self-Defense Assistance Vice Minister. I slept like a log. Have you felt lonely without me, Mamizo? Woof. The day after Yuma had returned, he was brushing Mamizo's head. And since he had been working non-stop since last month, the current vacation felt like a healing time for him. Man, that 30 days of non-stop working is tough. Come to think of it, I did martial arts training or weight training when there was no work. Just remembering that made me feel tired. Woof. Oh, have you understood my pain and are willing to bear half of it, Mamizo? What a nice child you are. When Yuma said okay, let's go for a walk, and put on the walk rope on Mamizo's choker, the latter raised a joyful bark as they circled around Yuma. Tokyo, Shinjuku, Ministry of Defense Building. The government officials responsible for the crisis management of the country held a meeting in the huge conference room on the 12th floor of the building. A dungeon specialist was also gathered there. Sitting along the long rectangular desk, the one who sat in the seat of honor which was located the furthest away from the entrance was Saraizawa, the Self-Defense Assistant Vice Minister. Let's begin the meeting. The meeting began with Saraizawa's solemn voice. The one who read the report first was the General of the Ground SDF Unit, Kakutani. I'm Kakutani, the person in charge of Kasumigura Garrison which is responsible for the control management of the Red Dungeon. Currently, the mana discharge in the Red Dungeon has reached equilibrium. Though the mana density is quite high, there's no problem happening so far. Kakutani sent a nervous sidelong glance at Saraizawa. Saraizawa just glared at Kakutani without changing his expression. No problem happened? Are you sure it's really the case after the monster comes up to the ground? That's. Kakutani's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When Saraizawa said how's the situation of the escaped monster to another person, Kakutani sat back in his chair. The one standing up next was the chief of the National Police Agency Security, Sasuke. About the monster that escaped from Ibaraki's Red Dungeon. Its official name is Helgam, and following the testimony of the eyewitness and the image from the security camera, we knew it was moving along via Tokugai, Saitama, until Akayano city of Tokyo. I received the report that it's already died. Is that true? Yes. Since there's no report about them anymore. Since there's the trace of fierce combat in a certain parking lot in Akayano City, we concluded that they died after their power used up. Are you sure about that? Sasuke, who was pressed with such a question by Saraizawa, gulped his spit and replied slowly. The details about that situation are written in the report compiled by the specialist from ELCID who cooperates with us. I'll leave the explanation to them who are more adept in this matter, said Sasaki before he sat back in his chair. Serizawa then looked at the man who sat in the left end of the seat and was just standing up. The man who wore a suit and fastened necktie was obviously not a government official. I'm Tenuji from ELCID. This morning, I came to the site to confirm the situation with my own eyes. Serizawa frowned the moment he heard Tenuji's name, because Serizawa knew that the man who spoke was the strongest explorer in Japan. Serizawa then nodded lightly at Tenuji, urging the latter to start his explanation. Let's start with the conclusion. The Hellgarm is definitely dead in that place. But in my own opinion, the cause of their death isn't due to mana exhaustion. What does that mean? There are obvious traces of combat in that scene. That Hellgarm should be killed by something else. The tension within the meeting room rose up at once. Tenuji's remark struck like a bolt in the blue. Tenuji-kun, it's written in the report that it's almost impossible to subjugate Hellgarm above the ground, so the only way is to let them die from mana exhaustion. Don't you think that your opinion is contrasting the content of the report, Tenuji-kun? Said Serizawa while glaring at Tenuji. Ergo, Tenuji continued his story without feeling the pressure at all. At first, we thought that monsters would die from mana exhaustion once they left the dungeon. There's already a precedent example of such a case in a foreign nation. Serizawa listened quietly without interrupting Tenuji. But the police's investigation on the actual spot obviously found that the concrete is melting due to high heat. Considering the Hellgarm's mana reserve, using so much mana like that will only speed up their death. Despite how much time has passed, we never expected them to be able to use such powerful magic outside. Is that all? There's more. I can also feel the residual mana left on that place. From the trace of mana left behind on the spot, I found out that Hellgarm's mana isn't the only one that was left behind. There's another one. Is that your opinion, as an explorer? Yes. Serizawa was pondering for a while. The government official wasn't too familiar with the matter about the dungeon, and though he couldn't just dismiss the opinion of the specialist in that area, is that mean that person is the one who killed the monster? Yes. The Hellgarm's magical power of fire isn't the only one remaining in that place. There's a trace of another powerful magical power. So I have no doubt that the owner of the other magical power is the one who defeated Hellgarm. But then, who can do something like that? I hear that monster from Deep Layer is really strong. Is there an explorer who can beat that monster on the surface out there? As far as I know, there's no such explorer. Then, how did that explorer beat the monster? Normal firearms don't work on monsters from deep layers either. You also already know about that, right? Yes. That's common sense. But, looking at the broken telephone pole and melted concrete, to be honest, I'm just as bewildered as you, but my years of experience told me it's a trace of battle, and when it comes to battle, there's only one possibility. What is it? Serizawa asked with a serious face. What if the one who defeated the Hellgarm wasn't a human, but another monster? Everyone present in the meeting room was completely dumbfounded upon hearing such a statement. Then laughed loudly as if they just heard the joke of the century. Do you really understand what you say just now? There's no report about a monster escaping from another dungeon. Of course I know about that, said Tenuji calmly to answer Serizawa's question. But, since the monster of the Red Dungeon has already escaped, it doesn't mean that such a feat is impossible for the monster in another dungeon. In the first place, the route taken by the Hellgarm itself is already unnatural. Don't you think that's such an unnatural route? Does it mean that they found a target? Hearing that, Serizawa massaged the bridge of his nose. Though he could laugh at it as mere speculation, it was completely another matter if a pro seeker who was famous even overseas was the one who made such a claim. Serizawa shook his head lightly, looking at Tenuji again. Let's set this matter aside for now since we have no further information for the time being. Now I want to hear ELCID's opinion about the leaking mana of the Red Dungeon. Though each country had their own dungeon control management, the one who could beat monsters was the explorer who belonged to a dungeon-affiliated company and was a small SDF member. That's why ELCID played a big role in the current incident. We closed the dungeon for the time being and stationed dozens of explorers near the entrance of the dungeon. We're considering the option of summoning the explorer in our country to participate in the operation, but if the monster is still coming out from the dungeon, We might have no choice but to seal off the dungeon. The details of that plan will be discussed with the Ministry of Defense. I see. I understand. Though there was a lot of subject to address in that regard, that would be discussed in the next meeting. Serizawa stood from his chair, looking at the back of Tenuji, who had just left the meeting room. Not human. It was a monster. Tenuji's words resounded in his head. Serizawa shook his head and took the report on his table. If what he said was right. Serizawa then left the meeting room with such anxiety. Chapter 105, Poor Company. Chapter 105, Poor Company. Monday. This was the first time Yuma returned to work after he survived the Black Dungeon. Goodman Nayanji. Yuma-kun. The one who rushed up to him the moment he entered the office was Tanaka. Are you alright? I'm really worried about death after hearing you got hospitalized, you know. Well, I'm really glad that you got out of the hospital right after that though. Seeing Tanaka speak with a delightful voice as sweat ran down his forehead, Yuma once again marveled at the kindness of his senior at work. Ah, Yuma-kun. Thank goodness you're safe. How's your condition? Asked Maker as soon as she saw Yuma, which was replied by Yuma with perfect. But still, to make Yuma-kun go all the way down to the bottom floor, that's plain crazy. Maker folded her arms, glaring angrily at Kanzaki, who sat in his chair in the innermost part of the office. Kanzaki, who read the newspaper while smoking a cigarette, averted his gaze awkwardly from Maker while turning over the page of the newspaper. Sorry, Yuma-kun. My father. You have to go through a lot of trouble due to the president. That can't be true. I mean, the president saved my life. He brought me back all the way up from the bottom of the dungeon. Geez, you're too kind, Yuma-kun. You can feel angry at times like this. The dumbfounded Maker aside, Tanaka chided Yuma with a broad smile on his face. So, how it feel like to be on the bottom floor of the dungeon? What kind of monster did you meet in there? I mean, the president doesn't tell us the details. That's why I'm waiting to hear the details from you. But I fainted in the bottom floor and honestly don't know what happened after that. Yeah, I know that. Just tell me what you say on the way to the bottom of the dungeon. Tanaka asked with bright, glowing eyes akin to that of a kid. Come to think of it, Tanaka does say that he's sort of dungeon mania who loves stories about dungeons, right? As Yuma told the story of how they arrived on the bottom floor, Kanzaki, who sits in the innermost part of the office, slowly stood up from his seat and approached the duo. Yuma, I've something to tell you. Let's talk with the two of us for a while. Why yes. But Maker and Tanaka were puzzled upon hearing Kanzaki's words, which came like a bolt in the blue. Thus, Yuma followed Kanzaki, who had left the office in a hurry. Together, both of them descended to the second floor. After they entered the company's warehouse, which was filled with miscellaneous items that were already covered in dust, Kanzaki stopped his gait. He turned around and looked at Yuma with a serious look on his face. Yuma, there's something that I have to tell you no matter what. What is it? About the chimera in the bottom floor of the Black Dungeon. I've told you that they fell into a hole and died. Yes, I've heard about that. The truth isn't like that. The one who killed that monster is you, Yuma. Why me? Yuma was quite bewildered when the topic suddenly shifted to him. You passed out in the middle of the battle against that chimera. But then, your body suddenly turned into a giant metal sphere right after that. Metal sphere? Yes. And then you came out from within in the form of giant metal armor. Or steel giant to be exact. No way. That can't be true. It's impossible. Hey, that should be my words. Oh well. You who turned into a giant then literally curb-stomped that chimera. Your body returned to normal once the battle has ended, and that way I can carry you outside. Even after hearing such an unbelievable story, Yuma just cocked his head in puzzlement. If that's true, how did I manage to do that? I don't know. Aisha seems to know about it. She said it was the power of King Aisha-san. Come to Aisha if you're curious about this matter. That woman doesn't want to answer my call. Maybe she doesn't want to see me. I mean, what's the deal? Her curiosity is the main reason for the disappearance of the Black Dungeon. Well, I think she's willing to meet though. I see. Yuma felt really confused. He had yet to fully understand his power, and yet, after hearing Kanzaki's explanation, he realized that he had literally turned into a monster. Yuma looked at his right hand, filled with anxiety. That matter aside, there's another important secret that I have to tell you. What is it? Kanzaki paused for a while with an unnaturally meek face. Though Aisha had told me to not tell you about this, Honestly, I hate to keep lying to you on this matter. Lies? Kanzaki heaved a sigh in front of Yuma, who seemed like he had no idea what was happening. First, sorry Yuma. The truth is the result of the measurement of your mana index with Aisha's mana measuring tool isn't 200. Then what is the real result? Around 460k. F 406,000? Is that number correct? I don't know the details. At first, I also thought that Aisha's measuring tool might be broken. But then, I was convinced the moment I saw you using magic above the ground. And when you invoked metallization for the first time. Wait a minute. If I really have mana, why is the measurement result of my mana always shown as 0? I mean, I measured it so many times. The reason is simply because your mana is too strong. That's why you need a special measuring tool like the one made by Aisha to measure your mana index. No way. Kanzaki took a stick that leaning on the shelves. He then dusted its surface, which was covered with dust. That was the old model of enchanted armament. Your pickle lost in the Black Dungeon. Sorry, I failed to retrieve it despite knowing that you take a liking to it. No, I mean, having everyone returned safe and sound is already good enough. Kanzaki then returned the stick to the shelves after he dusted it before facing Yuma again. Yuma, you become really strong in the last month. I almost can't believe my eyes seeing you easily demolish the monster that can't be defeated without magic with a simple physical strength. What's the matter, President? I mean, you suddenly... No, I just think that this place won't be able to prepare a weapon that can match your strength. Though Yuma had no idea what Kanzaki was trying to say, he could guess the direction of the conversation. With that much mana you can literally use all kinds of magic. Fire, wind, water, thunder, and even healing magic. That's your biggest asset. But, D-Mina can't provide you with the magic gem to support your growth. The reason being we are poor company. Yuma looked at Kanzaki with an anxious face. Kanzaki, who noticed that, couldn't help by scratching his cheek as he revealed a wry smile. I have an acquaintance with some seeker in Elcid. As long as I ask that guy, he will protect your secret and prepare a place for you in the company. President, what are... Kanzaki spoke again in a louder voice even before Yuma managed to finish his words. Yuma, go to Elcid. Your talent should be used in the bigger company. Chapter 106, No Entry. Chapter 106, No Entry. Yuma sunk into silence once he heard Kanzaki's remark. That silence continued for a while after that. Alas, Kanzaki opened his mouth first. Sorry for suddenly saying something like that, President. Well, honestly speaking, I wanted you to stay working in this company. But, considering your ability, it feels like a waste of talent. You did say that you wanted to earn a lot of money in your youth, right, Yuma? Yuma hung his head down. He knew that the president was being honest with him. Surely, with his current ability, entering a major company was a breeze, and he would get full support from the company too. But, Yuma raised his face, his eyes looking straight into Kanzaki's eyes. President, I want to work in this company. I want to work together with Maiko-san and Tanaka-san. Kanzaki's eyes opened wide upon hearing Yuma's answer. Why though? You won't earn too much money in this company. You want to earn a lot of money and retire early to enjoy the rest of your life, right? Hearing that, Yuma shook his head. With my power, I can still earn enough money even without joining a major company. On the other hand, going to another company now might create unnecessary trouble. Well, you might be right about that, but I like this company. It did look like a black company at a glance, but I enjoyed the cozy atmosphere of this company. But Yuma, we're only a C-rank company. Our access is limited to the shallow floor. The reason why we can dive until the deep floor of the Black Dungeon is simply because Aisha's authority comes into play. This company can only dive into the floor that is appropriate to our strength. Kanzaki was being realistic. Alas, since that's the case, let's raise the rank of this company. Doing that will raise our income too. I mean, you also want to retire early, right, President? That's why let's do our best to fulfill our goal. That's so cool, damn it. Okay then, be prepared. I won't let you regret it later. I won't. Yuma and Kanzaki did a handshake. The delighted Kanzaki was patting Yuma's shoulders. Upon returning to the office, both Maiko and Tanaka saw the two of them with puzzled faces. What's the matter with you two? Hearing Maiko's question, Kanzaki played dumb as he replied with it's not a big deal before he went to the innermost part of the office with Yuma. Since you've made up your mind, let's raise your magical power of water. We're going to dive into the red dungeon. Kanzaki squatted in front of a small safe box in the corner of the room and started turning the dial to unlock the box. He took a black case from inside and brought it to Yuma's place. Use every single magic gem of water in this car. Kanzaki paused the moment he opened the case and saw it was empty. What's the matter? Yuma curiously confirmed the content of the case and saw it was empty. Maker, what happened to all the iolite in this case? Hearing that question, Maker raised her face. Actually we ended up using the iolite in there since we don't have enough to fulfill the delivery quota to Isa's company. Delivery quota? Everything? Yes. Am I not supposed to do that? No. Well, it's not like you can't but. Kanzaki shut the lid of the case in disappointment and then looked at Yuma. Sorry Yuma, it just as you hear, we have none right now. Well, it can't be helped. Rather, we should use this chance to go to the Blue Dungeon. When both of them had that kind of conversation, the curious Maker approached them. Sounds like there's a news. Since we're talking about the blue magic gem, it means that Yuma's mana rose a lot, right? No, actually. Seeing Yuma become flustered, Kanzaki who sat beside him gave a nod. Yes, my mana increased a lot after training in the Black Dungeon. That's why now it's safe for me to use magic gems. Awesome. Is it really possible to increase your mana rapidly like that? Said Maker with bright, glowing eyes. That's awesome, Yuma. Now you can defeat the monster in the red dungeon. Why yes. Tanaka who heard the conversation from behind was also delighted and then started to discuss with Maker about diving into the blue dungeon. President, do I really have that much mana? I mean, I don't want to make them sad. Don't worry. Aisha is the one who said that. I can guarantee that. Yuma became anxious upon looking at the laughing Kanzaki, because the one who measured his mana index wasn't Kanzaki, it was Aisha. Thus he couldn't just believe when Kanzaki told him that his mana index was 460k. Thus, he couldn't help but worry about it. That's right, President. Since I defeated the Chimera, they should have dropped their magic, alright? You're right. But, sorry Yuma. I'm too confused at that time, and we left in a hurry on top of that. I see. Well, it can't be helped I guess. Our life is far more important after all. I might be failed to pick the magic ore back then, but, we will gather magic gems in the blue dungeon, so that way you can use water magic. In that way, you can defeat monsters with the fire attribute far more easily, said Kanzaki while patting Yuma's back. Yuma was smiling wryly and then, he suddenly recalled about the fire-breathing dog he met on the way back from the Black Dungeon. Come to think of it, President, to tell you the truth, I'm attacked by strange Wait a minute, I got a call. Kanzaki took out his smartphone from his pocket and answered the call while muttering another call from Dungeon Association. Yuma wondered if they called to continue the investigation about the Black Dungeon again. Hello. What? Are you serious? I see, I understand. Yeah. Okay. Kanzaki hung up the phone with a serious look on his face. What's the matter? Since Yuma, who sensed something was off, asked that question, Maker tried to ask again. Kanzaki opened his eyes after he heaved a sigh. There's an incident in the red dungeon. That's why the dungeon is sealed for the time being. Everyone was really surprised. Most of D-Miner's income came from harvesting the magic gem in the red dungeon. Sealing that dungeon was equal to cutting off the company's main source of income. Are you okay, Dad? When will they unseal? I don't know. But this matter might be even more troublesome than it seems to be. Why do you think it's more troublesome? Kanzaki heaved a sigh when Yuma asked so before he replied. If a problem happened in the red dungeon, there might be an assembly meeting for the seeker with magical power of water like us to gather. Assembly meeting? If the monster rampaging in Ibaraki, we might have to fight them. Chapter 107, Green Dungeon. Chapter 107, Green Dungeon. Fukuoka Prefecture, Oano City. On the 63rd floor of the Green Dungeon located in the Oano Castle Synthetic Park. It was a place where the trees grew in abundance, the insect noise and the bird chirping could be heard non-stop. Even though the sunlight was raining down incessantly, the overgrown leaves were blocking the incoming sunlight, making the area underneath rather dim. It's the crowd of Maiza Needle. The seeker from the Fukuoka branch, Yoshioka ducked down as he looked up. The one who moving between the gap of the trees was a hornet-like monster. They were around the average size of a dog and flew around in the crowd of several hundred. Yoshioka frowned upon seeing such a huge crowd. 5 members of his exterminator seeker clan who followed him from behind also stooped forward and looked around following Yoshioka. Every single one of them wore a combat outfit of Denelsid Company along with a helmet. When Yoshioka turned around and nodded, the woman who ducking by his side raised her hand and nodded too. The member of the clan spread around immediately, everyone heading to their aforementioned position. The flock of Maize Needle made a huge revolution around a tall tree and then passed above Yoshioka and Seo again. Now, all members stood with their weapon at hand upon hearing Yoshioka's command. The weapon in Yoshioka's hand was an enchanted armament, Gale Katana Mk2. It unleashed a wind blade. The other seeker who wielded the same katana-type weapon had also clad their enchanted armament with the magical power of wing and brandished their weapon along with Yoshioka's signal. Countless wind blades that interweaved in the air created a vortex in the air. The Maize Needle was right in the center of that vortex. Tiny wind blades scattered around along with snapping sound. The wind blade cut the monster's body, wings, or leg, making them lose their balance and fall to the ground one by one. The fallen insect raised a high-pitched scream as they writhing on the ground. Alas, their combination attack failed to take down all the Maize Needle. Few dozen of them managed to escape into the forest. "Oi, it's coming!" Yoshioka shouted again. One man stood on the slightly elevated open ground located a bit away from Yoshioka and company. The man unsheathed the katana from the sheath in his hand, letting it tip dangle languidly without taking any particular stance. The red magic gem installed on the base of the sword's blade glowed lightly, enveloping the sword's blade with flame. Seeing the Maize Needle approaching at high speed, Amasawa Rua raised his personal weapon blazing katana Mk3 overhead. The moment the monster pointed its needle at him, the flaming sword flashed. The blazing katana danced in the air, bisected dozens of Maize Needles at once. Their cross-section ignited at once, burning them and killing them instantly. From beyond the smoke and flame sparks that danced in the air, the surviving monsters rushed at once in flight formation. Ruid didn't get flustered at seeing that. He readied his sword, making the flame coiling on his sword's blade become even hotter than before. The slashes that drew trailblazers in the air bisected one Maize Needle after another, killing them instantly with the sword's blazing blade. In the blink of an eye, Rua created a vortex of flame that swallowed more than 30 monsters. When Rua heaved a breath while returning his sword back to its sheath, he heard Yoshioka's voice from afar. Led by Yoshioka, the other member of the exterminator had also come running from inside the forest. "Good job, Rua. I'm worried since the number that heading toward you is more than we expected, but I guess it's a needless worry." "No. Actually I can only do this since Yoshioka-san and Seo managed to kill most of them." "Thanks for the compliment. Now let's take a break." Yes. Behind Yoshioka and Rua who had such a conversation, the other member of the exterminator was picking up the thing that fell on the ground. "Captain, it's a jade magic gem. There are 1.5 carats. "Oh, seriously?" Yoshioka, who received the magic gem from his subordinate, then gave it to his other subordinate who carried a huge rucksack. That member then took out a dedicated case from the rucksack, put the magic gem into it, and stowed it again carefully. Since Ruia and Seo were in the middle of the break, they chose the slightly elevated hill with a good view as the place for their break. But right at that moment, there was a sound of the engine coming from inside the forest. Yoshioka looked puzzled. The vehicle that could be used inside the dungeon was a bike. Due to the dangerous nature of the dungeon, using a bike inside the dungeon was prohibited unless it was an emergency situation. "Is that the off-road bike of Elsid Company?" Just as Yoshioka had expected, the thing that came out from the forest was a specially modified bike for traveling inside the dungeon. The bike was heading toward their direction as its rear arms moved up and down. After putting on the brake right in front of Ruia and Co., the rider of the bike came down and took off their full-faced helmet. "So it's Sasaki, huh? Is something the matter?" The one who came was also a member of the Fukuoka branch, Yoshioka's subordinate. "Yoshioka-san, there's an emergency email from the headquarters." Sasaki took out a tablet as he spoke. Communication equipment couldn't be used inside the dungeon due to the influence of mana. In case there was an emergency message, the fastest way to deliver a message was using a bike. Yoshioka quickly confirmed the content of the email. He scrolled the tablet for a while, then looked at Rui. Rui, it seems the headquarters nominated your name. Me? There's a problem in Ibaraki's red dungeon. Even Tenuji, who diving in the dungeon in Hokkaido, is being recalled. Tenuji-san too. That must be a huge incident. Yoshioka showed the tablet to Rui, letting the latter to confirm the details. Honestly, I wanted to dive even further down, but I guess we have to prioritize the order from the headquarters. Let's return immediately. Understood. But still, am I going to be useful in Ibaraki? The magical power of fire used by Rui had the worst compatibility in the red dungeon. That's why he couldn't help but feel worried. But don't worry, your mana index has risen to 2,400 in this short amount of time. Your growth speed surpasses even that of Tenuji. Be more confident in your ability. Thank you. But the monster in the red dungeon is different from the monster in the green dungeon, so I might not be able to unleash my full ability. Sure enough, magical power of fire isn't that effective against monsters with stronger magical power of fire. But you should have no problem fighting against a weak monster. You're appointed as the support. Leave the stronger monster to Tenuji. I see. I understand. Yoshioka patted Rua, who regained his confidence on the back, and then ordered the member of his secret clan to withdraw. Rua had also prepared to withdraw, but then his eyes caught the figure of Sasaki disassembling his bike. Yoshioka-san, since it's an emergency, isn't it faster if I row the bike on the back? In addition, I have my riding license too. You? No can do. Honestly speaking, riding a bike is too dangerous, and you shouldn't do that unless it's the last option. The reason bike used to deliver the email is because the email is an emergency email. After Yoshioka said so, Sasaki let out a wry smile as he worked with his wrench. That's the truth. Just the trip to this place alone is already dangerous. Things will get even more dangerous if a goblin suddenly jumps out. That's why the return trip will be a walk on my own feet. I see, said Ryu as he shrugged his shoulder, hearing Sasaki's explanation. And then, Sasaki's gaze wandered around the Seeker clan, who lining up before him with their backs straight. We're going to leave the dungeon. We will escort Ryu all the way to Ibaraki until the day after tomorrow. Namely Friday. That's why we have to reach the entrance of the dungeon by noon tomorrow. Naturally, we have to send Rua back without a scratch. Understand? Yes, sir. Every single member of the clan carrying the backpack placed under the shade, and walks back straight toward the entrance of the dungeon while escorting Rua. Chapter 108, Magic Gem Shortage. Chapter 108. Magic Gem Shortage. Kanzaki was folding his arms on his desk as he groaned. So the telephone call just now is about that matter? Maker, who stood before the desk, asked with an agitated face. Both Tanaka and Yuma, who stood by her side, were equally anxious. It's an official call from the Dungeon Association. They say to come to the Red Dungeon this Friday. Can't you refuse that call? Hardly. Dungeon Association is like the union of all dungeon-related companies after all. It is also the one that arranges countermeasures when something happens. We can't just ignore their call if we want to survive in this business. Not to mention that with the dungeon being sealed off, it's going hard on us to refuse their job offer. So the problem is, Maker's line of sight went to Yuma. The person himself was also curious, since both Kanzaki and Tanaka were also looking at him. Magic gem of water for Yuma. Yeah, never expected that their price going to skyrocket like this. Kanzaki's gaze then looked at the screen of the laptop on his desk. Displayed on the screen was a dedicated mail order site for transactions of magic gem between pro seekers. The price of the magic gem of water reflected in the display had obviously gone up, and the cheaper one had already sold out. Shall we go to the Blue Dungeon? Kanzaki shook his head upon hearing Tanaka's question. We can't. Due to the flood of visitors, namely the ones who never came to the Blue Dungeon suddenly, now they use a reservation system to prevent overcrowding. Now is the time to get enormous profit due to the rising price of magic gem, muttered Tanaka with a bewildered face. It's too dangerous for Yuma-kun, who hasn't used the magic gem of water. I shall go in his place. But no, you can't. Kanzaki rejected Maker's suggestion without a moment of delay. I'll take Yuma to Ibaraki. Maker, you will stand by in the office. But seeing Maker, who couldn't grasp the situation, Tanaka opened his mouth. President, how about we make a request to the Dungeon Association? Since they're a mutual aid organization, we should be able to ask for their help during time like this. You're right. Wait a minute, let me ask them. Now that the talk had ended, Tanaka and Maker returned to their respective desk. But Kanzaki asked the dispirited Yuma to stay. What's with that long face? No, I just feel anxious since I can't use magic. It'll be alright since we're placed at logistical support. But, Kanzaki lowered his voice to prevent Tanaka and Maker from hearing the next part of their conversation. Since they're calling for an emergency situation, there's a high chance that we're going to get involved in unexpected trouble. Yes, you're invincible when using metallization, but your living flesh and blood is weak. In case something unexpected happens, don't hesitate to use your metallization. But that comes with the risk of my secret being exposed to Tanaka-san. We have no choice but to give a prior reminder to Tanaka-san. Well, let's just say that you ate a strange magic ore given by Aisha to convince him. And I think we should prepare a hoodie to prevent the other seeker from noticing your state. That's make a sense. After making such an agreement, Yuma was about to return to his seat, only to be called by Kanzaki again. Yuma, don't use your metallization unless it's the last option. Rather, make sure that you're not using it. I don't want to create another ruckus after the cross-investigation in the Dungeon Association. Understood. After saying that, Kanzaki leaned on his chair while looking at Yuma, who returned to his desk. This should be no problem, but the night of the same day, numerous cars kept coming in and out of Ibaraki's city of Sika. The transportation of the material will be ended tomorrow afternoon. I see. Ishikawa replied absent-mindedly to his subordinate's report. His fatigue reached its peak since he had been working non-stop preparing the countermeasure for the Red Dungeon. The large-scale preparation for the operation 2 days later went without a hitch. After that, Ishikawa entrusted the next step of the job to his subordinate to take a nap. When he was in the middle of walking to the hotel that was used as the lodging, the smartphone in his pocket rang. Just as he was wondering about the identity of the caller, he saw the name of his acquaintance on the screen of his smartphone. Ishikawa wasted no time swiping the icon on the screen and answering the phone call. Is something the matter, Kanzaki? Yeah. Sorry for calling at this kind of time. Don't worry about it. Still, it's rare for you to call me. Yeah, well, there's various things and such. I'm going to Ibaraki this Friday. I see, they contacted your place too. Sorry. This problem is supposed to be dealt with by the major company, and yet, we ended up involving even a minor company. Don't worry about that. We were still in trouble either way. Well, that matter aside, I actually have a request for you. A request? Our company will send 3 people including a newcomer, but when I wanted to dispatch that newcomer, I realized that we have no magic gem of water. Can you provide us with that? I see, the shortage hit it hard, huh? I understand. Let me look at our stock. So, how much do you need? Let's see. Maybe a total of 1000 mana index should be enough. 1000? Does your newcomer have a 1000 colorless mana index? Well, in short, yes. Ishikawa was really surprised. Raising the mana index to 1000 wasn't a simple matter, even more so when it was colorless. It means that the mana index of the newcomer who joined the company in the early spring was rising rapidly in a short amount of time. Amasawa Rua, who raised his mana index by more than 2000, having raised it to 1000, was truly excellent progress. That's amazing, Kanzaki. An amazing talent joined your company. Well, he is our super rookie after all. So, is there enough magic gem of water? Yeah, we have some, though I have to remind you that the total mana index might be less than 1000. I'll try to gather as much as I can. Thanks, and sorry for the trouble. Can I transfer the payment for the magic gem at the end of the month? Pay it whenever you can. I'll give you the magic gem on Friday, and sorry but I've to cut the phone call. See ya later, said Ishikawa as he cut off the phone call. There was another promising youth growing at rapid pace. There was no happier news than this for Ishikawa, though he did feel a bit lonely. Change of generation, huh? It's about the time for mine and Kanzaki's generation to pass on the baton to the next generation. Ishikawa walks to the hotel with a soft smile on his face. Chapter 109, Reason for Breakthrough the Limit. Chapter 109, Reason for Breakthrough the Limit. Thursday morning. Yuma, who woke up before his alarm clock rang, was squirming in a half-asleep state in his bed until the alarm clock ringing completely woke him up. He woke up so suddenly upon hearing the ring of his alarm clock. He was still half asleep. He rubbed the back of his hands on his eyes to drive away his sleepiness. Since they couldn't visit any particular dungeon, The president told him to take a break today. He wanted to sleep a while longer since he had to go to Ibaraki tomorrow. But Yuma slapped his cheeks to stay awake, descending from his bed and started preparing to go out and visit a certain place. Tokyo, Ota City. Yuma was currently standing in front of a certain factory, Aisha's research facility that he visited a few times before. The rusty galvanized plate was turned up by the winds. Since today's weather was cloudy, the building looked like a sad, abandoned factory. Yuma touched the door and found out it was locked. Aisha-san, are you there? It's me, Mitaka. No one replied to him. The other building in the area was also deserted, meaning that there was only the sound of wind around him. Yuma had two reasons for visiting Aisha. The first reason was to make sure that she was still alive since she didn't answer Kanzaki's phone call. The worried Kanzaki then asked Yuma to visit her during his break to make sure that she was safe and sound. But meeting her seems to. He then walked away from the entrance and looked around. He continued walking around the factory to see if there was another entrance that he could use. The second reason he wanted to meet Aisha was to know more about his own ability. The power that he used to defeat the Chimera might be related to Giant Slime. Kanzaki had told him that Aisha might know something about that. He wanted to know more about his own abilities. Yuma then knocked on the back door of the factory. It is made from aluminum sheet and looks dirty due to tear and wear. When he looked at the doorknob and tried to turn it, it turned without any problem. Yuma, let's try it. Yuma tried to turn the doorknob even harder, and then, the door opened up with clicking sound. Seeing that he ended up breaking the doorknob, Yuma muttered, I'll go and apologize to Aisha-san about this later. He looked at Aisha's working room and found out that she wasn't in there. Aisha-san, it's Mitaka, are you here? Yuma walked even further into the passage and opened the door at the end of the passage. It was a gloomy room, but she detected a human presence inside the room. Various daily necessities, books, and papers were scattered around on the floor. Aisha-san, are you here? That was the first voice he heard. Aisha-san, it's me, Mitaka. Yuma. Ah, Yuma-kun. What's the matter? Yuma could hear Aisha's voice but he couldn't see her figure. Excuse me, said Yuma as he entered the room, maneuvering around the scattered things on the floor toward the place where the voice came from. I come since the president is worrying about you and asking me to visit your place while seeking an answer from you too. Yuma looked around as he spoke and found Aisha wrapped inside a quilt. Her usual white robe was absent and she only wore a gray sweatshirt. Her face was haggard and there was a deep black circle under her eyes, darker than usual. Yuma, are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. Aisha took her glasses from the steel shelves right by her side. Seeing he wearing glasses, Yuma realized that she usually wore her contact lenses. Sorry, but I'm really weary lately, and too lazy to wake up. I'm literally rolling inside my quilt all day long. What about you, Yuma-kun? Are you alright? Are you injured? Well, I'm fine and kicking. I see. That's a relief. Aisha raised her glasses and then looked at Yuma. The reason you come today is because you have some questions for me, right? Seeing the sharp glint in Aisha's eyes that felt like seeing through everything, Yuma had no choice but to tell her everything he heard from Kanzaki. I see. You've heard everything from Kotaro, huh? Yes, honestly I'm really surprised, but Aisha heaved a sigh after Yuma kept his silence for a while. My apologies. I'm the one who told him to do that. No. Actually, it's not a big deal. Nope. It's because I thought that you would go to a big company. When that happens, I am afraid that I'll lose you, who is essential for my research. Well, I ended up losing the place to conduct my research due to my own overenthusiasm though. Sorry. I ended up defeating the Chimera. No worries. Aisha shook her head to the side. It's thanks to you that all of us managed to survive. I'm truly grateful to you for that alone. Thank you, Yuma-kun. I passed out at that time though. Well, the president also ended up carrying both of us to the exit. I will never thank that guy. It's his job to protect me. His client, I paid him for that after all, said Aisha with cold piercing eyes. Alright, Yuma-kun. I'll tell you about the compilation of your abilities from my observation so far. Why yes. Please take care of me. Yuma straightened his back since Aisha brought out the matter of his abilities. The metal slime that came out in your garden is definitely a monster from D-Player. Monster from the D-Player. Yes. Have you heard about Wall of Mana? Yes, I heard about that before. It's something related to the growth of each person or something along the way. Correct. As you kill a monster, your mana index will increase until it reaches a certain wall and won't be able to grow anymore. The stronger the seeker, the higher their limit. Yes, but that will only exist if you only defeat the monster from the medium layer or shallow layer. In the case of monster from deep layer, your mana index is bound to rise just by defeating them. This means that the concept of a wall of mana won't exist as long as you keep beating monsters from the deep layer. Is that the case? Yuma was really surprised to hear such unexpected information. But you can't defeat monster from deep layer with a low mana index. Though it's possible to defeat them with the cooperation of many people, that method is inefficient. That's why most seeker limit their activity to the medium or shallow layer. Then the reason why I have such a huge mana index is because, in your case, you have been beating monster from deep layer every day. That's why the wall of mana has never existed for you. You've been in a constant state of breaking your limit. I see. Now that makes sense. Where did my 460k mana index came from, considering the existence of wall of mana? But will my mana index increase so much just by defeating Metal Slime from the deep layer? I mean, the amount is simply too absurd, because Metal Slime is a special monster. That's why the ratio in which your mana index rose is far higher compared to when you defeated other monsters. This unique trait has never been found before, but after looking at your case, there's no doubt about it. I see now. Yuma pondered for a while after he heard Aisha's explanation. Then, speaking of unique monsters, I've told you that there's colorful slime and giant slime too. I'm curious about what makes them so special, especially the giant slime. Hearing that, Aisha nudged her glasses and fixed her sitting posture. Maybe they're monsters with special traits, otherwise known as unique monsters. Unique monster? Chapter 110, Palladium. Chapter 110, Palladium. Aisha was smiling wryly, seeing the confused look on Yuma's face. It's written in Orpheus Slate, which is located in the headquarters of IDR in Palestine. Ever heard about it? Nope. It's written by the monster of the dungeon in the relic that got excavated from Orpheus, the world's largest dungeon. From there, we know that a special monster is called a unique monster. What kind of monster is there? Aisha removed the blanket that covered her body and touched the rim of her glasses. It of a kind monster, an endemic species, or a mutation. It's written that there are 6 kings, 12 lords, 24 dukes, a total of 42. So much? Only those written on the slate. There might be other endemic species which isn't written. Is that mean the colorful slimes and the giant slime are the unique monsters written in the slate? The slate doesn't explain in such great detail, but I think the one you call giant slime is one of the kings. What makes you think that one is one of the kings? There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that a change happened on the Orpheus Slate the day you defeated the colorful slime or the giant slime. The second reason is naturally the bizarre abilities of the giant slime, which made me think it's suitable for an apex species. I see. When I passed out during that battle, I did feel that my body got hijacked by the giant slime. That's honestly a bit unpleasant. But I still want to hear more about the king's abilities. The description related to the king is found in another slate though. Another slate? Since the slate is found in a tattered state, the researchers only found the names of some of those kings in ancient languages. Their name, to be exact only 2 of them, the king of darkness Hades Graysamur and the king of shining heaven Austerius, Graysamuland Austerius. It sounds like a strong name. Alas, the name of other monsters is unknown, right? Yes. In addition, a unique monster doesn't always mean that they're the strongest. There's a normal monster that's even more terrifying than those unique monsters, like that Chimera for example. Chimera. Yuma called his battle against the Chimera. He realized that the Chimera was the strongest monster he fought so far. But only the king is an exception. Those 6 kings are the strongest of all monsters of their color. And I confirmed that after observing your battle. My battle? Yes. When fighting the Chimera, you absorbed mana in the air and turned it into your power. That kind of ability is equal to having infinite mana. And if the Black King has that kind of ability, I can pretty much say that the other 5 kings also have similar abilities. But Aisha-san, I completely have no idea how I managed to defeat the Chimera. That's why I don't know if I can use that kind of power. Aisha squinted her eyes as she looked at the troubled Yuma. Well, that's only natural. There's no way such bizarre power is so easy to use. Is that mean I won't be able to use it after this? No. You can already change your mass with the mana in your body. You can already transform colorless mana into black magical power. Maybe it's just a matter of time before you can take in the mana from the air into your body. Yuma looked at his own hands. Doing that is, well, that's all I know. It might be a piece of useless information though. No, thank you for telling me about this, Aisha-san. By the way, what are you going to do after this? Well, I'm just not in the mood to do anything right now, so I'll take a short break for now, said Aisha as she took off her glasses, lying down, and covered her body in a blanket again. I understand. Then, I'll excuse myself. Yeah, be careful on the way back. When Yuma was standing up and about to leave the room, Aisha was pondering about something and looked at Yuma. Ah, wait a minute, Yuma-kun. Yes. When he turned around, he saw Aisha pointing at the desk in the corner of the room. There's a silver-colored door on that desk, take it. What is this? The magic ore dropped by Chimera. Yuma had another shock for today. The reason was Kanzaki had told Yuma before that the former couldn't retrieve the Chimera's magic ore. How did you get that, Aisha-san? I just picked up on the bottom floor of the dungeon right after you beat the Chimera. Since we're racing against time, I forgot to tell Kotaro about this matter. Yuma looked at the object on top of the desk. It was a silver magic ore. Or so he thought until he realized that it was more brilliant than the other silver magic ore he had seen before. It had a slick, elliptical surface and a hazy pattern on it. Is this a silver? Nope. The result of analysis with X-ray has told me it's a palladium. Palladium? Rare metal like platina. Since it's even rarer than platinum, you might say it's the highest grade magic ore. Platina. Yuma gulped his saliva. Platina was an extremely expensive rare metal. Even Yuma, who was unfamiliar with rare metals, knew about that. That's just how famous a platina was. Thus he couldn't help but wonder just what kind of effect it has. Since that's dropped from the Chimera that you defeated, you have the ownership right for it. Use it as you like. Are you sure? Properly speaking, the resources mined from the Black Dungeon should be given to Aisha, their client, in accordance to their initial agreement. That's why he felt awkward about receiving the magic ore from Aisha. Yeah, I'll day if not for you after all. Take it. But Aisha's face clouded for a moment. Is something the matter? When I tried to measure the mana index of that palladium, the result exceeded 15,000. 15,000? So much. It was an unbelievable amount of mana index. It completely broke the common sense that said that magic ore had a lower mana index than a magic gem. Though I'm just as surprised as you, I think it's valid value considering the strength of Chimera. See, can I use this? Aisha pondered for a while before shaking her head to the side lightly. I don't know. This is also the first time I saw a magic ore with such a huge amount of mana index. Won't it be better if you use this, Aisha-san? Aisha squinted her eyes upon hearing that and then pondered for a while before she opened her mouth again. I am just curious about what that magic ore capable of as a researcher. And yes, I want to use it myself. But some magic ore had side effects on the body of the user. And since I have no idea what kind of side effect that this magic ore has, you should think carefully before using it. I see. Well, the decision is yours. I'm a purebred researcher. Do tell me if you're making up your mind to use it in the future. That's all from me. Good night. Aisha rolled into her blanket again after she said so. Yuma took the magic ore from the desk and left in silence after bowing at Aisha. Chapter 111, 5-Glass Sphere. Chapter 111, 5-Glass Sphere. Yuma, who arrived back at his home right before the evening, was looking silently at the palladium on his desk. Now then, I got this magic ore, alas. The problem is how to use it. Though he could sell it since it was more expensive than platinum, it would be troublesome if the buyer asked him about the origin of the palladium. Or he could sell it as magic ore since he didn't have to lie about it coming from the Black Dungeon. But I don't know how to sell it since it might have ridiculous side effects on its user body. Selling it as magic ore was the worst choice. Mana index 15,000 means that I can use it instead. I might be able to ignore its side effect by using metallization, but Yuma was worrying. Part of him wants to use it for himself. If he used it, he might gain either transformation ability or recovery ability, which has been abused by the Chimera to knock down Yuma. Either one of them was a powerful ability. Using each of them would raise his strength to a whole nother level. Alas, he had no idea what kind of effect it would have on his body. Yuma stood up and picked up the magic ore. He left the room and went down to the first floor. He came to the living room and went out to the veranda, wore his sandals, then walked in the garden. There, Mamizo was waving their tails happily in front of their colonel. "Sup, Mamizo? Let's stroll around for a bit." Woof woof. All his worries were blown out of the window as he looked at Mamizo frolicking at him. "Mamizo, I've been wondering whether I should have eaten a strange or not. What do you think about this situation?" Yuma took out the Palladium Magicow from his pocket and showed it to Mamizo. When he placed it on his palm and showed the ore to Mamizo, his dog had only tilted their head lightly. "This might look like a strange ore, but do you want to eat this?" "Woof." Mamizo sniffed the ore and tried to hold the ore in their mouth. Stop. Spit it out, Mamizo." Yuma quickly stretched his arm to take back the ore from Mamizo. "Man, that was so close. You might die if you eat this." Seeing Yuma scolding them, Mamizo was sitting down, waving their tail while looking at Yuma with their big, adorable eyes. "Well, sorry. It's my fault for showing the ore to you." Yuma unfastened the lead that tied Mamizo to their kennel while apologizing to the latter and then took them out for a walk. Tilda. "What should I do now?" After returning from walking Mamizo, Yuma is back in his home, contemplating whether he should eat the ore or not. He took the ore and then tried to see it from various angles. There was something like a relief on its smooth, mirror-like surface. This ore kinda reminds of the giant slime's magic ore. Was there some sort of relationship between the two? Okay then. Let's stop thinking about complicated thing. I've been eating so many ore until now, I feel stupid for overly thinking about eating this one. Yuma stood up as he made up his mind. The next moment, the color of his skin darkened as his whole body turned into steel. He wiped the magic ore with wet tissue and tossed it into his mouth. Since he could manipulate his body with liquid metal, he could make the ore go straight to his stomach. "Oh, okay then. Shall I wait for a while?" A while later, he felt a familiar heat in his abdomen. Moreover, the heat was even hotter than your average magic ore. The heat was almost comparable to the one he felt when he swallowed the magic ore of the giant slime. Alas, I should be safe now thanks to metallization. The heat that felt like it gonna boil his abdomen receded as he pondered about it. It should be alright. Yuma checked his own body ergo. He didn't find any abnormality. But at this point, he knew that he gained some sort of ability from the ore. He braced his leg and clenched his fist. If the ability was transformation ability, there should be a change in his body. Alas, nothing happens. Since there was no reaction, he thought that his ability was recovery ability, but then, he couldn't confirm it without inflicting a wound on himself. He didn't want to hurt himself on purpose, but, at that moment, he noticed that there was something different on the armor of his left hand. What in the world is this? 5 small, circular, translucent glass spheres formed a pentagram pattern on the back of his left hand. At a glance, each glass sphere was cloudy like a pearl. Nothing happened. So this is the effect of the magic ore. Yuma couldn't help but keep wondering what had changed in his body. Later, he tried various things such as waving his hands, touching the glass sphere, and even cancelling his metallization. Alas, nothing happened. "That's it, I give up." When Yuma sit in the chair, exhausted after trying various things, someone's voice calls out from below. "Yuma, meals are ready." Yuma went down to the kitchen in the first floor when his mother called him for dinner. When he arrived, his father had already been sitting in his seat around the dining table. Yuma sitting on his seat, waiting calmly for his mother to bring the dishes. Meanwhile, his father who sat in front of him was pouring sake into his cup like usual. His father's hair was parted to the side and he wore neat, black-rimmed glasses. His appearance was the exact definition of an honest man. "How's your job? Are you getting used to it?" asked his father casually. "Well, I'm slowly getting used to it." "Are you getting along with the people in your company?" "Yes, everyone is nice people." "I see." His father didn't say anything after that. A while later, his mother finally brought the dishes and they started the dinner. Yuma's hand naturally touched his mother's hand. "Let's dig in." It was dinner composed purely of Japanese cuisine such as natto with raw egg, mackerel miso, and others which whetted the appetite of the three. When Yuma tidied the tableware after dinner, his mother approached him. "Yuma, your father might say nothing about it, but he's worrying about your job. You've been away for 1 month before this, right? He's constantly worrying about you since there was no contact at all from you last month." Father did? Yes. That's why he doesn't say anymore, so that you won't have to worry about your job. That's a surprise. I mean, he's overly worried about this. What are you talking about? Said his mother as she elbowed him. There's no such thing as a parent not worrying about their child. Even I can't help but worry when I hear that you want to work in dungeon-related company. I keep worrying if you end up in a dangerous situation, or if you got injured during your job. Don't worry. But well, I guess I'll report about my job every now and then in the future. After washing his bowl, Yuma went back to his own room and about to hit the bed. He used metallization one last time and checked the glass spheres on the back of his left hand. And just as he had expected, he had no idea what those glass spheres were for. Just when he was about to give up, he saw that one of the spheres had a color on it. He then brought his left hand closer to his eyes. He then realized that it wasn't color, something was reflected in it. He then brought his eyes closer to see the glass sphere. Is this Mother? And saw the picture of his own mother inside the glass sphere. When he touched the glass sphere in his confused state, he realized that his line of sight warped for a moment. What the hell is happening now? He fell on his knees as he was assailed by a sudden sense of dizziness. He recovered enough to stand again after waiting for a while and raised his face as his heartbeat calmed down. What in the world is happening just now? Yuma leaned on the wall as he tried to stand up. When he looked at his hand, he realized that his metallic-colored arms had already returned to normal. But he also noticed that it wasn't his hand. Even his clothes were changed. Yuma then quickly goes in front of the mirror at the edge of the room. He was startled when he saw his own reflection in a mirror. Is this Mother? His figure was undoubtedly that of his mother. Chapter 112, I might be able to fly. Chapter 112, I might be able to fly. This is the power of Chimera transformation ability. Yuma opened his clenched fists and tried to touch his face. The fact that he could transform into his mother was truly amazing, and really uncomfortable at the same time. The skin of his mother was soft and elastic. It felt like a lead that could transform at the touch of his hand. Since her clothes were also reproduced along with its color, it means that this is a really useful ability. Though his transformation ability was perfect, he felt uncomfortable having to take his mother's figure. Now how to turn off this ability? Thus Yuma tried various things to cancel the effect of his ability, such as focusing his concentration on the glass spheres on his left hand while shouting return, return, in his mind, or thinking about returning to his metallization state. That's a relief. It's going to be a disaster if I can't turn back. Yuma cancelled his metallization, left his room, and descended to the first floor. The reason why I can transform into my mother must be because my mother's elbow touched me a while ago. Since that's the case, Chimera's magic ore can transform into living creature touched by me. In short, Yuma left his house from the veranda and went to Mamizo's kennel. Mamizo, let me touch you a little bit. Woof. After caressing Mamizo for a while, Yuma went back into his own room and invoked his metallization again. Mamizo always barks loudly whenever I use metallization in front of them. He then looked into the glass sphere in his left hand and confirmed the brown, fluffy figure Mamizo was in there. Yup, it's the ability to transform into the living creature that I touch. Yuma touched the glass sphere with Mamizo's picture while thinking become Mamizo. Become Mamizo. Suddenly, he felt that his body became smaller, and he became four-legged animal. His line of sight became lower, and he could see his 4 feet right below him. When he raised his right 4 feet and turned it to see his palm, it did turn into a paw. Amazing. I become Mamizo. Yuma, who turned into a small Shiba dog, was jumping for joy, and running around inside his room. Alas, his mother scolded him from below since he made too much ruckus in his Mamizo's form. Yuma quickly apologized, but then he found another shocking fact, the fact that he could still speak normally even in his dog form. The next day, Yuma took Kanzaki to the warehouse on the second floor of the building right after he arrived in the office. Is something the matter, Yuma? Asked Kanzaki, who followed after Yuma, who said, I've something I want to show you, President. Can I shake your hand? Shake my hand. What is this about? Please just do it. I'll explain the situation later. Kanzaki offered his right hand despite his confusion. Yuma shook his hand, invoked his metallization, and said behold to Kanzaki. He touched the glass sphere on the back of his left hand and focused his concentration on it. His metallic gray skin then undulating. A few seconds later, his body transformed. His height became taller and more muscular. His hair became unkempt and his beard was unshaven. He became Kanzaki himself, complete with a black jacket and worn-out blue biker jeans. Kanzaki was at a loss for words and gasped upon seeing Yuma transformed into him. "What do you think, President?" "This is the ability of the magic ore dropped by the Chimera." "Chimera? How did you get Chimera's magic ore?" asked Kanzaki, who still had a hard time comprehending the situation. "It got picked up by Aisha-san." "Aisha did that?" "I came to visit her research facility just yesterday. She seemed to be in low spirits, but she still taught me to the extent of her knowledge about the ability of the giant slime. And when I was about to go back, she told me to take the magic ore." "In short, you're using the magic ore?" "Yes." After some consideration, I decided to use the magic ore on myself. Kanzaki then nodded in approval. Alas, he told Yuma to go cancel his transformation since he might feel awkward seeing another him standing right before him. Kanzaki heaved a sigh after Yuma cancelled his transformation. "Alas, that's an awesome ability." "Can you transform into anyone?" "Yes, I can transform into anyone that I touch." "So that's why you asked for a handshake." "Can you transform into anything that isn't human?" "Yes, I tried to transform into my pet dog and found no problem." "I see." Then to use that ability to the fullest, Kanzaki closed his eyes and then opened them immediately as if he just got a nice idea. "How about a bird?" "You can fly in the sky if you transform into a bird, right?" "Ah, you're right." "Let me try." Since Yuma had also taken interest in Kanzaki's idea, both of them then left the office together. Yuma then got called by Kanzaki when they were walking around the office building. "Yuma, how about those crows?" "Crow?" Yuma looked up and saw a crow docked up on top of an electric pole. "But that seems to be a bit too high." "Shall we go to the park and look for a pigeon?" "That one will be easier to touch." "No, that crow will do," said Yuma when Kanzaki offered to change the target. "How are you going to touch it then?" "Well, take a look." Yuma covered his head with the hood of his sweatshirt, clenched his fists, and turned his body into metal. The next moment, his whole body turned black. Ergo, he wasn't standing out thanks to his hood. He pointed his index finger toward the crow and made it stretch. It took less than a second for the tip of his finger to arrive right below the crow and touched it lightly. The crow, who had no idea what just happened, only looked around in confusion. Yuma then restored the length of his finger to normal and checked the glass sphere on the back of his left hand. "I did it, President. Now I can transform into a crow." "Seriously? Try it quickly." "Alright, this place is conspicuous. Let's go back to the building." Agreed. Both of them walked back to the building. Yuma and Kanzaki entered the warehouse to experiment with the former's transformation. Still in his metallization state, Yuma focused himself on the sphere at the back of his hand, the one with a crow image in it. Yuma's figure shrunk down as he transformed into a black bird. "Oh, you become a crow." "Well, an oversized one, but still." "It's a crow." Yuma then looked at his body, which turned into a bird. He noticed that he was indeed bigger than a normal bird. Since he had to take in his clothes when using liquid metal, there might be a limit to how much smaller he could become. "Okay, now try to flap your wings." "Okay." Yuma spread his wings and flapped them repeatedly. Though he was struggling since he was unfamiliar with that kind of movement, he persisted to fly. And yet, he couldn't fly no matter how much he flapped his wings. Huff, huff. "I can't do it anymore, President. I really can't fly." "Why though? Is it because you don't have the sense of a bird?" Both of them tried to do various things after that, and yet, Yuma still couldn't fly. "It's impossible." Yuma, still in his crow form, sits on the ground while hanging his head down. Wait a minute, could it be?" As if he noticed something, Kanzaki suddenly tried to lift Yuma's body. "Ah, it's heavy." "It's so fucking heavy." "Eh? Your weight stayed the same." "That's the reason why you can't fly." "That was only natural." Just because he could change mana into mass, it didn't mean that he could change mass into mana. And despite becoming smaller, his weight stayed the same. "Here, I think that I might be able to fly," said Yuma with a dejected voice as he transformed back into a human. Yuma and Kanzaki then continued their experiment, but one thing they confirmed was the fact that Yuma couldn't turn into a small animal. In addition, even when he turned into Kanzaki, Yuma couldn't use water magic. his ability was limited to transformation. It isn't as useful as it seems, said Yuma. Kanzaki had also groaned in agreement. Here I think it'll be useful for the exploration in Ibaraki. I guess it can't be helped. Both Kanzaki and Yuma concluded their experiment and returned to the office on the third floor. Upon entering the office, Maker had already been waiting for them with pouted face. Both of them then apologized to Maker and went to Tanaka for the last confirmation and preparation to go to Ibaraki tomorrow. Then Yuma-kun, we will gather tomorrow at 7 in the morning. Don't be late. Understood. After the last confirmation from Tanaka just to be sure that Yuma wouldn't come too late, Yuma left the office as it was already the time to clock out from the office. Chapter 113, to Ibaraki. Chapter 113, to Ibaraki. After leaving the office, Yuma, who arrived at the nearest station, then showed his commuter pass to the station attendant and went past the gate. Here I think we're going to succeed. Does that mean Chimera's ability isn't that useful? Yuma looked at his left hand. That's disappointing. Surely, I can transform into another person, but that ability isn't that useful for dungeon exploration. Becoming Mamizo is rather interesting though. When he complained in his heart, someone called out to him from behind. Yuma, long time no see. When he turned around, his childhood friend Kt had already been standing behind him. Oh. Long time no see. The last time is during our graduation ceremony, right? Yes. And Yuma never get in touch with me at all after that. I only know about your situation when I meet Auntie every once in a while. A few months after the last time he saw Kt, he realized that his childhood friend's hair had grown longer, and she had adult-like hair around her. Since their houses were quite close to each other, it wasn't strange if they met every once in a while. But the reason why they couldn't meet might be because they became working adult around the same time. Yuma cleared his throat while pondering about that. It's not like I don't want to get in touch with you. I mean, I don't even know your number. You're right. Everyone exchanged contact addresses during graduation. You're the only one who isn't, since you leave earlier than everyone. Everyone, including Rua. Yes, Rua has been in touch with me. Do you know that he's currently in Fukuoka? Seeing Yuma's indifferent reply, Kt showed her smartphone. Let's exchange numbers too. Yuma, we have a group in line 2. Now, take out your smartphone. Why yes. The startled Yuma took out his smartphone in a hurry and exchanged numbers with Kt. This time Yuma felt relieved, since even though he never used his line before, he did have his account. The time was around the dusk. Both of them walked together on the way back home, since their home is located in the same area. Kt had also told him about her current situation delightfully. That's why the medicine prescription is different from normal medicine. Remembering it is a big deal. Are you okay? I've heard about you working in a medicine-related company, but it's supposed to be the same as a nurse. Well, it's different from a normal nurse, but the job desk is about the same. I mean, not all wounds of illness can be healed with healing magic. That's why administering medicine and sending the patient to the hospital is equally important. But still, being able to use healing magic is amazing. I mean, it can heal wound in one shot, right? The one who can do that belongs to minorities. There are only a few messiahs with mana index over 2000 in this world, and Japan doesn't even have one. I see. Mana index over 2000. I've no problem with using 2-3,000 of my mana index, but we will need tons of white magic gem, which is said to be rarely dropped. I wish I could use healing magic though. What about you, Yuma? How's the job in your place? Well, I'm getting used to it. The president and my co-workers are really nice people. I'm learning a lot from them. That's a relief. Yuma was fascinated for a moment upon seeing Kt's sweet smile. That's right. Rua said that he'd come to Ibaraki. Ibaraki? Yuma was caught off guard hearing the sudden change of topic. What happened in Ibaraki? Some sort of trouble. Elsid's seeker seems to be called to Ibaraki's Red Dungeon. He told her. Do you know what happens in the Red Dungeon, Yuma? Well, the truth is, I will head to Ibaraki tomorrow. Seriously? I'll go with the president and my co-worker since we're summoned by the Dungeon Association. Amazing. So you're going to work alongside Rua? You must be getting fired up, right? Honestly I don't know. Seeing Yuma reply with a complicated face, Kid cast her gaze down. Sorry, I'm being insensitive even though you're dealing with such a dangerous job. Yuma got flustered seeing Kid speak with such a worried look. No way, it's safe. I don't know about Rui's situation but, our company is mobilized as logistical support. But since Rui is a newcomer, I'm sure that they won't force him to do a dangerous job. Do you think so? Yes, definitely. Only then did Kid pat her chest with a relieved face. Maybe I'm just being paranoid since a lot of strange phenomena happened around the dungeon as of late. Strange phenomenon? Asked Yuma in confusion. You know that the Black Dungeon in Yokohama was captured just a while ago, right, Yuma? Yuma was startled upon hearing that. He started sweating cold sweat from his back. No one knows who did that but, it's caused a lot of trouble, right? Why yeah, you're right. Dungeon should be everyone's shared resource and yet, the culprit made the dungeon disappear by capturing them. Why yeah, surely. Just what kind of person captured the Black Dungeon? That person must be a selfish one, right? I agree. I also wonder what kind of people are they? Yuma averted his gaze as he heard Kid's enraged speech. As they continued walking together, they had finally arrived at the three-forked road before their house. Then please send my best regards if you meet Rui tomorrow. I'll send a message from Line so make sure that you reply to it properly. Okay. Once he parted ways with Kid at the junction, Yuma looked at the night sky as he walked to his home. He will come to Ibaraki's Red Dungeon to Rui. How much you've grown since then. I've become stronger. The current me should be able to meet you with puffed chest. Yuma was smiling lightly as he trotted to his house. The next morning, at the entrance of the office building above Fukuoka's Green Dungeon, there was the figure of Rui Yoshioka, and the other members of the Exterminator. Nothing forgotten. Yes, Rui, who crammed 2 huge attaché cases into the trunk of the hired car, replied so to Yoshioka, who came to see him off. Thank you very much for your mentoring, Yoshioka-san. I learned a lot from you and your team. Man, it's not like we can teach you a lot of things either. Your growth has surpassed our expectations. I'm looking forward to your activity from now on. Still, thank you very much. The driver opened the door to the rear seat and urged Rui to enter the car. Sorry Rui, cause we're experts in wind magic, we have bad compatibility with the Red Dungeon. That's why we won't be any help in that place. That's not true. All the lessons that I learned from you and your team will be really useful for my activity as a seeker afterward. I'm really glad to hear that. Well then, be careful. Yes. Rui bowed once before he went into the car. When he looked from the window of the car, he saw the member of the Exterminator send him off with a guts pose. Thus, Rui returned from his training with a fulfilled feeling. My first job is in the Red Dungeon. Let's see how far I can go with my power. The car heads straight toward the Fukuoka airport. Oi, have you packed everything? Yes, all in. Yumas gave an okay sign when Kanzaki asked from the driver's seat. He then got into the car with Tanaka and closed the door of the car. Well then, I'm off, Maker. Yes. Be careful. Maker, who sent them off from outside of the car, was looking at the trio with an anxious face. What's with the hard face? Don't worry, this ain't dangerous job. We will be back in 2 or 3 days, said Kanzaki as he held his cigarettes with a bright smile. Indeed. And smoke moderately, okay? Yeah, don't worry. Thus, the car that carries the trio of Kanzaki, Tanaka, and Yuma heading to the highway toward Ibaraki. Chapter 114. Joint Operation. Chapter 114, Joint Operation. Ibaraki Prefecture, Ishioka City. The car that carried Yuma and Seo entered the city of Sika, the satellite city built around the Red Dungeon. The member of the SDF who patrolled the area while carrying a rifle was more than usual. They are on high alert, muttered Yuma as he looked at the outside from the car's window. Kanzaki nodded in agreement as he steered the 4WD Wrangler to the parking lot for D-Minor and then turned off the engine. Then Yuma-kun, I'll go to report our arrival at the office. You'll carry the luggage to the room along with the president. Understood. After seeing off Tanaka, Yuma and Kanzaki opened the rear hatch and brought down the luggage. Here you go, Yuma. Oops. Though he was staggered when he received a huge Boston bag from Kanzaki, he managed to brace his leg while carrying other luggage too. Kanzaki had also carried a drum bag containing their weapon before he closed the rear hatch and locked the door with a keyless lock. Okay, let's go. Yes. When they were about to go to the lodging institution, another car entered from the entrance of the parking lot. It was a hired car. When Yuma looked casually at the car, The car suddenly stopped right in front of him. Only after the rear door of the car opened and the person inside came out did he realize that the other party was someone familiar to him. Yuma, Rue, who he was for the first time in a long time, was rushing at him with faced smile. I've received a message from Kt saying that you're also coming to Ibaraki. I thought we would meet later, and yet, to think that we meet as soon as I arrived. Why yeah. She also told me that you're coming too. Yuma was slightly bewildered since his reunion with Rua was far earlier than he expected. Is he your acquaintance, Yuma? Yuma stuttered a bit when Kanzaki asked that question, but he still nodded at him. This is Rua, my childhood friend. He's currently working in Elsid Company. It's nice to meet you. My name is Amasawa, Rua said when Yuma said so as he cast a glance at Rua. So you're Elsie? Kanzaki paused in the middle of his sentence, seemingly recalling something before he looked back at Yuma. Oi, Yuma, this is the first time I heard about your childhood friend being the hope of Elsid. Why aren't you saying that earlier? Sorry, I forgot to mention that matter during the interview. Oh whatever, you two must have a lot to talk, right? I'll head out first then, Yuma. Come up once you're done. Why yes, said Kanzaki as he headed toward the appointed lodging. Yuma, is that person the president of your company? He's a bit scary. No, it's just his appearance. The person himself is a really nice person. That aside, where are you going to go with such an expensive looking car? I'll go to the center to receive an explanation about the content of the job after this. I think the other company will receive their explanation in the afternoon. I see. Since Yuma had not heard anything yet, he admired Rua, who would hear the job's explanation earlier. Moreover, the thing that he had in his mind since a while ago was, Rua, since they called you, does that mean you're using thunder magic? The most effective attributes against fire-type monsters were water and thunder. Since Yuma knew that Rua hadn't used water magic, he thought that his childhood friend was using thunder magic. No, I can only use fire magic. I'll only develop one attribute. But that's kinda like a handicap in the Red Dungeon. Fire magic didn't work very well with the monster of fire attribute. That was an established common sense among the Seeker. And yet, Rua just smiled lightly as if he didn't care. I won't have a problem if it's just a weak monster, and the reason I'm called is just for support. In that way, even my fire magic can be useful depending on how I use it. I see. He seems to be quite confident. Has his magical power of fire become so strong? When both of them were talking like that, the driver of the car, who looked like someone in his 50s, called out, Amasawa-san, it's about the time. Yes, right away. Rui apologized to the driver inside the car and then turned to see Yuma again. Sorry Yuma, I've to go since the meeting is about to start. Why yeah, no problem. Then, see you later, said Rui from the window of the car. Yuma replied shortly with yeah, later. After seeing off the car that was speeding toward the central of the city, Yuma also headed toward D-Miner's assigned building. The center control of the Red Dungeon, Central. Right beside the dome that covered the entrance of the dungeon was 20-story high office building built above the ground. The building was used for various purposes. All the seekers that came from all over the country were gathered inside the conference room on the 18th floor. It filled more than my expectation. When Yuma muttered so as he looked around, Tanaka, who sat beside him, nodded in agreement. Yeah, at least 150 people is coming to this place. Since the seekers from Elsid Company are excluded, the actual number might be higher. The actual number is more than this? The trio of Tanaka, Kanzaki, and Yuma, who raised that shocked voice, was currently sitting in the leftmost corner. They sit in the last seat. Kanzaki looked at the seeker who came to the meeting room and snorted. The one behind is just a medium-sized company. Look, aside from Elsid, the front seats are filled with seekers from big companies such as the big trio of Isis, Farmal, and Kigurasaka Pharmacy. Yuma stretched his neck, half rising from his sitting position to see the front row, and confirmed that the people who sat in that seat were wearing proper suits. On the other hand, the seeker who sat in the seat behind was wearing work clothes, civilian clothes. Literally none of them wore uniform clothes. Yuma sat back in his seat upon realizing that he was also wearing civilian clothes. The difference in the seating order is intentional, and the people from major companies look different. Well, they received a direct call from the government after all. They want to stand out and raise their achievement in this mission. Elsid Company has been monopolizing the jobs from the government until now, so the other major companies have also wanted to appeal to the government even just a little bit. Yuma was looking around while pondering about the various things. Ruid did say that he would receive the explanation ahead of the other. Since he isn't in this meeting room yet, does that mean they won't start the meeting soon? I hope they start the meeting soon since my SS is hurt sitting in this cheap pipe chair. Just when he was thinking about such a thing, the door of the meeting room opened up and a few men entered the room. Everyone had a neat and dignified appearance. They were the big shot. The men walked briskly and climbed onto the front stage. The man with a stern face whose age was around 60 was standing in front of. After adjusting the position of the mic in front of him, he raised his face, cleared his throat and looked at the audience. Thank you for waiting. I'm Serizawa, Self-Defense Assistant Vice Minister. Thank you very much for coming from all over the country to answer to our call. After Serizawa gave his polite greeting, he explained the current situation in the Red Dungeon and the reason for the government call. Alas, he didn't touch the details of the job. Yuma looked to his side and saw Kanzaki tapping his feet on the floor a while ago. It seems he was already quite impatient with the long-winded speech. Well then, the details for this job will be explained by the Supervisor General Manager of ELCID, Honda. Serizawa ended his speech with a short bow, and he looked at the man who stood by his side. Kanzaki muttered finally. Upon seeing that, now the person who stood before the lectern was a man with white, swept-back hair. Appearance-wise, he seems to be a kinder person than Serizawa who gave the first speech, but the glint in his eyes had already indicated that he was a sharp and capable person for his job. I'm Honda from ELCID. I'm the person in charge of summarizing the job content of this joint operation. It's a pleasure to work with you, said Honda with a smile on his face as he scanned the meeting room. Chapter 115, Different Rank Mission. Chapter 115. Different rank mission. Since Tanaka, who sat beside Yuma, muttered that person is Honda-san, huh? Yuma asked, do you know him? Yeah, he's a famous person. There's a rumor that he's the one who supported ELCID's progress. He tilde. I see. Hearing that, Yuma looked again at Honda who stood on the podium. Honda explained the content of the job in the dungeon for this mission from the document he held in his hands. Everyone should already know that the interior of the dungeon is indestructible. To be exact, it will go back to normal the following day even if it's destroyed. His calm, bass voice resounded in the entire meeting room. In short, he was trying to say that vandalizing the inside of the dungeon was a fool's errand. It was a well-known common sense among the Seeker. Therefore, it raised a question about what to do when there was some sort of trouble inside the dungeon. On the other hand, the man-made structure won't disappear inside the dungeon. Thus, we made shelter in the deep layer of the dungeon to prevent the monster from deep layer going up to the shallow layer. The meeting room became noisy once Honda said so. Please wait a minute. Is that mean you're going to blockade the dungeon? One of the participants in the meeting room stood up and asked with a loud voice. Correct. Upon hearing Honda's curt reply, a young woman who sat in the back seat rose from her chair. Are you trying to make us lose our source of income by blocking the dungeon? She's right. What in the world are you doing? Don't act selfishly just because you're big company. Don't you think about the fate of us from small and medium companies? The entire meeting room was instantly filled with enraged jeers after the young woman spoke. Most of the Seekers who gathered in this place were the ones whose main income came from the Red Dungeon. Wow. Look at those angry mobs, said Kanzaki with an expressionless smile on his face. Seeing the angry audience, Tanaka raised his hands and lowered it as he said, be quiet, please. I know what's everyone worrying about. The shelter that is built in the deep layer won't become a hindrance for everyone's job. Deep layer? Which floor exactly? Hearing the man who asked with a bulging vein on his forehead, Honda just showed a gentle smile. 100th floor. 100th floor? Honda's answer befuddled the man. Even Kanzaki was cackling as he said, that gonna be a big one for sure. President, is constructing something in 100th floor truly a big deal? Kanzaki nodded at Yuma's question. Even as we speak now, some facilities are built inside the dungeon. It's kinda like safety zone for the Seeker who diving in the dungeon for days. Yuma nodded in silence since he heard about that matter before. But, those are built in the shallow layer or medium layer. I've never heard something like that built in deep layers like the 100th floor before. The Seekers in the meeting room were just as surprised as Kanzaki. That's impossible, or stop spouting such nonsense, etc. could be heard from the audience. Everyone, I'm aware that this is a difficult mission, but this is something that we have to do. If it fails, we can only rely on the shelter built in a shallow lair. That will directly affect your job, right? That's why we call all of you here to work with us and finish this project. So please lend us your strength, said Honda as he bowed in silence. Seeing that, the Seekers couldn't help but lower their voices. Once the meeting room became quiet again, Honda said, I appreciate everyone's understanding. Well then, the detailed explanation of the job will be delivered by the next person. An image showed up on the giant screen from the projector above the stand. It was a building made of one sheet of metal with various crystals embedded in it. This is enchanted fire resistance board developed by LCD Company. Its fire resistance property is raised a lot by embedding water magic gem. Kanzaki smacked his lips as he looked at the screen. So the supply of water magic gem has never been enough because they made something like that. Tanaka, who sat on the other side, nodded in agreement. Still, it's awesome. Normal fireproof material can't withstand the flame of the powerful monster after all. Else it must have found a way to use magic gems without having to rely on the magical power of the human, right? That's truly an epoch-making discovery. Kanzaki nodded in agreement while muttering, true enough, a method to use the effect of magic gem just by having them inserted. I hear the rumor about it, but I've never expected that it's already developed this far. Well, since the research about magic gems is done all over the world, maybe it's only a matter of time before such knowledge spreads. I see. Yuma could only stare in wonder since he had no idea that the research of magic gem had already reached that far. Well, only a small part of humans with magical powers can use the magic gem for now, but sooner or later maybe even a normal human can use the magic gem too. That's why the magic gem is hailed as a dreamlike resource. I see. While the ones who were present showed their interest in fireproof material, Honda continued with his explanation. Regarding the job division, it'll be divided in accordance to the rank of the company. We, LCD, ISIS, Farmel, and Kagarazaka Pharmacy of A-rank company will dive until the 100th floor. We will be the ones who did the construction of the shelter. B-rank company will act as the escort of the material for construction until the 50th floor. Once we arrive at the 50th floor, I'll ask for your cooperation. What shall we do for the detail? A slightly plump man who sat along their seat raised his question. It was someone from a B-rank company. Your job is to prepare for an emergency in the lodging institution built with fireproof material on the 50th floor, otherwise known as safety zone. The meeting room set a buzz again upon hearing Honda's reply. Emergency? It sounds as I. Right before the plump man finished his sentence, Honda raised his hand as he said, nope. Just in case, we have to prepare for the worst. The job should have ended in 3 days, but there's a possibility that it'll be delayed. In that situation, we need to replenish food and materials. That's why we need everyone's cooperation for that situation. In addition, at that moment, the gentle smile vanished from Honda's face. The powerful monster will be subjugated by A-rank company, but some of them might escape to the shallow lair. When it comes to that situation, we have to rely on the Seekers on the 50th floor. The silence enveloped the meeting room. A while later, the slightly plump man opened his mouth again. In short, there's a possibility that monster from D-player might go up to the shallow lair. The Red Dungeon was under abnormal conditions right now. Thus there was a high possibility that the monsters from the D-player would go up to the shallow lair. That was the common opinion of the people gathering in the meeting room. Honda revealed a smile while everyone was feeling anxious. Yes, the mana concentration in the dungeon has been on the rise. According to our prediction, the monster from D-player who live in the 150th and lower have already made their way to the 100th floor. We have already prepared enough force to cope with them, but since we need to prepare. Everyone in the meeting room was at a loss for words seeing Honda speak so confidently. A voice from the rear broke the tense atmosphere. What's the job of the small company of C rank? The one who asked the question was Kanzaki. He was tired of waiting since the job desk of the small company hadn't been mentioned yet. Hearing that, Honda said, yes, my apologies. Before continuing with his explanation, the gentleman from the C-rank company will be on standby in the surface or upper floor. We will ask you to stop the monster who tries to go to the surface. In addition, we will ask you to resupplying to the 50th floor. Hearing that, Kanzaki heaved a sigh of relief and then plopped back to his chair. That's logistical support, alright? It ain't dangerous at all. Both Yuma and Tanaka looked at each other upon hearing Kanzaki's remark, and then heaved a relief as they nodded in agreement. Chapter 116. Departure. Chapter 116. Departure. That night, Yuma and Seo were staying in their dedicated lodging building. The trio was sitting around the dining table in the living room. Yuma took out a chicken leg from the chicken bucket that they ordered from the delivery service. Tanaka, who sat by his side, was eating a small bite slowly. Sitting in front of them was the red-faced, drunk Kanzaki, who raised his glass of beer. "Are you okay, President?" "We have to work tomorrow." Despite Tanaka's worries, Kanzaki acts like he doesn't care about it. "Don't worry, our only job is waiting idly above the ground after all. We won't be in danger immediately even if a fight broke out," said Kanzaki after he took several quick gulps of his beer. After seeing that Kanzaki had downed his glass, Yuma asked a question that had been haunting him since a while ago. "President, us aside, are all seekers of Elcid going to dive into the deep floor, including a newcomer like Ru?" "Ah, your genius childhood friend, huh?" Kanzaki wiped the froth of the beer on his lips with his sleeve and placed the glass back on the table. "I don't think they'll take everyone to the deep floor, but the childhood friend of yours most likely going to go to the 100th floor. There's a rumor that his mana index is above 2000. If that rumor is true, it means that he's already part of the main combat power." "Is that true?" Yuma was surprised since he had no idea about Rui's recent situation. "And speaking of the mana index 2000, there were only a few of them in Japan. He already become so strong, huh?" Seeing Yuma was pondering in silence, Tanaka spoke up. "Don't worry, Yuma-kun. The one who goes to the deep layer are top rankers in Japan led by Tanuchi-kun. They should be able to deal with powerful monsters." "You're right. That matter aside, we can't let our guard down either. Monsters still can come to the surface. I mean, a monster seems to have escaped from Red Dungeon just a few days ago." "Eh? Is that even possible?" "It did. There's no official announcement for that, but still, there's a huge uproar due to it. Monsters should have died once they used up their power, but it doesn't mean that you can just let them go into the city with so many people." Hearing that story, Yuma suddenly recalled the fire-breathing dog that attacked him a few days ago. "Ah, the truth is, I was attacked by a dog-like monster on the way home a few days ago." "That might be the escaped monster." "Eh? Seriously?" Tanaka's eyes opened wide in shock. Kanzaki was also left agape upon hearing that. "You met the monster? Where's the location?" "Tokyo. Near my house." "That's impossible," both Kanzaki and Tanaka retorted in chorus. "That must be a mistake. Like hell the monster can travel from Ibaraki to that place." "Eh? Boo." Yuma tried to say something upon hearing Kanzaki's complete denial, but, "It's just a big dog with rabies." "No, I don't. It's a dog with rabies, but I'm not referring to that. I mean that you shouldn't say that to Tanaka-san." "That?" Seeing Yuma's troubled face, Kanzaki whispered, "You fool." "It's about your metallization," to Yuma, who then realized that he was about to make a blunder. "Sure enough, it'll be bad if I talk about it." "Eh? Talk about what?" asked Tanaka, whose curiosity peaked up. Kanzaki cleared his throat and then faced Tanaka again. "The truth is, Aisha made Yuma swallow strange magic ore back when we were in the Black Dungeon." "Strange magic ore?" "Yes, isn't it, Yuma?" "Eh? Oh, yeah, something like that," said Yuma with a flustered voice when Kanzaki suddenly asked him, "What kind of magic ore is that?" "It's something that strengthens your body, right?" Seeing Tanaka ask curiously, Yuma nodded as he stood from his seat. "Well, I think it'll be faster if I showed it to you." "Eh? You're going to show it?" When Yuma sent a sidelong glance at Kanzaki, the latter nodded in agreement. After he took a breath, Yuma clenched his fists. Thus, his entire body turned into a metallic black color. Tanaka could only be looking dumbfoundedly at that transformation. What the hell is that?" "What did you just turn into?" "My body turned into iron. Do you want to try to touch it? Is that safe?" asked Tanaka when Yuma presented his arm. "Ah, your skin becomes like iron." Kanzaki was smiling pridefully as he said, "See, it's cool, right?" while looking at the shocked Tanaka. Awesome. I've never known about magic ore that has this kind of effect. It's a great discovery. It's going to cause a huge uproar if it's announced to the world." Both Kanzaki and Yuma were startled the moment they heard that. "No, about that, you see, Aisha told us that she will announce this matter later. So we can't just tell anyone about this, right? Is that so? Asked Tanaka with a gloomy face upon hearing Kanzaki's remark. Seeing that, Yuma spoke quickly. Indeed. We already signed the contract for that, President. Why yeah, that's it. We signed the NDA. So I hope that Tanaka-san doesn't tell anyone about this. Tanaka made a bewildered face upon hearing that, but, well, I guess it can't be helped if that's the case. It's such a great discovery and yet, there's no announcement about it. Yuma and Kanzaki heaved a sigh of relief seeing the vexed Tanaka. There was a possibility that the disclosure of metallization would shake the Seekers Society at a global level. They wanted to avoid unneeded trouble since the Dungeon Association had been keeping a tab on them after the capture of Black Dungeon. Well, your defensive power might have raised due to your iron-like body, but what about your magic resistance? Can you withstand fire attribute magic? Yeah, it's alright. I also have fire resistance in this state. That's awesome. That's awesome. With such awesome ability, Yuma-kun doesn't need water magic at all, right, President? Well, I've planned to give Yuma the water magic gem from Ishikawa, just in case. I see. I do still have some worry, but I guess that's already safe enough. Yuma heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at Tanaka talking happily. Now I can safely use metallization in front of Tanaka-san if I get attacked by a dangerous monster. He might get another shock if I use metal armor though. Kanzaki, who was pleased with the safe outcome, raised his glass again. Thus, the night passed peacefully while Yuma and Tanaka were trying to stop Kanzaki from drinking more beer. The next morning, the material for the construction of the shelter had already been gathered in front of the entrance door. The one that watching those from outside of the building was Kanzaki and CO from D Minor. Yuma was worried since Kanzaki had been grumbling about his hangover. Are you okay, President? I've been telling you not to overdrink and yet. Ouch. Even though this never happens when I'm still young. Is this really because of my age? During such a conversation, a man came down from one of the many vehicles of SDF. Yuma had seen this man before. Ishikawa. I've been waiting for you, said Kanzaki as he walked to Ishikawa while massaging his head before stopping in front of the latter. Ishikawa's brows furrowed upon looking at Kanzaki's face. You reek of liquor, Kanzaki. Do you even understand that we have an important job today? I know, of course. I just drank a bit too much yesterday, replied Kanzaki gloomily while scratching his head. Here, take a look. The thing that I promised. Ishikawa took out a silver case from his pocket and gave it to Kanzaki. Ooh, sorry for the trouble, and thanks. Kanzaki opened the lid of the case with a huge smile on his face. In this case were several aquamarine and violite water magic gem. Chapter 117. Magical Power of Water. Chapter 117, Magical Power of Water. Yuma and Tanaka peered into the content of the case and let out voices of admiration upon seeing a dozen magic gems inside. I tried to gather what was left as much as I could, but I can only get at most 370 mana index. Sorry for this, Kanzaki. Well, that can't be helped. I'm already grateful that you can gather this much alone. Kanzaki patted Ishikawa's shoulder while expressing his gratitude to Ishikawa and added, sorry for troubling you with such a difficult request. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Your company should be standing above the ground, right? Yeah, we get an easy job. Ishikawa then glared at Kanzaki, who laughed merrily as the latter replied to the former. Don't let your guard down, Kanzaki. There's a high possibility that the monster will be crawling out of the dungeon. A monster has escaped not too long ago. Kanzaki snorted upon hearing that, and died immediately, right? It's not like the monster that came out above the ground going to be a big deal. That's no big deal, said Kanzaki as he took out cigarettes from his pocket, held it in his mouth, and lit it up. Ishikawa was about to say something seeing Kanzaki acting carefreely like that, but, that matter aside, you're going to dive until the 100th floor, right? Are you sure it'll be alright? Yeah, we've been prepared for all possibilities. There's enough number of seekers, that's including the one in charge of construction. Yuma couldn't hide his shock upon hearing the topic. The shelters are built by seekers too? Both Kanzaki and Ishikawa were looking at each other and laughing dumbfoundedly at Yuma. Listen, Yuma. Do you think that we're going to bring construction workers to dive into the 100th floor? Ain't that no different from the death penalty? Come to think of it. That's right. said Yuma with an enlightened face after hearing Kanzaki's explanation. Some of the Seekers are specialists in construction work, and they're fairly powerful, Ishikawa explained while giggling at Yuma. Even if they're contracted civilians, the basic requirement is to be able to protect themselves. Ishikawa looked in another direction as he spoke. If the rumor is true, they'll come too. Yuma followed Ishikawa's gaze and saw two vehicles moving along the asphalt road. Large black wagon, and expensive-looking black 4WD. It stopped right at the entrance of the dome, right beside Yuma and company. When the door of the 4WD opened up, Yuma's eyes were locked on one person. Is that Tenuji Hayato-san from Elcid? Correct. That's the strongest Seeker clan of my company, Howl of Thunder Beast. Tenuji Hayato, the user of thunder magic and the owner of the highest mana index in Japan. Yuma, who felt that he needed more knowledge about Seekers, started his study and remembered the name of Tenuji since both the latter's name and clip often appeared in the tabloid. Every single passenger in the car was coming down one by one. A tall man towering more than 190 centimeters, a beauty with healthy, tanned skin. Yuma recalled that the Howl of Thunder Beast was composed of 8 people, and when he tried to recall the other 7's name, his eyes opened wide seeing the last person coming down from the car. Rui. Ah, Yuma. There, Yuma's childhood friend greeted him back with his usual refreshing smile. What are you doing here? Well, the truth is, Ishikawa opened his mouth first instead of Rui, who scratched his head in embarrassment. Starting today, Rui is an official member of Howl of Thunder Beast. Eh? You joined the Howl of Thunder Beast? Kanzaki was laughing merrily behind the troubled Yuma. Ha 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 ha, that's awesome. How long since he joined the company? He was recruited by the strongest Seeker clan in Japan in such a short amount of time. Yeah, Rui has become a member of the Howl of Thunder Beast. No, I think that I do not have enough qualifications yet. Seeing Rui's shoulders slumped down, Ishikawa tapped his shoulder. Surely, you're still a greenhorn. Alas, your skill is by no means inferior to the other members. Honestly speaking, you exceeded our expectations. Rui shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. Seeing that, Kanzaki muttered with a mix of irony on his face. It seems the intuition of the pro scout Ishikawa-sama is right on the money again. Scout? Seeing Yuma ask with a quizzical face, Kanzaki realized that his employee had no idea what he was talking about. This guy is the scout for Seeker who works for Elcid. He's also the one who discovered Tenuji's talent and other talented personnel. Finding a talent is his forte. Ishikawa scratched his head in embarrassment seeing Yuma mutter that's awesome in amazement. It's not that kind of job. It's something like intuition. Intuition? Ishikawa showed a troubled expression when Yuma asked that question. I don't know how to explain this, but I just somehow know whether someone is fit to be a Seeker or not. Especially in Tenuji and Rui's case, their talent is imminent. Well, I happen to find another extremely talented one, but that person doesn't become a Seeker. All my attempts to invite him to become a Seeker ended up in failure, said Ishikawa while squinting his eyes. Seeing him like that made Yuma wonder if he recalled that said person. What are you doing there, Rui? Come here. The member of the Howl of Thunder Beast who heading toward the dome called out to Rui. Hearing that, Rui replied right away. And then, sorry Yuma, I've to go immediately. Don't worry. Do your best to. Yeah, be careful. Yuma. Rui ran toward his clan while saying his goodbye to Yuma, and vanished into the dome-shaped building not long after that. Well, I'm going to. The Seekers from the other company have already come too. Ishikawa had also excused himself, following Rui and CO. After sending him off, Kanzaki turned to Yuma. Let the big job to them, we'll do our part of the job. Yuma, drink this. Kanzaki gave the silver case containing water magic gem to Yuma. There's quite a lot of them. 1, 2, 3. Just drink them all. Tanaka-san, water. Ah, almost forgot about it. There you go, Yuma-kun. Tanaka took out a pet bottle from his rucksack and gave it to Yuma. Yuma thanked him and then took a few magic gems at once. Since he didn't want to raise suspicion for swallowing all the magic gems at once, he took in half of them first. After waiting for a while, she took in the other half of the magic gem. Thus, his abdomen feels warm like usual. It seems the magic gem is absorbed properly. Yuma tried to clench his fist. Alas, he couldn't find any particular change. "You should have taken in enough to use water magic." "Shall we test it?" said Kanzaki as he lowered the drum bag on his shoulder and took out a short tube divided into 3 parts from inside. He connected the tubes to each other at their end, forming a stick. "You should be able to use Waterwing Stick in your current state." Yuma received the stick from Kanzaki. He never used enchanted armament before since he didn't have the magical power of water. Yuma loaded his magical power into the stick. After training in Yokohama, the current him was already skilled enough to do that. "Please flow in." He looked at the stick in his hands while praying in his heart, and right in the next moment, he felt warm flow in his hands. The thin blue lines then started to spread slowly on the surface of the stick. The Waterwing Stick was glowing in pale blue light as Yuma's magical power of water flowed into it. Chapter 118, Departure. Chapter 118, Departure. President, I did it. Good job. Though both Kanzaki and Yuma were delighted when the latter could use water magic without problem, Tanaka, who saw them from the side, was staring dumbfoundedly at that spectacle. Wait a minute. This is outside the dungeon. How can you use magic outside the dungeon? At that moment, both Yuma and Kanzaki snapped, finally realizing that they just made a slip. "Well, that's actually because the mana has been seeping out from the dungeon. In short, there's enough mana around this area." Come to think of it, you're right," said Tanaka as he nodded in agreement upon hearing Kanzaki's reply. Thus, the duo could finally heave a sigh of relief. "Yuma, now try to use the magical power of water that accumulated inside the Waterwing Stick. You don't have to worry even if you fail." "I see." Though he took in the magic gem, the total mana index of those magic gems was just a bit over 300. It might lose its effect immediately if it was used. Yuma would be grateful if there was remaining magical power inside the stick. When Yuma looked at the glowing enchanted armament, there was a voice from the other side. "The company who's standing by above the ground, please gather in this place. We will carry the goods following the schedule." A few members of SDF called out to the people who gathered near the entrance. The one in charge of commanding the people stationed above the ground was the SDF. Thus, Yuma and Seo were walking toward the dome along with the seeker from another company. Inside the facility, the huge room at the entrance of the dungeon, Rua was lining alongside the other member of the Howl of Thunder Beast. The barrier that was torn down by Helgam before had already been repaired. Still, so many people gathered in this place. Rua was looking around nervously. The people who lined up in this place were top-class seekers in Japan. Second strongest clan of Izers, Aquablade, Farmel's strongest clan, Rosario, Kagurazaka Pharmacy's large-scale clan, Azure, along with other clan members of second-level company. Walking in front of those line-up from the side before getting up onto the podium was Honda from Elsad Company. "Thank you for the waiting. Since all Seeker clans have already been present, we will depart immediately. The carriage of the material has already been sent to the first floor along with the Seeker in charge of protecting it." Rua straightened his posture. The Seeker who gathered on that floor alone was more than 100. Not to mention that the number of Seekers and SDF stationed above the ground alone was more than 500 people. It was a large-scale operation that had never seen before. Rua couldn't help but become nervous knowing that he was part of that said operation. The defense until the 50th floor will be entrusted to the B-rank company, since the A-rank company will be taking care of the defense from the 51st floor and above. Please be very careful about the consumption of your magical power. Upon arrival on the 100th floor, we have a lot of work waiting for us, such as securing a route to the above ground, building a simple safety zone, etc. Yet we have to finish it as fast as possible due to the circumstances. Though he already knew the content of the mission, he couldn't help but think that it was an extremely difficult mission. All Seekers in that place were looking at Honda with a terrified look on their faces. Honda's lips loosened upon looking at them. "Well, I can understand your anxiety, but there are only top-class Seekers gathered in this place. I've no doubt that you can accomplish this mission with ease and everyone will return safely." After Honda gave his speech, every clan leader started giving the order to their clan member to go down to the first floor. Thus, the large-scale joint operation of many clans began. 12th floor of Red Dungeon. One party was advancing carefully through the scorching dungeon. The transport vehicle that carried the material for the shelter was running in the front while raising a humming sound. The speed of the vehicle was no different from human walking speed, but It could carry heavy materials, which meant saving manpower. The seeker who came from the medium-sized company walking along the vehicle as an escort. Following behind them were seekers from the top clan. Those strong monsters wouldn't appear on such a shallow floor. Many witnesses of monsters should be on a deeper floor, meaning that the monster from the deeper floor did come to the upper floor. The B-rank seekers were opening the path, as the vanguard and ensuring the safety of the transport carriage that carrying the materials. The person you're talking with a while ago is your acquaintance? Tenuji, who walking behind the first group, asked Ishikawa, who walked beside him. You are? Yes. He's my acquaintance. You can say I have an almost inseparable relationship with him. I see that there's a young man too. I guess he's the same as Rui. Yeah, he's the new employee. What's the matter? Are you curious about him? Well, Tenuji touched his chin, looking like he was pondering about something. That youth is a rare talent. I can feel that he has a high mana index. Said Tenuji to Ishikawa, and yet, he did so while shaking his head. I don't think his mana is special, and yet it made me feel uneasy. Uneasy? Asked Ishikawa. Alas, Tenuji didn't seem to be able to find the right words to express his feelings. No, please just forget it. It must be just my imagination. I see. Well, I don't know too much about that youth, but I've been working together for a long time with the president of that company. Even though his mana index isn't that high, he's a man of great character. I can feel at ease if Ishikawa is the one who says so. By the way, what's the name of their company? Yume, a small company called D-Minor. D-Minor? Then, those two are. Ishikawa made a frown when he saw Tenuji had a surprised look on his face. Have you known about them before? Well, the truth is, the party arrived on the 50th floor on their first day. They spent the night in the lodging facility called Safety Zone. The seekers were taking turns to keep watch on the materials that were left outside of the building. The sky gradually turned as dark as the sunset. There were bonfires set in various locations which were built with firewood or twig. As a top-rank clan, the Howl of Thunder Beast didn't have to take turns to watch to conserve their strength, but Rui left the lodging by himself and sat on a nearby rock. He kept looking at the bonfire he made himself, staring absent-mindedly at the swaying flame. It has always been a mystery in how there is a day-night cycle in the dungeon. When Rui turned around in a hurry upon hearing that voice, he found the figure of Ishikawa. Ishikawa-san. Can't sleep? Yeah, I'm too nervous. Ishikawa sits beside Ruya and stares at the bonfire before them too. You've been camping in the Green Dungeon too, right? It's not that much different actually. Rui shook his head with a smile on his face. It's not the same at all. The strength of the monster in the Green Dungeon is completely different from the monster in the Red Dungeon, not to mention that this place is in the alert state too. Well, you got it right, said Ishikawa as he picked up a dead branch and threw it into the bonfire. The fire swayed for a moment before it went back to normal. A while after both of them stared in silence at the bonfire, Ishikawa had finally opened his mouth first. Are you on good terms with the youth you met in front of the dome? Yuma? Yes. We're childhood friends after all. We've been together since we were children. I see. The truth is, I heard an interesting piece of information a while ago. Interesting piece of information? I heard it from Tenuji. You know about the capture of Yokohama's dungeon, right? Of course. It's the Black Dungeon, right? It's caused a huge uproar after all. Rua had no idea what Ishikawa wanted to tell him, until the latter's words which shook his mind. The one who captured that Black Dungeon is the company where your childhood friend working for, D-Minor. Chapter 119, Bizarre Monster. Chapter 119, Bizarre Monster. Ishikawa continued on as he saw the shocked Rui from the edge of his vision. Tenuji heard about this from personnel of the Dungeon Association. This is supposed to be a confidential matter, but he knew about this information from his acquaintance who worked in the Dungeon Association. Yuma. In the Black Dungeon, there are 3 people who went all the way to the bottom floor: the President Kanzaki, the researcher, and your childhood friend. Yuma. 3? Rui couldn't hide his shock anymore. The Black Dungeon was supposed to be deep dungeon with more than 150 floors. One normally needs dozens of people to conquer such a deep dungeon. And yet, Yuma and Co managed to conquer the deep dungeon with only 3 people, or 2 since the researcher was non-combatant. Rua was confused since his childhood friend had broken common sense. It's already amazing enough that they managed to reach the bottom floor with only 3 people and return alive on top of that. In this regard, Your childhood friend have something that both you and Tenuji don't. Rui fell into silence. He recalled how surprised he was upon hearing Yuma became a seeker too. It was a really dangerous job with so many ups and downs. And yet, before he knew it, Yuma had already surpassed him. Yuma arrived at the bottom floor which Rui never seen before. Rui, I have a high expectation of your talent, and you've been surpassing my initial expectations. And yet, I felt something is amiss when I realized that no one can rival you in your generation. Ishikawa stood up and patted Rui's shoulder. Don't let your guard down, Rui. Your rival has been chasing after you from behind. After saying so with a bright smile on his face, Ishikawa went back into the lodging institution, the safety zone. Rival, huh? I've never thought about it until now, said Rui as he looked up into the night sky with an enigmatic feeling in his chest. The starry night spread as far as he could see as if to emphasize that it was an illusion. The next day, when the seeker in charge of carrying the material went to the 62nd floor, an unusual phenomenon happened right there. What there? Lower floor monster. Ishikawa frowned upon hearing the report from his subordinate. What's the matter? When Rui asked, Ishikawa groaned a bit. There's a report from the scout on the 63rd floor. It seems that monster from deep layer went up. The monster from the deep floor? At the middle layer, said Rui in exasperation. The member of the Howl of Thunder Beast who walked at the end of the line then stopped and discussed their future policy. First, what kind of monster that going up? Upon hearing Tenuji's question, the seeker who came to report the situation replied with a stiff look on his face. I hear from the communicator that there are high-ranked goblins, and a few Helgam. The face of the member clouded at once. Even a single Helgam was a troublesome foe. And now there were few of them. Adding to that were highly intelligent goblins which made things messier since they were attacking in flocks. Stop the advance and confirm the situation below. Let's talk about this with the Seeker clan from the other companies. After saying so, Tenuji went to talk the matter with the leader of the top-rank Seeker clan. The line stopped. The leaders from 4 major companies gathered around to talk about the following plan. We will go. It was the leader of Aquablade, the number 2 clan of Isis. Each member of this clan donned in blue battlesuit and was armed with a spear or axe-type enchanted armament. Every single one of them could use water magic and be an expert in combat in a red dungeon. No one was more suited than them for this job. Be careful, said Tenuji. Alas, the leader of Aquablade, Shirota James Oliver, replied confidently with "We're professional." He was half British with a keen mind and attractive appearance. His flowing blonde hair and tall and gallant figure were that of a model, though he had high popularity amongst the women. His ability was the real deal. Since the other seekers had already known that they were specialists in this dungeon, no one rejected the idea. Thus the investigation of the lower floor was left to Aquablade, which was led by Shirota. How did it go? Asked Ishikawa to Tenuji, who just returned from the meeting. Done. Isis Aquablade will go down to scout the said monster. That might be the best choice since everyone in that clan can use water magic. Ishikawa had also nodded in agreement. Aquablade would scout the 63rd floor while the rest of the Seeker clan would wait for the news from them. Now we're faced with 2 choices. Yeah, said Tenuji upon hearing Ishikawa's remark. If we're the only ones who can fight against the monster on the lower floor, we have to revise our plan and dive down to the 100th floor with only our top-rank Seeker. If the number of monsters was too much, we had to call the B-ranks Seeker clan on the 50th floor and defeat the monster with their cooperation. Though it took a lot more time, it was much better than failing to accomplish the plan. Either way, it was impossible to decide before they got the information from Aquablade. Thus, Tenuji and Seo could only be waiting in silence to preserve their combat power. And then, emergency. 3 hours later, a Seeker was running in a hurry toward them. The Seeker was in charge of relaying information from the lower floor. What's the matter? The said Seeker called to talk with Ishikawa and the other Seeker clans. The communication with Aquablade has ceased. What? Ishikawa's face warped upon hearing that information. Aquablade was a top-rank Seeker clan. They're specialists of Red Dungeon and masters of water magic. It was almost impossible for such a powerful Seeker clan to lose against the monster. Tenuji and Seo gathered when they heard the uproar. What's the matter? Ishikawa shook his head upon hearing Tenuji ask with a frown. I don't know. To be exact, We lost contact with Aquablade. What? I don't think they're killed in action. Let's hope it's just a technical problem with their communication device. When Ishikawa said so to Tenuji and Co., the other Seeker clan had also gathered around them. As a result of their discussion, Ishikawa, the Howl of Thunder Beast and leader of the other clans, they would send 10 people to see the situation in the lower floor. Red Dungeon, 63rd floor. Leaving the entrance of the cave, they arrived in a rocky area. After walking for a while, Tenuji and Seo, who arrived on a hill that overlooked the surrounding area, were left at a loss for words seeing the spectacle before them. The Seekers clad in blue battle suits were sprawling on the ground. They were the member of Aquablade. They were surrounded by a few Hellgarm who spat small fire from their mouth. Tenuji and Seo hurriedly hid themselves on the rock. Are you kidding me here? That Aquablade is lost against Hellgarm? Contrary to Ishikawa, who muttered so while clenching his fists, Tenuji was looking at the situation with a composed face. No, look at that. The other's line of sight then moved away from the rocky place, following the direction Tenuji pointed at. There stood a red-skinned humanoid monster more than 2 meters tall. The monster had an extremely muscular body, a jet of flame burning brightly on their back and shoulders. That monster lifts a human figure by his neck. His feet were dangled loosely in the air. Shirota? It just as Ishikawa had said, the person caught in the throat was the leader of Aquablade, Shirota. He couldn't resist anymore. Since the red monster could hold Shirota's body with one hand, their physical strength was undoubtedly out of the ordinary. I'll go to save Shirota. When Tenuji stepped forward, one of the Howl of Thunder Beast members, Misaki Blue, held his arm, stopping the former from taking another step forward. Wait, that monster might be the ogre. Tenuji's body twitched the moment he heard that. That one sentence caused a chill to run down the other's spine. Chapter 120, Thunder Beast. Chapter 120, Thunder Beast. By ogre, do you mean that rare, humanoid monster? Misaki Blue nodded silently upon hearing Ishikawa's question. No doubt about it, that fella is the one who defeated the Seekers of Aquablade. Tenuji, we have to prepare thorough tactics to deal with that guy. Though he knew that Misaki was right, his heart refused to understand. Thus, Tenuji was looking at the monster again. The ogre might be a monster from deep layer, but that guy can't beat all of them alone. Moreover, that said ogre isn't seen in the red dungeon. It's found only in the white dungeon. Misaki couldn't retort back. The reason Tenuji was right, the ogre could only be found within the white dungeon. Even that said ogre wasn't red, their entire body was white. Thus they were also dubbed as White Demon. Is that a new specie? No, a mutant one? I've no idea, replied Tenuji to Ishikawa. But, since Shirota is still alive, we can't just leave him either. I'll attack that ogre. Cover me from behind. The member of Howl of Thunder Beast nodded at Tenuji. Only then did Misaki let go of Tenuji's arm. The moment Tenuji rushed forward, the ogre, who was still more than 100 meters ahead, suddenly looked at him. That gaze alone sent a chill running down into Tenuji's spine. The demon with 2 horns growing from its forehead could see the members of the Seeker clan with their murky eyes, and then showing their white tusk as if sneering at the Seekers. The ogre then raised their grip strength, which accompanied by a quiet yet eerie snapping sound. Shirota's limbs became completely listless. Such action left Tenuji and Seo at a loss for words. At that moment, everyone realized that Shirota had just been killed right before their eyes. The next moment, the flame that lit up from the ogre's hand had already enveloped Shirota's corpse. The flame then burned even brighter till it turned into a pillar of fire. You bastard! Tenuji could only grit his teeth upon seeing that. The ogre then swung their arm, which had already been wrapped in an even bigger flame. That simple action scattered the flame in the surrounding area. The flame burnt the rest members of Aquablade that were crouching on the ground. The sheer size of the flame turned the surrounding area into a literal sea of fire. Tenuji, let's get out of here. The moment Ishikawa spoke with a vexed tone, the Seekers in that place noticed that unusual situation. A green creature rose from the ground of the rocky area. Goblin, we are surrounded. Rua, who stood in the rear, warned the rest of the Seeker. Hearing that, Tenuji smacked his lips and started to look around. Since the mana in the dungeon was overflowing, he couldn't feel the mana of the monster properly unless the monster was pretty strong. Tenuji couldn't help but curse his carelessness. Look at those Hellgarms. When Tenuji turned around upon hearing Misaki's voice, he saw the 6 Helgams had already made a beeline toward them. At the same time, the goblins around them were also raising a war cry along with the club and stone in their hands. Before he realized it, they had been cornered. The member of the Seeker clan also couldn't hide their agitation when facing such an unexpected situation. Everyone ready for battle. And the one who awakened Misaki and CO was Ishikawa's roar. They draw their weapon in a hurry, ready to fight the incoming enemy. And yet, Tenuji the clan leader was still trembling non-stop. Seeing that, color drained from Ishikawa's face. Tenuji, calm down. This isn't the time to get agitated. That was what Ishikawa tried to say before a spark of lightning overflowed from Tenuji's body. The lightning formed plasma which shot to the sky along with loud crackling sounds. The next moment, Tenuji's figure vanished from Ishikawa's line of sight. It was an ultra-high-speed movement which used the power of thunder gathered on the sole of Tenuji's shoes to move with the repulsion of the recoil. It was so fast that no one could catch his figure. The next moment, 3 goblins had already lost their heads as they raised a cry. Tenuji's fists which clad in lightning blew their head. Tenuji who stood before the monster was clad in electrical discharge. His hair had also stood up due to electrical discharge. His limbs were melee specialized enchanted armament. God of War's fist. Tenuji nailed a kick at the goblin that raised the stick in their hand despite their trembling body. The Seekers who saw that demon-like combat style were at a loss for words. Follow him to break through the siege. Why yes. Hearing Ishikawa's call, Rue returned to his senses. The goblin wasn't the only one who got overwhelmed by Tenuji's fighting spirit. Thus, Rue swung his katana at the incoming goblin. The katana that clad in fiery flame drew a beautiful arc and beheaded 3 goblins at once. The fire that ignited from their wound instantly turned the monster into a pillar of fire. Not wanting to lose, Ishikawa swung his great axe at the goblin whose size was 1 size bigger than the other goblin. Misaki blew swinging down her sword, directly dissolving the body of the monster who fought her. The enchanted armament she used was custom-made, which tip was modified to release ultra-high temperature upon hitting her enemy. That was the reason for her moniker, the Incandescence Demon Sword User. Misaki's sword then sliced at another goblin, ending its life immediately. Though every single Seeker was overwhelming the goblin in their way, Tenuji was on a whole nother level. He slaughtered more goblins than the other members and repelled the incoming Helgam with a backhand blow. Clad in lightning. That blow had blown away the Helgam. The monster's mouth got scalding which tinged with few electric sparks, and the fact that the wound didn't heal at all had left the Helgam completely bewildered. Everyone, beat the one that I just knocked, shouted Tenuji in his demon-like appearance with all his hair standing on its end. But, that's enough, Tenuji. You're the clan leader. Don't just think about yourself, think of your comrades too. Hearing Ishikawa's scolding, Tenuji finally snapped out and turned around. There, he saw his comrade looking at him with an anxious look on his face. Sorry, I got too worked up. At that moment, the electrical discharge around Tenuji's body calmed down, and then his hair returned to normal. Hearing that, Ishikawa had finally heaved a sigh of relief despite knowing that a lot of Helgam coming onto them and the goblins were surrounding them. Tenuji then raised his face and gave his order to his clan member. Retreat. Let's retreat and survive. Thus, everyone turned around and ran from the monster. Tenuji had also retreated after making sure that everyone had already run ahead of him, but he stood with an imposing figure while glaring at the monster. Your turn, Tizen. Leave it to me. The second most powerful after Tenuji, Tizen blocked the monster's path. He pointed his cannon-type enchanted armament, the railgun gauntlet equipped on his right arm, at the Helgam. The destructive weapon that coiled around his arm was connecting to each other, and then unleashed raging thunder from its rotating barrel. Eat this! Railgun. The tip of the cannon barrel spat a bright red spitfire. The thing he used as the bullet was silver, which had high conductivity. The super-accelerated bullet that was clad in electric current lands on the ground right in front of the Helgam, and exploded upon impact, overturning the ground, and raising dust of smoke. The explosion hit 2 Helgam, and 4 barely avoided the explosion. The dust covered the monster's field of vision. The goblin could only be looking around with a bewildered face. The Helgam who got blown away was standing slowly on their feet and rushed into the smoke screen along with the other 4 who barely escaped the explosion. And yet, No one left in that place. Tanuchi and CO had already retreated from that place. Hope you enjoy. Feel free to support my Ko-fi or Patreon or make new novel request. Thank you.